Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Kiss to Remember by Anna B. Doe. Narrated by Tatiana Sokolov and Aidan Snow. Kiss Before Midnight. Chapter 1. Grace. Sophomore year of high school. You coming? Yasmin looks at me from the doorway. Give me a sec, I say, as I throw the last of my things in the duffel bag, zip it closed, and pull the strap over my shoulder. Shouting a quick goodbye to my ballet instructor, I hurry toward my friend. Do you mind if we stop somewhere for a second? I ask, tucking a strand that slipped out of my bun behind my ear. Again? Yasmin groans loudly. She might be a year older, but that doesn't stop her from acting like a brat. I still love her, though. We met last year when I needed some help catching up on my studies after a nasty flu, and we've been friends ever since. It'll just be a second, I promise, I protest, feeling my cheeks heating under her watchful stare. Clasping my hands together, I bat my eyelashes at her in my best attempt to be cute. Pretty please, with a cherry on top. Fine. She sighs and points her finger at me. But you owe me. Anything you want, I promise. Already hurrying down the hallway toward the gym, a big smile plastered on my face. The community center that was my home, more than my actual home, a shitty apartment in an even shittier part of the city, which I shared with my mother, has not only grown but also been renewed in the last few years since I reconnected with my older brother, JD. He saw how much I loved this place and how much it helped me in the years we'd been apart, so he, along with his new wife, Sienna, have taken it upon themselves to make this place shine so it could help more kids like me in the future. Bright Haven. That's the name of the project and the other community centers they have started to build across the country. Because this place has been my light, my safe place, when all I knew was darkness. As soon as we come close to the gym, I can hear a ball bouncing off the court. Mostly guys, although there are a few girls are playing on the inside court. They usually play on the outside court, but since it's early December and snowing, they'll have to make do inside until the spring. We get to the slightly open door just in time for me to catch the end of the play. The familiar tall figure slips past his guard, his footwork easy, almost effortless, as he bounces the ball by his side. When he gets to the three-point line, he leaps in the air and shoots. The satisfying swoosh as the ball falls through the hoop, signaling that he scored, fills the room just before people from the bleachers cheer in victory. Damn, he's good, Yaz says from behind me, but I don't turn around to acknowledge her. No, my eyes are glued to the boy who made the shot. Mason LeBlanc. Just thinking about his name has me all rattled inside. Even at 16, he's already 6'2" and towers over most of the people in the room. He's still kind of skinny, but I'm sure that in no time he'll build muscle, especially if he keeps playing like that. Then again, he has more talent in his pinky than most of the guys have in their whole bodies. I envy that about him. What does it feel like to be so good at something you love that you can do it in your sleep? I wish I had something like that. I love dancing. Hell, I'm good at dancing, but not good enough to be a professional. Maybe if I'd been born in a different world, the daughter of different people, but there is no sense dwelling on maybes and what-ifs. His friends surround him, and I observe as they slap his shoulders, exchange fist bumps as they congratulate him. Or maybe even tease him about it? I'm never sure which one it is when guys are concerned. One guy, I'm not sure of his name, pulls the ball cap off of Mason's head, messing up the mop of dark curls as he says something. Whatever it is, catches Mason's attention because his head shoots up, eyes scanning the crowd until they land on me? Thump, thump, thump. The guy is still saying something to Mason, and he must be listening, because he nods his head a few times, his eyes never leaving mine. I gulp down my nerves, my throat suddenly dry. All my attention is on him as my heart picks up speed, the sound of my pounding heart erasing the noises of the gym. Another slap on his shoulders, and Mason grabs his ball cap out of his friend's hand and puts it on his head before starting toward where I'm standing. What the hell is happening? I ask Yasmin, my whole body going on alert as he stalks toward me with the determination I've seen him show on the court. Did I do something to piss him off? Did he finally catch on to the fact that I've been sneaking in here to watch them play? Yasmin was right. I shouldn't have been coming here so often, but I couldn't help myself. I didn't usually visit the gym area, but one day JD was late picking me up, so I hung around with nothing better to do. I saw the guys playing ball, so I decided to stay and watch. That's when I saw him for the first time. Mason owned that court like it was in his blood, the ball an extension of his hand. Watching him play was magnificent, and not just because I found him cute. Although, let's be honest, he's not just cute, he's smoking hot. But also because I loved to just watch him play. See the joy on his face every time the ball would fall through the hoop. So I kept coming back. Not often. I wasn't stalking him or anything. Just stopped every now and then after my dance class. But maybe I was more obvious than I thought. "We have to go," I say, grabbing Yasmin's hand and giving it a firm squeeze. "Too late for that," she grits through her teeth. And she's right, because in the next moment, Mason's standing right in front of me. He looks even taller up close. I'm by no means a short girl, yet I barely reach his collarbone. Up close, I can see his brown eyes surrounded by thick eyelashes and his brown hair peeking from underneath his ball cap. "Hey." Mason smiles at me, two matching dimples appearing on his cheeks as he bounces slightly on the balls of his feet, his hands shoved into the pockets of his sweats. They hang so low on his hips, I swear I can see a glimpse of skin showing. "Hi," I squeak back and feel my cheeks grow even warmer. "I'm Mason," I finish, and then look down. God, are you for real, Grace? What the hell? This is so embarrassing.
"Mason," he confirms with a chuckle. "I guess you have the advantage of me here, because I don't know your name."
I peek up at him, my teeth grazing over my lip. Grace."
"Grace,"
he repeats as if he's testing the way it sounds on his lips.
"I like it."
"Thanks." Yasmin snorts, and I want to strangle her. Can this be worse than it already is? If Mason heard it, he ignores it. Instead, he tips his head toward the court, where his friends continue playing without him.
"You like playing ball, Grace?"
"No, I'm here for ballet." Yasmin nudges me in the side with her elbow. What I mean to say is, I don't know how to play, but I enjoy watching you guys. Great. I basically admitted to stalking them. Earth, will you please open up and swallow me to spare me this embarrassment?
"Cool."
I nod, unsure of what to say. Well, I better not say anything, because as it is, I dug a big enough hole.
"Maybe I can teach you one day,"
he offers, surprising me. I'd like that. He pulls his hands out of his pockets, and I see a phone clasped in his hand.
"Maybe if you give me your number, we can set that up. You know, sometime."
I blink, once, twice, and then his words finally register in my head. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. This can't be happening. Mason asking me for my phone number. How is this real? Sure, I stutter, keeping to that one word, because I don't think my brain is capable of forming something more coherent. I rattle off my phone number, and he saves it in his phone. Those brown eyes of his give me another once-over as he slowly starts to pull back.
"Talk to you later, legs,"
he calls out, that boyish smirk, the one he has every time he scores, on his face. My heart is beating loudly as I watch him leave and join the game. Yasmin's hands wrap around me as she squeals in my ear. He's totally into you. When I get out of the community center a little while later, a black SUV is already parked by the curb. I go straight for it, rubbing my hands and cursing myself in my mind because I didn't bring my gloves. "Hey, Gracie, how was it?" Sienna asks as soon as I open the door. "Good. I had fun," I say, putting on my seatbelt. Sienna is my older brother's wife, but she's also so much more. It's always hard to explain our relationship to people. She's my best friend and a mother figure in one. Something I never had before meeting her. Hell, something I never thought I'd ever have, and I never planned to take her nor our relationship for granted. Are you working on something in particular? I met Sienna 3 years ago. She was volunteering alongside her mother in the community center. I actually met her before I met my brother. It was just my mother and me for years, until she found out JD, her child from her first marriage and who she left, has become a professional football player. Only then did she reach out to him and told him about me, requesting money for my upbringing. She only wanted it for booze. And he knew that, so he refused to give it to her until he met me. It was just pure coincidence that destiny brought us all together and made us a family. In no way traditional, but family nonetheless. There are actually quite a few new girls, so we went back to the basics. Miss Caroline let me help. That's amazing, although I'm not surprised. You've come a long way in the last few years, and you're so good with kids. Sienna puts her hand on my knee, giving it an affectionate squeeze. I've had a lot of practice. Sienna and JD married just shy of my 13th birthday, and now have 2 little boys that I love to dote on as much as I can. For most of my life, and when I say most, I really mean most, 12 whole years, I was an only child. That is, until JD walked into my life. Still, the age difference between us is so big. He's more of a father figure than anything else. Their sons, Nikki and Ren, might be my nephews, but they're also the little brothers I never had. And I want to spend every opportunity I have with them. In no time, I'll have to pick out a college to go to, and things will change yet again. What you have is a natural gift. I love those 2, but sometimes they drive me insane. I laugh and look at the back seat where 2 child seats are sitting empty. Where are the little devils, anyway? I came to the community center straight from school, and although Sienna and JD are starting to give me a little bit more freedom, they don't like me walking around the city all by myself once night falls. They're with JD at home. Annabelle and I went out to get mani-pedis, which was actually just an excuse to get away from the boys and chat in peace. Annabelle is a friend of Sienna's, and the wife of JD's best friend and former teammate, William Price. The 2 played together for the New York Knights, a football team here in the city, until JD decided to retire at the end of last season to be able to spend more time with his family. After winning his 2nd Super Bowl ring, he said it was time for him to hang up his cleats and enjoy the rest of his life while his body is still in one piece. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad do you think the house will be once we get there? Shelton boys kinda messy, she says, and we both laugh. They're hopeless, but we still love them. The phone buzzes in my hand, drawing my attention. I look at it, frowning at the unknown number that flashes on the screen. Still, I unlock it and open the message. Unknown. Will I lose my man card if I try to cash in that sometime date you promised me? Legs? Legs. My heart starts beating faster, palms growing sweaty as I reread the message on the screen. Nobody calls me Legs. Except, what has you all blushing like that? Sienna asks, trying to take a peek at my phone, but I pull it to my chest, hiding it from her view. Nobody? I say quickly. Way too quickly, so of course she notices. You better keep your eyes on the road so we don't get killed. Ha, you didn't say you weren't blushing, she counters, but thankfully returns her attention to driving. Am not, I protest, although I can feel my cheeks heat as I speak the words. You totally are. Is there a boy I don't know about? More blushing, and of course, Sienna notices. There totally is a boy. Who is he? Nobody. Let it go, see? I can't. I never saw you interested in somebody like that. Hell, I don't remember hearing you once mention a boy. And now he has you all flushed like that. He has to be somebody special. Mason's dimpled smile and messy hair flash in my mind. There is no stopping a small grin curving my lips. He is, I admit, nibbling at my cheek to prevent it from growing even wider. Sienna squeals excitedly. Tell me everything, she demands. I could keep pretending it's nothing, but a part of me doesn't want to. A part of me wants to share this with her, my best friend, the mother I never had, and have her as excited as I am by all of this. So I do. I tell her how I saw him the first time, and how I kept coming back in hopes of catching a glimpse of him, how my heart races every time I see him, and how his smile creates a butterfly stamped in my stomach. Then I tell her about what happened today. That is so cute. Did you message him back? I swallow hard and shake my head no. What are you waiting for? What should I say? As Sienna so eloquently pointed out, I've never done this, never been interested in a guy, never gave him my number in the hope that he'll text me back and ask me out on a date. Do you want to go out with him? Yes, I say, louder than anticipated. I force myself to take a deep breath and then repeat, yes, I do. I really, really like him, see? Then you should text him back. I look at the phone, debating what to say so it doesn't sound like the word vomit I did earlier in the gym. when something else occurs to me. JD won't like it, I comment, happy to concentrate on something else, even if only for a moment. She just waves her hand.
Leave JD to me.
Later that evening, I open the text Mason sent. I haven't replied yet since I couldn't find the right words, and it's been driving me crazy. I add his number to my contacts and stare once again at the message. Mason.
Will I lose my man card if I try to cash in that sometime date you promised me, Legs?
Sucking in my lower lip, I start typing. No way. Nope, not that. I'd love to go. Too desperate. I didn't realize that was a date. Closing my eyes, I press send and throw my phone away from me, burrowing my head into my pillow to let out a silent scream. Was that the right thing to say? Too cheeky? I don't even know what. I should have let Yasmin, hell, even Sienna text back instead of doing it myself. What if he doesn't answer? What if I took too long and he changed his mind? What if... I don't get to spiral further into what-if scenarios because my phone beeps, signaling I got a text message. Slowly, I lift my head and look at the bottom of my bed. The little light is blinking bright blue. You can do this, Grace. You're a Shelton, and Sheltons aren't cowards. Not giving myself time to overthink, I reach down and grab the phone. Mason.
So you'd rather I show you how to throw three-pointers?
I nibble at my lower lip as I read the message. There is a slight pang of fear that maybe I offended him, but it's not like I can go back. Me. Depends on the other option. His next response is immediate. Mason.
What if I want to keep it a surprise?
Me. I don't like surprises. Mason.
Live a little, Legs.
A burst of laughter comes out of me. What's with that nickname? I start to ask him, but another message pops up. Mason.
Say yes.
Say yes. As if it were that easy. You know you want to, a little voice reminds me. I remember Sienna urging me to go for it. You knew you'd say yes to whatever he asked of you, even before you messaged him back. Shaking my head, I decide to stop resisting it. Me. Yes.
Mason. I'll pick you up this weekend.
God, he's so full of himself. I knew he was cocky on the court, but apparently that transfers to off-the-court behavior, too. Me. What if I have plans? Mason.
Do you?
Me. That's not the point.
Mason. This weekend.
Me. Fine. This weekend.
Mason. Cheeky smile emoji.
I throw myself back on the mattress and stare at the ceiling. My heart is still beating rapidly, like I just ran a marathon, my palms sweaty from nerves. I'm going on a date with Mason LeBlanc. Once again, I burrow my head into the pillow, letting out a silent squeal of excitement. There is no way I'll be getting any sleep tonight. Chapter 2. Grace. Are we done? I ask, my legs bouncing with nerves. It feels like we've been at this forever, and I'm still not ready. I just hope Sienna knows what she's doing so I don't look hideous. I don't want to send Mason flying before we even get a chance to go out on a date. If you'd hold still, we'd have been done a while ago. Now shush and let me finish. Pressing my lips in a tight line, I do as she says. The makeup brush is tickling me as she applies something, blush or maybe bronzer, on my cheeks. Here. Sienna takes a step back and gives me another once-over before nodding. Have a look. Getting out of my chair, I go to my wardrobe and look in the floor-length mirror that's attached to the door. Oh, I almost don't recognize myself. I'm a jeans, t-shirt, and hoodie kind of girl. Various leotards I have for my dance classes are the girliest pieces of clothing I wear. So that in itself should say something. But for today, Sienna helped me pick out a skirt. Yes, a freaking skirt to wear. I drew the line when she wanted me to pair it with pantyhose. It's frigging December in New York. There is no way I'm walking around half naked. So I paired it with black leggings, a sweater, and boots. She curled my hair and did my makeup. It's light, nudes and browns to match my emerald eyes and auburn hair. Just a swipe of mascara and some reddish lip gloss. You like? Sienna asks, putting her hands on my shoulders as she looks at my reflection in the mirror. It's really pretty. I like that it all looks really natural. We don't want to give JD a heart attack just yet. We both giggle at that. I could clearly see JD's stupefied face if I ever decided to dress and put on makeup like some of the girls who go to my school.
What are you two plotting right now?
Our laughter dies, and in unison we turn toward the doorway. JD's leaning against it, baby Ren tucked under his arm like a football. He's looking at us with curiosity, his brows raised.
Well, cat got your tongue?
Sienna snaps out of it first and joins the two of them, fussing about Ren for a moment. We were just having some girl time.
Girl time, huh?
He turns to me and gives me a long look, finally noticing what I'm wearing.
Am I missing something?
I stammer, and stop, unsure of how to proceed. Sienna assured me it'd all be okay and to leave it all to her. But it somehow feels wrong. Shouldn't I be the one to tell my brother I'm going on a date instead of hiding behind her? But before I can even open my mouth, she spills. Grace is going on a date. Sienna!
What?
Both JD and Sienna yell in unison, their loud voices waking up the baby. Not missing a beat, Sienna takes Ren from JD's arms, since my brother seems like he's glued to the spot, and starts cooing soothingly to him. I would have told him, I protest. JD finally snaps out of whatever spell he's been under.
She can't go out on a date. She's too young.
Then my brother turns to me and points his finger at me.
You can't go out on a date.
The arrogance in his tone pisses me off. I knew this wouldn't go well. I love my brother, but I hate when he's acting like he's the boss of me. I've been through more shit in my life than he can even imagine, all on my own. If I want to go on a date, who's he to stop me? I'm not a baby, JD. I cross my arms over my chest, giving him a determined glare. His features soften, if only slightly, his tone growing gentler.
But you're my little sister, and you're too young to go out on dates.
I'm 16 years old.
Exactly.
He lets his arms fall back against his sides.
You have at least 10 more years until you can even think of dating.
10 years? Is he insane? Ugh, you're driving me crazy. Jack. Sienna stands between the two of us, her attention on my brother. Don't act like a dick. Her tone is so matter-of-fact I want to snort, but I hold it in. He puffs out his chest as his narrowed gaze lands on his wife.
Are you for real?
Of course I'm for real, Sienna scoffs. And if her hands weren't full, I know she'd flip her hair, too. Grace is a 16-year-old girl. It's normal that she thinks about boys and dates.
She's too young.
She's here and can hear every word you say. I grit out in frustration, irritated that they're talking about me like I'm invisible.
Whose idea was this, even?
JD glares at the two of us. Mine, I say firmly, stepping forward. Sighing, I look at my brother and say in all honesty, I really like him, JD. I'm not sure if it's the look on my face or the way I say it, but JD's whole demeanor softens, if only for a moment. Then his tough guy face is back on.
Who's the guy?
His name is Mason. He goes to the community center, too. He usually plays basketball with the guys. He nods, although his lips are still pressed in a tight line.
I hope you told him to come and pick you up.
I nod.
Good.
He nods once, and then turns away. What's he doing? I look at Sienna in question, at which she shrugs.
I'm going to find a baseball bat,
JD calls out from down the hallway.
I'm sure there has to be one somewhere around here.
By the time the doorbell rings a while later, I'm a mess. I push my hair behind my ears, only to let it slip loose once again. You don't think JD was serious about the bat, do you? The jury is still out. After all, you're his little sister. His only sister, really. I'm not sure if I should be happy or worried she isn't trying to bullshit me. I think he's thanking God right about now that you guys don't have girls. There's still time. Sienna winks playfully as we descend the stairs. It would serve him right, though. He's not that bad. I tried to defend him. He's my brother, after all. Although sometimes, as Sienna so eloquently pointed out, he acts like a complete dickhead. No, he's not bad. He's worse. He was a total player, you know. So he doesn't really have any right to judge. TMI, see? I feel my cheeks blush. Apart from a hint here and there, I don't know the details on how JD and Sienna met, and I don't think I want to know them. She chuckles, but the sound dies as we hear the front door open, followed by JD's voice from the foyer.
You must be Mason.
Just by the sound of it, I know he has his I'm a badass football player face on, the one he wore on the field when he was staring down his opponents.
Yes, sir,
Mason says, in a cool and collected voice, not a trace of nerves there.
I'm here to pick up Grace for our date.
My nerves prickle when I hear the word date. Warmth spreads through my body. It's still surreal, knowing that all of this is happening, that it's actually real. Mason is here to pick me up. For a date. Butterflies in my stomach feel like a stampede as my heart thumps loudly to the beat of the drum only she knows. JD is standing in the doorway, his looming height preventing me from seeing anything beyond his broad back. "Jack," Sienna says sweetly, nudging him aside, "let the boy in. Hi, I'm Sienna, Grace's sister-in-law, and this grizzly is her brother, JD. Feel free to ignore his grumpy ass. Come on inside." When they finally move, I meet Mason's brown eyes. His dark hair is hidden under a black beanie, the ends slightly curling around the edge. He's wearing a dark puffy jacket, jeans, and what looks like a pair of army boots. His lips curl in that half smile of his, dimples popping in his cheeks as soon as he sees me.
Hey.
"Hi," I whisper back, feeling awkward under the watchful gazes of my family. Even baby Wren is awake and staring. I think I hear Sienna sigh in the background, but I don't want to turn around to confirm it. That would mean breaking my eye contact with Mason, and I'm not ready to do that just yet. "Mason, do you want to have something to drink before you guys go?" Sienna asks him as soon as the door is closed, and we're all filling the small hallway. He blinks and slowly turns toward her.
I'm fine, thank you. What I want to know is where do you guys plan on going?
JD. Sienna and I chastise him at the same time, but he's not interested in listening.
I'm not letting you leave this house until I know where he's taking you,
he grumbles, making a point of crossing his arms over his puffed-up chest.
Well, it was supposed to be a surprise.
Mason gives me a quick glance before turning his attention to JD.
We'll go to Bryant Park. It should be less crowded than Central.
My heart does a little flip, but I push it back, instead frowning at JD. "Now you know, will you chill?"
Not even close.
He grins extra wide, showing off his pearly whites. It seems like he's enjoying embarrassing the hell out of me. "JD," I huff, so ready to be done with this. But JD is far from being done. His attention shifts to Mason once more.
You better take good care of her, and you have to bring her home by midnight.
But, before I can continue with my protest, Mason nods his head.
Midnight. Got it.
Anything else? I stare JD down, hoping he gets that there better not be anything else.
Go and grab your coat, Gracie. I'll drive you guys there.
I want to protest, and he knows it because before I get a chance, he says,
"Don't fight me on this. I'll drive you and I'll come and pick you up at the entrance to the park at midnight. Take it or leave it."
I look at Sienna, but she just shrugs helplessly. We both know when JD sets his mind on something, there is little we can do to change it. I turn back to my brother. At least he hasn't insisted on being our chaperone, so there's that. Fine. Chapter 3. Grace. "I'm so sorry about JD. He isn't usually that bossy," I say, as soon as we get to the park. There are quite a few people mingling around, but it's definitely not as crowded as Central Park is this time of the year. Or any time of the year for that matter.
It's all good.
Mason shrugs.
He loves you. It's normal that he worries about you. I'd be more disappointed if he didn't say anything.
There is almost a wistfulness to his tone that makes me look at him. "Do you have siblings?" I ask curiously. Apart from what I saw and heard them talk about on the court while playing, I don't know all that much about Mason.
Nah, it's just me and my dad.
Oh, I want to ask more, but can see a closed-off expression fall over his face, his whole body stiffening. I know that look all too well, so I shove back my curiosity, deciding to change the subject to something neutral. "Did you always like to play basketball?" He blinks, and the grim look is gone from his eyes. It helps ease a bit of worry from my heart. I'm not used to seeing moody Mason. Every time I saw him on the court playing with the guys, he had a huge smile on his face. "What's your story, Mason?" The community center brings comfort and happiness to all of us, to the point that it's hard to remember that it's also a safe place, a place we run to in order to escape the ugliness of our daily lives, the ugliness of our homes.
Yes.
A dimple shies its way out.
From the moment I could hold a ball.
I don't know much about basketball, I admit honestly, but you look like you're really good.
You're more of a football girl, huh?
He looks at me, a kind smile on his face. That obvious, huh? I chuckle, pushing hair behind my ear.
I think everybody living in the state of New York has at least heard of J.D. Shelton.
That has my steps faltering as insecurity creeps in. Is that why you asked me out? Because you wanted to meet my brother?
What? Fuck no.
He stops and looks at me.
Wait, do you seriously think that?
I stop too because he doesn't seem like he'll move anytime soon. I look at him, like really look at him. Do I think that? On some subconscious level? I've met my fair share of fame chasers since it's become known that I'm related to JD. But Mason doesn't look like one of them. No, I say slowly. I don't think so.
Good.
Mason relaxes a little.
Because I didn't even know your last name until the moment he opened that door and scowled at me. Even if I wanted to act like a teenage girl meeting her favorite boy band, that was hardly the time.
I shove him away slightly and roll my eyes as I continue walking. What is wrong with teenage girls meeting boy bands?
They get loud and obnoxious.
You guys are just jealous.
Of some skinny dudes who shake their asses on the stage and sing of undying love?
He scoffs skeptically.
Sure.
So you won't try to win my affections by singing? I ask, laughing at the mere idea of it.
Hell no. I can show you how to throw a mean three-pointer, dribble the ball like a pro, and, if you're good, I might even throw in some tricks, too.
He winks at me, and I can feel butterflies erupt in my stomach. Mason LeBlanc has just winked at me. I look away, my cheeks turning pink. I'll have to take you up on that. Maybe the next time I see you playing?
You mean the next time you spy on me playing?
What? My head snaps up, my cheeks beat red. I wasn't spying on you. But he doesn't seem offended by the thought. On the contrary, he seems almost pleased.
What do you call all those times you were at the gym watching us play, then?
I was just waiting for somebody to pick me up, I protest, mortified. Does he really think I was spying on him? Did I really look that desperate? Were they talking about me behind my back?
Yeah. The guys were giving me shit every time you'd leave, about the little redhead who comes in to spy on me.
Oh my God, I moan, burying my head in my gloved hands. I think I'm going to be sick. Is throwing up a better option than running away? It's not like that, I mutter, but the words are muffled by my hands, and they sound more like, is not like that. Mason pulls my hands away from my face, a teasing smile on his lips.
No need to get all flustered like that, Legs. They're just a bunch of jealous assholes.
They're your friends, I point out unnecessarily.
Doesn't make them less of jealous assholes. Did you know that they keep staring at your legs?
What? I didn't think my blush could grow deeper, but I'm sure it just did.
You're always wearing those leggings, and guys notice shit like that. I know from the fact that some of them pass by the ballet classroom just so they can take a peek when you girls are doing your stretching stuff.
That's gross. Don't tell me you're doing that, too. Mason looks away guiltily. You're awful. And then I'm the one spying on you? Are you serious right now? His brown eyes sparkle with mischief when they meet mine.
Well, I never said I didn't spy right back, now did I?
No. I suck in a breath, just now realizing how close we are to each other. His jacket brushing against mine, the tips of our toes touching. You didn't. We stand like that, just looking at each other. I can feel his warm breath touch my chilly cheeks, the brush of it against my skin making me shiver. Then, just as quickly as it started, the moment is gone. Mason pulls back, starts rubbing the back of his head, only to realize he's still wearing the beanie, so he lets his hand fall by his side.
You want to skate?
He asks finally, breaking the silence. Sure. My answer comes out shaky, but he either doesn't notice it or doesn't want to comment. It doesn't take us long to rent skates and change, and in no time we're out on the ice. The holiday music is playing, bright lights illuminating the dark sky and ice, creating a postcard-worthy picture. I look over my shoulder, expecting to find Mason struggling behind me, but he's as graceful on the ice as he is when he's out on the court. Basketball and ice skating? I lift my brows.
Don't expect any fancy moves, but I can keep my balance okay.
Well, damn, and here I expected to see you twirling around like a pro.
Are you teasing me, Legs?
There is mischief shining in his eyes. I don't get to finish because somebody shoves me away, making me lose my balance and stumble forward. My eyes fall shut as I try to struggle against gravity, although I know it's a losing battle. I'm prepared to fall, but I never reach the ground. My head jerks up, only to find Mason standing next to me, his hands preventing me from face planting. He helps steady me, But even then he doesn't let go of my hand. The gloves are covering both of our hands, a firm barrier from feeling his skin against mine, yet I can still feel the warmth of his hand enveloping mine. Mason tisks.
If you wanted me to hold your hand, all you had to do was ask.
My mouth opens in surprise, but no words come out.
Come on.
Mason tugs at my hand, and we're skating once again. For a while, it's the only thing we do, skate in silence. Snow slowly starts to fall from the sky, giving the night even more of a magical feel. Mason is the first to break the silence, asking about ballet, which leads to a conversation about my family. He keeps asking questions, so I tell him about how I started going to the center and why I decided to keep coming even after JD and Sienna came into my life. It's another half an hour before they tell us that our time is up and we have to get out.
How about some hot chocolate?
He asks as we unlace our skates. I'm always down for hot chocolate. After returning the skates, we join the line in front of the stand that sells hot beverages. Although I'm dressed warmly, the cool night air is sneaking under all the layers. Hot chocolate should help, since I'm not ready to call it a night just yet. Thankfully, the line moves relatively fast, so it's our turn in no time.
2 large hot chocolates,
Mason says and looks at me. 1 with extra marshmallows, please, I supply. He rolls his eyes.
1 with extra marshmallows, 1 regular.
You're so boring. Who drinks regular hot chocolate?
A lot of people.
A lot of boring people. I offer to pay, but Mason gives me a glare that rivals JD's, so I shut up and let him pay. Let's keep walking to stay warm, I suggest, as we pick up our steaming cups. I bring the extra-large cup closer to my face to warm my cheeks.
Are you cold?
There is worry in Mason's voice as he takes me in. I'm fine, I reassure him, but I think it'll be better if we keep on walking. We talk about his spying friends and basketball as we walk through the park. He tells me about a basketball camp he's hoping to get into over the summer, and my heart aches at the idea of not seeing him for weeks, although a bigger part is happy for him. Mason is so talented, it would be a shame if more people didn't see him play. Let's take a picture, I say, when I see one of those cartoon standees with holes instead of faces. It's silly, but he doesn't protest. Instead, he lets me drag him there, each of us taking one snowman. He takes my phone and directs it at us, snapping a few photos before we move, letting a family take their turn. Next on the path is an elf village. We stroll through, and Mason doesn't give me shit when I stop to check something out on one of the stands. These look pretty. I point at some leather bracelets, each one having a different charm interlaced with the leather strings. Oh, look, they have ballet slippers and a basketball. Without thinking, I snatch the 2 and hand them to the saleswoman. Can I get these? She smiles warmly at me. Sure thing, hon. She takes them and puts them each in a little bag. Before I can even get my wallet out, Mason's hand shoots from over my shoulder, handing the woman a bill. I turn around and find him standing right behind me. You didn't have to do that.
I wanted to,
he says and shrugs. And if I didn't know better, I'd think he's embarrassed about it. I stare at him until the woman gets back, giving us the bags and change. Moving out of the crowd, I stop and open the bag, letting the leather band slip onto my palm. Give me your hand. Mason obeys. I tug down his glove and push up the sleeve of his jacket so I can put the bracelet on. My fingers skim over his soft, warm skin.
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
He asks, chuckling once I tie the bracelet on his wrist. Nope, that's the right one. I offer him the other one, the one with the basketball, extending my hand toward him. Can you put this on? Mason holds my gaze for the longest moment. Then he takes the bracelet and slides it onto my arm. His fingers graze over the skin of my inner wrist. Tingles of electricity race up my arm, spreading the warmth through my whole body. Just from the feeling of his fingertips on my wrist. My phone beeps, signaling it's almost midnight. JD will be here soon to pick me up. I'm not ready. I don't want this night to end. I don't want to say goodbye to Mason. Not yet. Mason, I ask, looking up at him, suddenly feeling shy.
Yeah.
His voice is low and rough, his hand still holding mine. I'm not ready for this to be over. We're standing under the mistletoe, I point out. My tongue slides out, wetting my suddenly dry lips. He looks up, and then back at me.
It seems so.
His eyes bore into mine, and it feels like I can't breathe from the intensity hiding in them. He's taking in my face, like he's trying to memorize every inch of it. My heart is back to beating overtime, the butterflies in my stomach racing out of control. Mason leans closer, his free hand brushing the hair out of my face.
"Have you ever been kissed?"
he whispers, his hot breath brushing against my ear. I swallow down the lump in my throat and shake my head no. His eyes widen in surprise, but it's soon replaced by a satisfactory gleam.
"I'll be gentle,"
he promises. Mason closes the distance between us slowly, almost teasingly. His lips brush against mine, the touch so tender it's barely noticeable. His palm cups my cheek, and I lean more into his touch as I return each brush of his mouth with one of my own. It's soft and tender, just like a first kiss should be, and I can't get enough of it, enough of him. Warmth spreads through my body with every swipe of his mouth over mine. I place my palms on his chest, seeking out some sort of balance. Strong, steady, reliable. That is everything that is Mason and more. He's the first to break the kiss and pull back, way too soon for my liking. Not yet, I try to protest, but he only chuckles. His thumb swipes over my lower lip, making me shiver.
"I don't want to bring down the wrath of your brother upon myself, since I do value my life. And I kind of hope he'll let me do this again."
I place my forehead against his chest and sigh. What can I say to that? Fine, I agree reluctantly, pulling back.
"Let's get you back home."
Interlacing our fingers, Mason pulls me closer, and together we hurry toward the front of the park where JD said he'd be waiting. The black SUV is parked there, and all hope that maybe we'd be able to sneak in another kiss disappears. "You need us to drop you somewhere?" I ask, looking at Mason. He shakes his head.
"I'm in the other direction, so I'll take the subway."
I frown, not liking the sound of it. "It's not a problem. JD won't mind." Once again, he cups my cheeks, his fingers brushing against my skin.
"I'll be fine, Legs. Let's get you to your brother."
I want to protest, but I know it'll be futile. Mason interlaces our fingers again and takes me all the way to the car, waiting until I'm seated inside.
"Want us to drop you somewhere?"
JD offers, like I knew he would. But Mason shakes his head, just like he did when I asked him.
"No, thank you. I'll catch the subway. It's faster that way."
Then he turns to me.
"I had fun."
The words are quiet, but there is no way JD can't hear them. Not that I care. Much, anyway. "I had fun, too."
"See you at the center next week?"
he asks, hopefully. "You know it. You still have to show me how to throw a three-pointer." Mason grazes at his lower lip, slightly pulling back.
"It's a deal. Later, Legs."
"Night." He nods to JD, and then he's gone. The door closes as he pulls back, and we watch him walk toward the station.
"So, you two had fun, huh?"
JD asks, finally putting the car into drive a moment later. "Yeah." I trace my lower lip with the tip of my finger, still able to feel Mason's lips over mine as he kissed me for the very first time. "Yeah, I did." Chapter 4. Grace. I'm bouncing on the balls of my feet all through my dance class the following week. I'm so full of energy that even my fellow classmates notice. "What has you all chipper today?" one of them asks, but I only shrug her off. I'm not ready to talk about Mason with anybody. Okay, anybody that isn't Yasmin or Sienna. There's no way those two would let me keep quiet. I spent the whole weekend thinking about our date, the way he teased me, the way he held my hand in his, the way he cupped my face, the feel of his lips on mine. God, that kiss. I still dream of it. A smile has been permanently plastered on my face since Saturday, and there is no wiping it off. And today I get to see him again. A part of me expected him to text me or call me, but he didn't. I might have been slightly disappointed, but I tried to reason with myself that he was probably busy, and we'd see each other soon. The class drags. I love dancing, but today, I just don't have it in me. Still, I power through, trying to focus as best as possible on the task at hand, but as soon as the class is over, I grab my things and hurry out into the hallway. I'm so fast that I meet Yasmin halfway to the gym instead of having her wait on me as usual. "Somebody is in a good mood," she comments, falling in step behind me. We going to spy on the boys again? One particular boy, I say, nibbling at my lip, but not even that prevents the smile from forming. Yasmin groans. Girl, you're smitten. Am not. I shove her away playfully. I totally am, and we both know it. So what happened? Where did you go? I see the entrance to the gym, so I hurry up, throwing a quick "later" over my shoulder. Yasmin laughs after me, but I'm already pushing the door open, my eyes scanning the court for the familiar tall frame and messy hair. Once, twice. A frown appears between my brows as I take in the room for the third time. He said he'd be here. He's not here, Yasmin says from behind me. And she's right. Mason isn't here. Happiness that was blooming for days inside my chest slowly dies down as doubt creeps in. Maybe something came up and he'll come another day, Yasmin offers, giving my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Yeah, maybe. But he never does. For weeks afterwards, I go to the center, my eyes scanning the place for a glimpse of him. But he never comes. I try calling and texting, but my calls go straight to voicemail. Are you okay? Sienna asks as she crawls onto the bed behind me one night after everybody has already gone to bed. I don't understand, I whisper back, my voice hollow as I look at my wrist, the bracelet he gave me still clasped tightly around it. I don't understand it either, she whispers, softly smoothing my hair. We had fun. He kissed me. He said we'd see each other. Tears fill my eyes as my lip wobbles. So what changed in those few days? Where is he? I could understand him not wanting to talk to me, but he'd come back to the community center, wouldn't he? Tears start spilling down my cheeks. I don't know, baby. Sienna tightens her hold on me, letting me cry it out. I don't know. But I do. Deep in my gut, I know. Something must have happened. Something bad. Mason was happy that night. We were happy. He said he'd see me, show me how to throw a three-pointer. He wouldn't go back on that. Where are you, Mason? The answer never comes, so instead I cry myself to sleep, hoping that maybe tomorrow I'll get my answer. Kiss to Remember. Chapter 1. Grace. Freshman year of college. Are you sure you want to do this? Jade's question is followed by the loud snipping of scissors. I roll my eyes at my best friend's attempt to make me reconsider my decision. It's pointless. I've made up my mind, and I'm planning to stick to it. For the 100th time, yes, I'm sure. My tone must be snappier than intended because Jade lifts her hands in the air defensively. I'm just making sure. I'm sure. I've been thinking about cutting my hair for a while now. I've always loved my long auburn hair, although it's a constant reminder of my mother. You'd think I'd want to get rid of it because of all the bad memories associated with Cassie, but I never had. It was a reminder where I've come from and what I've been through, so I let it grow. I owned it, this part of me. But since coming to college a couple of months ago, I decided I needed a change. And the more I thought about it, I just knew I had to go through with it. Coming to Blairwood was just the first step in letting go of my past. It's up to me to make the real change. It's up to me to actually start living. I know that. I've known that for a while now. But knowing it and actually doing something about it are two completely different things. It's time to move on. It's been for a while, but I just wasn't ready yet. Oh, I know you're sure about cutting your hair. God knows you've been talking about it for what feels like forever. What I'm asking is, are you sure you want me to do this? Are you sure about that? Yes, I'm sure. I rub at my temples. Seriously, she's giving me a headache. If Jade doesn't hurry up, I might just be tempted to grab the scissors from her hands and do the damn deed myself. The results be damned. Shouldn't we go to a salon or something? You know, a place where people know what the fuck they're doing. We get mani-pedis, you get a haircut by a professional, and everybody leaves the place happy and even prettier than when we walked in. I glare at her. No, I want this done. And I want it now. My stomach clenches tightly with nerves. I don't think I'll have the guts to do it if I keep putting it off any longer. It's time. Besides, I showed you that Brad Mondo's video on Facebook, all the do's and don'ts. I'm confident you won't make me look like a monster. At least until I have enough time to go to a salon to have somebody fix it. That, Jade points at me with the scissors, that is exactly why we should go to the salon. Then you won't need any fixing. And risk them not being able to cut my hair now? I think not. Chop away, Jade, or I'm going to do it. Jade sighs exaggeratedly. If you say so. For all her dramatics, I'm really lucky to have met her through a mutual friend. Yasmin, her brother's girlfriend, and I go way back. When Jade and Nixon joined Yasmin in New York for the summer, the two of us hit it off almost instantly. And when I found out Jade's also going to Blairwood, it was like destiny brought us together. She was a friend I didn't even realize I needed until she came into my life, and I think the feeling is mutual. We've been so lost, Jade and I, at the beginning of the summer. I was still looking for Mason on every corner, in every place, and Jade had just lost her mother to cancer. We were two young women in a city of millions, just trying to hold on to something and survive. But in doing that, we found each other. We both knew loss, albeit different, and while people around us expected us to move on, when we were together, it was okay to be us. Broken and bruised hearts included. With each other, we could just be ourselves, and it was okay. It was okay to hurt, okay to hide, okay to cry. Why are you so determined to do this again? Jade asks, as she kneels next to my chair so she has better leverage. I've already straightened my hair and sectioned it into smaller pieces, tying them with hair ties where we want to cut, as we saw on all the videos online. You know why. I give her a pointed look. It's time. It's been over a month since we got here, and while I keep telling everybody I'm okay and that things are great, I still constantly look over my shoulder in hopes of finding him. Mason. I bite the inside of my cheek, my heart squeezing tightly in response. Even just saying his name in my mind hurts. Will that pain ever go away? I shake my head, pushing those thoughts away. But he's not here. He'll never be here again. It's time to stop. I say this last part more for my benefit than for Jade's. It's time to put a stop to it, and I have to be the one to do it. Nobody else can do it for me. It took me a while to realize it. My family kept telling me that. My brother J.D. and his wife Sienna, who have raised me since I was 12, have been so worried about me these last few years. They tried to help me in any way they could, both to find Mason, and once it was apparent that he was gone, to try and heal. But they couldn't do it. And that revelation's been killing them slowly, too. I could see the weariness in their gazes every time they glanced at me. It's like they've been waiting for me to break. But the thing is, I've already been broken. I broke the day Mason disappeared, and months later, when I finally accepted he wasn't coming back, I broke all over again. My heart, completely, irrevocably, shattered to pieces. It seemed dramatic to some people. How could she be so heartbroken? She's just a kid. What they didn't understand was that it didn't matter. I loved Mason LeBlanc with all of my young 16-year-old heart. Would we eventually break up? Maybe. But I never got a chance to find out because he disappeared, vanished into thin air. It wasn't just the not knowing that was eating at me. It was that I never got closure. I might have known Yasmin longer, but she couldn't understand this part of me. And Jade, she was my kindred spirit. She understands the darkness that swallows you up and eats you from the inside when you lose a person you love. As if she can read my mind, she lifts her head. Our gazes lock, and understanding flashes in her blue-gray irises. Jade has been doing so much better lately. The first time we met, she was quiet and sad. So sad. That was what drove me to her. I understood her heartache, her pain. That's what brought us together. Just two broken girls trying to find our lifeline. It turns out we're that lifeline for each other. Jade pushed me to be a bit more reckless, and in doing so, she awoke the spunky girl inside her and brought her out. Still, I see the darkness lurking around her. She's putting on a good front, but she's still hurting over the death of her mother, and I'm not sure if it'll ever go completely away. Atta girl. Okay, let's do this then. I blink, focusing on the present. This is it. My heart somersaults, excitement and nerves getting to me. My breaths are shallow, the palms of my hands sweaty. I brush them against the sides of my legs. No going back now. Jade brings the scissors to one section of hair, just above the hair tie. Chop it, I say without blinking. So she does. The whole thing doesn't last 10 minutes, if that. Section by section is chopped and falls in my lap, and I make sure to secure them with a couple more ties each. Once she's done, Jade puts the scissors on the desk, tips her head to the side, and observes me carefully, not saying a word. I lift my hand and let my shaky fingers slide through my shoulder-length strands. So? I ask when the silence gets to me. If my head looks like a mess, I think I might throw up. Yes, I'm vain like that. Jade hums non-committedly, still staring at me. How do you feel about bangs? Jade. What? I think it'll look cute. Bangs are messy, and if it looks awful, I'll want to strangle you. Then I'll feel like shit because I killed my best friend. Jade grins and picks up the scissors once again. You should have thought about that before letting me do this. Fine, I sigh. It's your deathbed. Additional 15 minutes, and I have hair teasing my brows. I've never had bangs before, so it's a weird feeling, and I still don't have an idea of what I look like because Jade insisted on curling my hair before letting me go to the bathroom to see the final look. Close your eyes. I lift my brow at her. Seriously? Jade pinches my arm. Yeah, seriously. Close your eyes. I can't look that bad if she's smiling, right? So I do as she asks, closing my eyes as she helps me to my feet. Jade obviously doesn't trust I'll keep my end of the bargain because she steps behind me and places her hands over mine as she leads me to our little ensuite bathroom. You ready? She asks when we come to a stop. As I'll ever be, I say, taking in a deep breath. Okay, here goes nothing. She pulls my hands along with hers, and I open my eyes. The breath I've been holding comes out in a soft whoosh when I see my reflection. Jade was right. The curls look way better with the shoulder-length style I have going on. They make me look softer, more approachable. I reach up, running my fingers through the short strands. It's totally unfair how amazing this looks on you. Jade shakes her head. Think I should change my profession? I look up at her. Don't you dare. While I'm interested in marketing and public relations, Jade is an artist. I've seen some of the photos she's done in the past, and they're stunning. And while, yes, she's pretty good with scissors, too, I have to give it to her. She was born to capture moments with her camera. It looks amazing, Jay. Even the bangs. Jade grins wider. I know. I'm awesome. I jab her in the side. Don't let it go to your head. Ray's going to shit herself when she sees you. Ray is our new roommate, and while she's a student at Blairwood, she's also a professional figure skater. And this weekend, she's out of town for one of her competitions. We might have met only a few weeks ago when she moved into the dorm with us, but we just clicked, turning our duo into a trio with no effort. You think? I know. I can't wait to see her face. Jade nods toward the strands of hair that we left on the coffee table in the common area. What are we going to do with these? Wigs for kids. Tears gather in my best friend's eyes, but she blinks them away. Still, I wrap my arms around her, pulling her in for a hug. That's great, Grace. They'll love it. Her voice is tight, words muffled. I'm not sure if it's because of the tears or because her head is burrowed into my neck. I think so, too. I pat her back. Come on, let's pack the hair so we can drop it at the post office. And then we can grab coffee. Yaz will freak out when she sees you. Jade laughs, wiping at the corners of her eyes. I try to imagine our friend's reaction to my change. I'm so not good with changes, and Yasmin knows it. Yup, she will totally freak out. Yasmin's head snaps up at the soft chime of the bell as we enter Cup It Up, the local cafe and bakery in which she works part-time. She's carrying empty trays back into the kitchen, and she barely gives me a courtesy glance before shifting her attention to the kitchen door. I'll be right. The rest of the sentence dies on Yasmin's lips as she turns back toward me and really looks at me. Holy shit, she whisper yells, her eyes widening in surprise. The coffee shop is almost empty, but Yasmin is nothing if not 100% dedicated and professional. All that's out of the window now. What did you do? That bad? Self-consciously, I run my fingers through my hair. I've been doing it every few minutes like I still haven't fully grasped what I've done. No matter the fact that the short strands keep tickling my chin every time I move. No, it looks amazing, really, but... Yasmin stares a bit more and finally shakes her head.
It's just strange to see you with such short hair, that's all.
I did it. Of course it's amazing, Jade says, coming from behind me. It was her brilliant idea that I entered first to see if Yasmin would recognize me or not. I guess she was on to something, and now I owe her coffee. You'd think your best friend since forever would be able to recognize you immediately, no matter what kind of hair you have. I guess not. We move closer, taking the 2 open stools by the counter.
You did what?
I cut her hair. Duh.
You cut her hair?
Yasmin's mouth hangs open, and I'm not sure if she's surprised or terrified by the prospect. Maybe a little bit of both. Jade slaps her on the shoulder. Don't look so surprised. But Yasmin ignores her, instead turning her attention to me.
And you let her?
It was my idea, actually, I confess.
She watched some hairdresser expert dude on Facebook and got this idea in her head that she should cut her hair and do it right in the middle of our dorm.
Yasmin shakes her head once again, clearly dumbfounded.
I think I need a minute to process this.
She looks down at her full hands.
And put these down. I'll be right back.
Trays in hands, Yas nudges the door to the kitchen with her hip and slides inside. I turn to Jade. That went well?
Oh, she likes it. She just needs to wrap her head around this new sexy Grace.
I scoff. New sexy Grace? I don't think anybody has ever called me sexy. Sweet, cute, pretty? Check, check, check. Sexy, though? Yeah, I don't think so. Before she can answer, Yasmin pops back from the kitchen, her eyes going straight to me.
So what brought this unexpected need for change?
She asks, as she gets on preparing our coffees. She knows me so damn well. We've been friends for years, and I should have known she'd know something's going on. After all, a girl doesn't go from her practical every 2 to 3 months just chop my split ends routine to chopping off 2/3 of her hair overnight. Now does she?
Oh, it's...
Jade starts, but I kick her in the shin under the table and give her a warning look. I just needed some change. That's all. Yasmin looks at me over her shoulder suspiciously.
You don't like change.
I guess it's coming to Blairwood. I'm not lying, not really. Coming to Blairwood puts some things in perspective. A lot of things. Being here made me realize it's a fresh start. A second chance. Yasmin picks up the drinks and puts them on the counter in front of us. And I look at her. I want it, Yas. I really want this second chance. My friend's dark eyes soften around the corners at my words. I can see the understanding on her face, which only makes the vice grip around my chest tighten. Yasmin was the one who was with me when I fell in love with Mason. She was there when he disappeared on me without a word. She's been the one who helped me search for him, even when everybody else had told me it was useless, and I should let it go. Let him go. But I couldn't. For 2 years, I held on to his memory. It was time to let it go. Her hand covers mine on the counter, giving it a soft squeeze.
And you deserve it. You deserve to find happiness, Grace.
Thanks, Yas. I'm not sure about the happiness, but I'll take anything over this constant heartache I've been feeling for the last few years. This empty void in my chest, in my heart, has only grown with time. People kept telling me that time would help heal all wounds, but mine has only grown bigger over time, more painful.
Anyway,
Jade drawls slowly, breaking the tension in the air. You can always rely on her to jump in when you need it the most. Can we skip the sappy stuff and concentrate on how stunning those bangs look? I honestly didn't think I had it in me. Yasmin rolls her eyes.
Maybe you should have filmed it and posted it online. See if that, what did you call him again, hairdresser expert, sees it and maybe takes you under his wing.
Jade pokes her tongue out at her. I hate you so much sometimes. Yasmin rolls her eyes.
Like that could ever happen.
She's right, though. It was weird, this dynamic the 3 of us have. Yasmin is the one who introduced us to each other, a big sister neither of us had. Unconsciously, she gave us exactly what we needed, when we needed it the most. We chat for a little while as we sip our coffees. Cup It Up has the best brew in all of Blairwood, and having a friend who works behind the counter doesn't make me biased. Some 20 minutes later, the doorbell chimes again, and in walks Nixon. His hair is light brown, streaked with gold from spending a lot of time out in the sun, the complete contrast to Jade's long, dark brown locks. It's messy, ends curling in all different angles. What's the same is the smile and intense blue-gray eyes both Cole siblings share.
I didn't realize this has become a meeting point.
He comes to the counter and leans over it to plant a kiss right on Yasmin's mouth. It's almost disgusting how lovey-dovey you two are, I say, shaking my head at the two of them. It's strange to see Yasmin, who isn't one to show her affections, be so openly in love. Or maybe that's just jealousy speaking. Because no matter how happy I am that my friend has fallen in love with an amazing guy that makes her smile like that, a part of me wants it too. Badly. Yasmin's eyes narrow as she looks at me over Nixon's shoulder. Who even says lovey-dovey anymore? This girl right here. There's no almost, Jade says, her nose furrowing. They're disgusting. Nixon wraps his arm around Jade's neck and pulls her closer.
What did you say?
You heard me. She pokes him in the ribs, trying to get out of his grasp.
Not nearly enough.
Don't be a bully, Nix.
Oh, now I'm a bully too?
Yasmin and I exchange a look over the counter. Sometimes I'm so happy that I'm an only child. Girl, same. Although technically I'm not an only child, the age difference between my brother and me is so big, he could be my father. And while I love his kids like they're my brothers, there's again that age difference. Besides, I've grown alone for the first 12 years of my life. So JD and I don't have the kind of relationship Nixon and Jade share. Jade finally manages to shove Nixon off. She smooths her ruffled hair, still glaring at her brother. Shouldn't you be in class or gym or something?
I could ask you the same question, Smalls.
Jade narrows her eyes at him. I knew I shouldn't have picked the same college as you.
Well, now you're here and there's no going back.
Jade huffs and grabs her cup off the counter. Let's go, Grace, before I get tempted to strangle my brother. Laughing, I get up. I guess it's time to go. See you later, lovebirds. We get a distracted goodbye since both of them are already lost in their own little bubble. Seriously, if I didn't love them so much, I'd be tempted to strangle them. I take a peek over my shoulder just to catch Nixon brushing a runaway strand behind Yasmin's ear. It's good to see them happy, though. The corner of Jade's mouth lifts, but there is sadness in her expression, too. Yeah, they've been through a lot. I put my hand around her shoulder, pulling her in a hug. She's been through a lot, too, not just Nixon and Yasmin. Not that she'd admit it out loud. What do you think? Cafeteria or takeout? Takeout. Sounds like a plan. We take the route back to our dorm when Jade suddenly stops. Oh, shit. I turn around. What? I forgot my tote and cup it up. Give me a sec, she says, already rushing back inside. Okay. I watch after her and shake my head at her retreating back. I start to turn around, but I crash into somebody. I reach for the person, trying to steady myself. Oh, I'm so The air is kicked out of my lungs as I look up and come face to face with the last person I ever expected to see again. The person I truly believed I let go of in my past. I pull my shaky hand from him quickly, as if I've been burned, and press it against my thundering heart. Mason? Chapter 2. Grace. Mason. The name echoes in my mind like a bell. I shake my head and take a step back. My tongue slides over my dry lips. I open my mouth, but no words come out, only loud pants as I try to calm my erratic breathing and the intense pounding of my heart. The strong thumping makes it hard for me to wrap my mind around what's happening. Mason is here. Thump, thump. With that shaggy dark brown hair that's just a little too long. Thump, thump. And those eyes. I raise my hand to cover my mouth and swallow the sob that wants to come out. Those deep brown eyes that penetrate straight to your very core, with the thickest eyelashes I've seen on a boy, a man, really, staring right at me. Thump, thump, thump. I blink, thinking the person in front of me will disappear, but he stands right there. Mason. My Mason. The ringing in my head intensifies to the point it's painful. I cover my ears, hoping it'll go away. But it's no use. This can't be happening. It's not real. It can't be. He can't be here. My heart is hammering hard against my rib cage, so hard I'm surprised it hasn't burst out by now. This isn't real. I close my eyes, welcoming the darkness. I sway on my feet, my chest squeezing so tight it's hard to breathe. I try to suck in so much needed air but can't. My lungs are squeezing tightly, not letting the air in. I can't breathe. I bend forward, placing my hands on my knees to steady myself. Breathe, Grace. I squeeze my eyes tighter, trying to concentrate so I can fight off the panic. I haven't had a panic attack in... I shake my head. Just breathe. Don't think. Breathe. Somewhere through the haze in my mind, I hear a low voice speak.
Hey, are you okay?
A shadow falls over me. The smell of sandalwood and something deeper, darker, overwhelms all my senses, taking me back. A hand lands on my shoulder to steady me. The palm is big and warm, the pressure of it burning through the layers of my clothes. My voice stutters as I try to grasp what's going on. This shouldn't be happening. Not here. Not now. Not after I finally decided to move on. But it is. I blink my eyes open, and there he is, standing right in front of me, in flesh and blood. It so is. A frown between his brows deepens as Mason stares at me. It's him, all right. Older, but equally devastatingly handsome as he was when we were 16. The lines of his face are harder, more mature. There's a light stubble covering his cheeks, as if he didn't bother with shaving this morning. It's him. I cover his hand with mine, my fingers tightening around his and holding on for dear life as I try once again. Mason? That frown between his brows deepens at the name. His face is completely empty, as if... Trent, babe. A girl appears from behind Mason. Trent? And looks down at us. What is she talking about? The girl's eyes narrow at me as she takes me in. She presses her lips in a hard line and grabs Mason's hand, pulling him to his feet and creating distance between us. My hand slips down, slapping against my side as I watch them. I'm not sure if I should be thankful or angry. I'm still too stuck on the fact that Mason is here. But she called him Trent. A little voice yells at me. What's going on here? The girl asks. Her voice is soft, but I can hear the harsh undertone to her question. She's gorgeous, petite with long dark brown hair that's curled in perfect locks. Her makeup is impeccable, and she's wearing a beautiful dress that accentuates her sky blue eyes. Mason turns to the girl and wraps his arm around her, giving her hand a gentle caress. A shiver runs through my body as I watch him look at her. The way his long fingers glide over her skin is like a phantom's touch, calling to me from the past. There's a faint crack, as what little is left of my heart shatters at my feet.
We bumped into each other, and she had me confused with somebody else. That's all.
Mason's eyes turn to me, and the vice grip is back, squeezing tightly around my heart. It hurts so fucking much to look at him and see nothing reflected back. No recognition. Nothing at all.
Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry. I push a strand of my hair behind my ear, wishing like crazy that I didn't chop it all off so I could hide behind it. It was an accident.
That's fun.
Well, maybe next time you should watch where you're going. The brunette glares at me and tugs at his arm. Come, Trent. Let's get out of here. He can't go. I take a step forward but stop myself on time. My fingers twitch, wanting to grab him and never let go. Every cell in my body protests at the mere idea. He can't leave. Not now. Not just yet. Not when I just found him. He doesn't even know who you are, my brain reminds me, and apparently he's already taken. Trent, or whatever the hell his name is, looks over his shoulder, his gaze meeting mine for a split second, an apology written on his face. Apology and nothing else. One more tug from his girlfriend and he turns around, breaking our stare. But I can't look away. I'm not sure how long I stand here, just staring at their retreating backs, my whole body numb. Okay, I'm done. Grace? Are you okay? From the corner of my eye, I see Jade stop in front of me and look worriedly at me, but my gaze is still fixed on the street, although Mason has already disappeared from my eyesight. What's going on? He's here, I whisper, my gaze still fixed over her shoulder in the direction Mason and the girl, his girlfriend, disappeared into. Who's here? Jade puts her hand on my arm, shaking me slightly. Grace, you're scaring me. You look like you've seen a ghost or something. That's because I have, I rasp, a tear sliding down my cheek. In a way. What? My tongue peeks out, sliding over my dry lip. I force myself to look away and focus on Jade. Mason. The name comes out softly. So softly it's barely audible. Jade's eyes grow wide when the name registers in her mind. Mason's here. And he didn't even remember me.
Chapter 3. Trent. Mason. A stab of pain spreads through my skull as the image of the red-headed girl pops into my mind. Those big green eyes were staring up at me, a mix of despair and hope swirling inside their depths. Fear and sadness, too. I lift my hand and rub the side of my head where the pressure is slowly building. It reminds me a little of when I used to have migraines, but I haven't had those in a while. Trent? Huh. My head snaps up at the annoyed tone in Ashley's voice. What? My girlfriend's fingers tighten around my hand as we come to a stop in front of her dorm. She turns around to face me, a frown between her brows. You're not even listening to me. She lifts her arms in the air and lets them fall by her sides in her typical overly dramatic fashion. Seriously? She's right, though. I haven't been listening. I've been quiet all the way back, letting Ashley do all the talking, humming in what I thought were all the right places. Guess I was wrong. But I couldn't help myself. My mind's still on that girl. For whatever reason, I couldn't shake off that expression on her face. For a while, it seemed like she was having a panic attack or some shit, and it didn't sit well with me that we just left her there all by herself. I run my fingers through my hair. Sorry, I've been distracted. What were you saying? By what? Ashley asks suspiciously. I'm still thinking about that girl. I instantly know that's the wrong thing to say because her expression darkens as she props her hands on her hips. What the hell for? What do you mean? She didn't look okay and we just left her there. Once again, those light eyes pop into my mind. They looked big on her face, her skin completely drained of color. Mason. My brow furrows as the name rings in my mind, the pressure behind my temples growing, unstoppable like the tide. Who is Mason? And what did he do to get that reaction out of her? I rub my temples, hoping to relieve some of the pain. The last thing I need is a migraine right now. Ashley rolls her eyes. She was faking it. I can't believe you fell for it. Why would she? I snap, my voice rising. Besides, did you really have to be such a bitch to her, Ash? Ashley lifts her chin, her lips pressing in a tight line. You did not just call me that. Good. Two of us can be angry. There was no reason for you to treat her that way. Why are you defending her? Ashley yells. A few people give us curious glances as they pass by. Great, just what I needed. I rub my hand over my face. Taking in a deep breath to calm myself, I lower my voice before continuing. I'm not defending anybody. I'm just asking a question. There was no reason for you to snap at her like you did. She clearly had me confused with someone else. Not everybody has an agenda. Trent, Ashley grabs my hand, but I tug it out of her grasp. I have a practice to go to. I'll see you later. Turning on the balls of my feet, I stalk away. Ashley calls after me, but I don't bother turning back. We've been together since sophomore year of high school. Ashley's been there when everything else was fucked up in my world. She was my anchor when my world turned upside down. She was my first love, my first everything. But my God, some days I wonder, where did the girl I fell in love with disappear? I'm still fuming half an hour later when I get to the locker room. I murmur my greeting to the guys as I go to my locker and pull it open, my duffel bag sliding from my shoulder and falling on the floor by my side. What the hell crawled up your ass? Mateo asks, his brows rising. We've been best friends since we were kids, and most recently, since coming to college, roommates. He knows me better than sometimes I know myself. I pull my shirt over my head and toss it into the locker. Just had a fight with Ash. Trouble in paradise already? Might as well go ahead and say it. Mateo was the first to say I'm crazy for even entertaining the idea. But how was I supposed to say no when my girlfriend told me she wanted us to go to the same college together? It didn't matter which college or where, just that we were together. I tried telling her that maybe she should apply somewhere she wanted to go. I didn't want her to wake up one day and hate everything about her life because she gave it all up for me. I knew we could make long-distance work somehow, but she didn't want to hear it, saying it didn't matter to her as long as we were together. And since I was accepted to Blairwood and Mateo got offered a full ride on a basketball scholarship, it was a given. Mateo grins. I told you so. You don't have to be a smug dick about it. I narrow my eyes at him before pulling the jersey over my head. That girl is needy as fuck, bro. She's not that bad. Mateo rolls his eyes. She's like a serpent. Attacks when you least expect it and will eat you alive if you aren't wary enough. Now you're just a dick. To say my best friend and girlfriend never got along is an understatement of the century. They can't be in the same space without ripping into one another on a good day. Hey, I just say it as I see it. You do what you want with it. I open my mouth, but Coach blows the whistle, and all the talking dies down. If you ladies are done chatting, I want to see you out on the court in 10 seconds flat for warm-ups. Mateo slaps me on the shoulder. Forget about her. Let's go play ball. An image of wide green eyes flashes in front of my eyes, but I push it back. Yeah, sure. The practice is brutal, and by the end of it, I'm one sweaty mess. While Mateo got a basketball scholarship to attend Blairwood, the coach took a few other guys and me as walk-ons. I always liked the sport, but my parents didn't want me to play, especially not one so hands-on as basketball. Because of my migraines, they worried I might get hit in the head, or God knows what. Especially my mom. That woman's capable of coming up with a dozen exaggerated scenarios in a blink of an eye. But I've been feeling fine. Better than fine, really. So I signed up. It was on a probation basis only. The coach was pretty clear that the number of spots he has is limited, and there are no guarantees we'd make it on the final roster. Being a walk-on also meant I had to work twice as hard as everybody else to keep my spot by the beginning of the season. But I'm determined to make it and deal with the potential fallout later. I ran the drills coach put us through until I thought I'd puke, and then we scrimmaged. I slipped past Mateo's defense just in time to catch a pass from Quinn, our team captain and point guard, and shoot a three-pointer. The ball goes straight into the hoop just as the coach blows the whistle, signaling the end of practice. With the back of my hand, I wipe the sweat off my forehead. "You've been practicing without me, T?" Mateo pants. "Not too shabby, rookie," Quinn grins, extending his fist. "Thanks." I bump my hand against his before turning to my best friend. "We can't all have fancy scholarships to lean on." He shoves me. "Fuck off." I laugh as we go to the locker room. Coach lifts his gaze to me just as we pass by. "Good game, Remington." "Thanks, Coach." Coach nods and goes back to his clipboard and his conversation with one of the assistants. As soon as we're out of earshot, Mateo bursts into laughter. "Thanks, Coach," he mocks. I shove him away. "Shut up. You're such a sucker, T." "Not as good as your mom," I throw right back, which earns me an elbow in the gut. The locker room is buzzing with activity as everybody changes, getting ready to get out of here. A few older teammates congratulate me on a good game as I go to the bathroom. I quickly shower before throwing on my clothes. "Want to grab something to eat?" Mateo asks, pushing the door to the gym open. "I'm starving." "Sure." I look up and find a familiar figure sitting on the bench in front of the building. "Ash?" Ashley stands up, smoothing the skirt of her dress in the process. Her gaze quickly darts to Mateo, but she ignores him, fixing her attention on me. "Can we talk?" "And I'm out." Mateo slaps me on the shoulder. "I'll see you later, bro." I nod at him and wait until he's out of earshot. "What's up?" Ashley comes to me, wrapping her arms around my middle and laying her head on my chest. "I hate how we left things earlier," she murmurs. Sighing, I slide my hand at the small of her back. Me too. But you can't keep pulling shit like that, Ash. This wasn't her first jealous outburst. She'd always come and apologized afterward. I try to be understanding, but my patience is wearing thin. I could understand it if there was a reason for it, but I never, not once, looked at another girl that way. I know, and I'm sorry. Sorry isn't enough, Ash. Gently, I push her away so I can look down at her face. I never gave you any reason to doubt me, to doubt us. She nibbles at the inside of her cheek. Her gaze meets mine for only a second before she turns away, but not before I see tears glimmering in her eyes. Seeing her hurting is like a punch to my gut. I hate knowing that something I did made her cry. I know. Her fingers grip my shirt, twisting the fabric. It's me. I keep thinking. She sniffles and shakes her head. I cup her cheek, forcing her to look at me. What? We needed to talk about this. We needed to figure this shit out before it kills us slowly. I can't read her mind. I can't know if she doesn't outright tell me what's bothering her. But every time I brought this subject up in the past, Ashley would push it away. Ever since we came here, you've been so concentrated on classes and basketball, and it's like I've fallen behind. You haven't fallen behind. Things are just different here, and I've been trying to find my footing, trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. I know, but it feels like I'm going to lose you, Trent. I feel like you'll slip through my fingers and there's nothing I'll be able to do to make you stay. That won't happen. How can you be sure? I press my mouth against hers in a chaste kiss. Because you were there for me when I needed you the most. It's you and me, Ash. Don't you trust me on that? I want to. I really want to. Ashley shakes her head. I'm probably just overreacting. You know I'm not good with changes. It's going to be okay. She nods and slips her hands around my neck, pulling me down. You and me? You and me, I repeat. Ash kisses me deeply this time. The kiss is hard and needy, but her words still ring in my mind. Want to. Definitely not the same as doing something.
Chapter 4. Grace.
Hey.
Mason says, a smile spreading over his face. My heart starts beating faster at the sight of 2 matching dimples that pop in his cheeks. God, he's too handsome for his own good. We're standing toe-to-toe. He bounces on the balls of his feet and shoves his hands into the pockets of his pants. He's looking down at me, not an easy feat since I'm a tall girl, but next to him I feel small, almost delicate.
I'm
Mason, I finish before he can, feeling my cheeks heat in embarrassment. A frown appears between his brows, his eyes narrowing in confusion.
Who's Mason?
I startle awake, sucking in a long breath. I sit up and look around, disoriented. My hand covers my rapidly racing heart as I take in the cramped space of my dorm room. It's just a dream. Just a dream. Mason is gone. I run my hand over my face. It has been gone. The memories of yesterday come rushing back. Finally deciding to cut my hair, going to cup it up with Jade, stumbling into somebody outside of the cafe. An image of that guy flashes in my mind. Him and the girl he was with. Not just somebody. Mason. I let out a shaky breath, my hand trembling. It wasn't just a dream. He was older, the lines of his face harder, but it was him. I'm sure of it. Mason is here. My chest clenches tight, making it hard to breathe. The panic I've been fighting since the moment I saw him comes back all at once. Tears burn my already puffy eyes. I close them tightly, squeezing my fingers into fists so hard my nails dig into my palms. Why is this happening? I'm not sure how long I cried or when I fell to sleep. I barely remember coming to the dorm. Jade helped me. If it weren't for her, I'd probably crumble down on the spot, but since she'd been there, she led me home, holding me together just long enough. But once the door was closed behind us, I let go. I was sobbing uncontrollably. Ugly tears were streaming down my face while I struggled to breathe. My emotions are all over the place. They were always bigger than me. Sienna told me I felt too much, and maybe she was right. Like an avalanche, there was no stopping them once they were out. After all this time, why is he here just when I've decided to move on? His face flashes before my eyes, that confused frown between his brows. And those eyes. God, those eyes. Mason was everything to 16-year-old me. He was my first everything, my first crush, my first love, my first date, my first kiss. How does he not remember? I bite into my lower lip to prevent it from wobbling. I'm not going to cry. Not again. Forcing my eyes open, I look out the window. Early morning light peeking through the curtains makes my head ache. The need to turn around and pull the covers over my head is strong. I'm not going back. Before I can think too much about it, I push back the covers and get up from the bed. I knew I'd find you here. I tilt my head to the side but don't let go of the bar as I dip into third position. Most people would think it's crazy for me to continue practicing ballet. After all, I'm taking valuable studio time from someone who's studying dance, but I like the peace it brings me. The music, graceful movements, the repetitiveness, the structure, the poise. It's exactly what I need. Something familiar that will help ground me when all I want to do is fall apart. I'm fine, I say calmly, not even bothering to turn around. You didn't have to come. In the reflection in the mirror, I see Yasmin push off the doorway and come to stand in front of me. Like hell I didn't. There's a fire in her eyes that reminds me of a protective mama bear ready to fight for her cub, but also a bit of disappointment and hurt. Why didn't you call me? You know I'd have come. Jade shouldn't have said anything. She's worried about you. Said you closed yourself in your room after... The rest of the sentence hangs in the air. There's a loud bang as the door shuts behind me. My body crumples to the ground as sob after sob rips out of my lungs. Grace, please let me in. Jade bangs at the door behind me. Grace! Tears fall down my cheeks, leaving a mess behind them. I can feel their salty taste on my lips. Mason is here, at Blairwood. He's here. My whole body shakes, and I barely manage to wrap my arms around my legs. I pull them to my chest, burrowing my head into my knees, and then I scream. I grip the bar tighter. I'm fine. I just needed to regroup. That's definitely one way of putting it. I fell apart. It was like the rug was pulled from under my feet, and everything I thought I knew was wrong. For 2 years, I believed something had happened to Mason. That was the only explanation. He just disappeared. One day he was there, smiling, playing ball, and flirting. The next day, he was gone, never to be heard from again. And it wasn't just me he disappeared on. I talked to some of the guys he hung out with at the community center, and they told me the same. So at least I knew he didn't just disappear on me. Not that it made it any easier to deal with the whole situation. And now he's here. How did he get to Blairwood out of all places? And what the hell is a girl supposed to do about that? I was just ready to move on with my life. After 2 years. Talk about divine intervention. What the hell did I do in my past life to deserve all the shit that's happened in this one? So yeah, I think I deserved to close myself in a room for a night and cry my eyes out. Yasmin nervously bites the inside of her cheek before looking at me. Was it really him? Sighing, I give up on dancing and lean my hands against the bar instead. It was him, Yas. It was Mason. Goosebumps rise on my skin. Just saying his name out loud after all this time feels foreign on my tongue. Calling out to him yesterday was instinctual. I didn't think about it. He was there, and the word just left my mouth, but today it's different. I always hoped I'd see Mason again, but I guess after a while I stopped believing it would actually happen. How? Isn't that the million-dollar question? I wish I knew, I whisper softly, chewing on my lower lip to prevent it from wobbling. But as always, Yasmin knows me too well for my own good. She wraps her arms around me from behind and leans her chin on my shoulder. It's going to be okay. Tears blur my eyesight, and I blink them away. Is it? I croak out, my voice barely audible. Is it really? It all still feels like a daze, a dream, a hallucination. How? Just how did he appear after all this time? And why? Why here? Why now? Why when I was just ready to move on? I was just getting ready to move on, Yaz. I shrug out of her arms and move toward the window. Pressing my head against the glass, I look out at the sun shining brightly on the horizon. I thought I was ready to move past it, and that same day, he appears out of nowhere, blowing my life up once again. Did he at least say something? Mason's face flashes before my eyes. The worry as he looked at me, the confusion at my words, the reluctance as he was pulled away from me. It's all so vivid in my mind. The rich brown of his hair, the lines between his brows, the dark chocolate of his irises, and those damn golden speckles scattered around them. It's weird, up until this moment, I haven't even realized how his image became blurry in my mind. Like he was standing in the fog of my past. 2 years. It's been 2 years. He was different, and yet the same in so many ways it doesn't seem real. But it is. That's the thing. He doesn't... A knot forms in my throat. I force it down, taking a moment to steady my voice. He doesn't remember me. The blank look on his face when he saw me is etched into my mind. I dreamed about that look last night. Only it wasn't a dream, more like a nightmare. A frown appears on my best friend's face. What do you mean he doesn't remember you? Just what I said. I look down at my hands, my fingers wound so tight my knuckles are white. I force them to relax. You know when you think you see somebody so you automatically call out their name? I feel more than see Yasmin slowly nod her head. Yeah? Well, that's what happened. I saw him and I called out his name, but there was nothing. No recognition, not even a twitch. Just nothing. Like he never knew me at all. Do you think he faked it? I shake my head no. He'd have to be a really good actor to pull that off. To most of the people, what we had would hardly be worth mentioning. It was long glances across the court, and one date we had in the winter when we were 16. Just a moment in time. Still, you'd think there'd be something, anything. But it was like he never saw me in his life. Maybe I was just that forgettable. And the girl he was with? Just saying it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. I imagined 100 different scenarios of what would happen if, when I saw Mason again. But in none of them did I imagine he'd moved on. In none of them did he not remember me at all. Yasmin's brows shoot up. There was a girl? That's beside the point. Why does your heart ache so badly then, huh? The little voice inside my head asks, but I ignore it. She called him Trent. Trent? Yasmin frowns. There is a pause as she mulls over this information. Grace, are you sure? I know what I saw, Yaz. I snap. It's him. It's Mason. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw, who I saw. He might be older, but it's still him. The boy I fell in love with. I grab my wrist, my fingers trailing over the bracelet that I haven't taken off since the day he put it on. Or Mason has a twin brother we never knew about. Okay, I trust you. It's just all so weird. Tell me about it. Weird barely begins to cover it. What now? I shrug. Nothing. Yasmin frowns. What do you mean, nothing? I slip a strand of my hair behind my ear. Exactly as I said, nothing. But he's here, Yasmin points out, as if I need a reminder, like I could ever forget. Do you really want me to believe you're going to just let it go? After all these years? After all you've been through to find him? What can I do? He doesn't remember me. I can't just come up to him and tell him I've been madly in love with him since we were 16. He'll probably think I'm crazy. I know I feel like I'm crazy. And besides, he has a girlfriend. Definitely not something I want to think about. Hell, for all we know, he isn't Mason at all. Just somebody who looks like him. Oh, Grace. Yasmin sighs, hugging me once again. I wrap my arms around my friend and lean my head against her shoulder, letting her familiar scent surround me. It's going to be okay. But it's not. Nothing is ever going to be okay again. My world as I knew it had once again been destroyed, and I was left to pick up the pieces left scattered on the ground. Yasmin pulls back. How about something normal? Why don't you girls come over tomorrow for dinner? I'll be cooking at Nixon's. She nudges me playfully with her elbow. Enchiladas. I know they're your favorite. Although I don't feel it, I force a smile out. Sure. Sounds like a plan. Chapter 5. Grace.
Hey.
A hand lands on my shoulder. Startled, I look up at Marcus, who's watching me expectantly.
You going? She dismissed the class like 5 minutes ago.
Oh. Sure enough, when I scan the auditorium, I find it almost empty except for her. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the girl that was with Mason the other day sitting in my class today. What were the odds? But she was there, sitting in the middle row with a few equally gorgeous girls surrounding her, chatting and giggling. How did I not notice it sooner? Then again, how would I? The classes are big, and I'm not one to pay much attention to other people. Besides, seeing Mason messed with my head so badly, I could barely remember my own name. The brunette flips her hair over her shoulder, her eyes meeting mine. She starts to look away, but then does a double take. Her eyes narrow when the recognition sets in. I duck my head and start shoving my things in my backpack. Yeah, sure.
What's going on with you anyway?
I close the laptop as soon as it turns off and shove it into my bag. Nothing. Why do you ask? Marcus shrugs.
You seem awfully quiet, that's all.
Jade and I met Marcus during the orientation week, and as it turned out, we also have this one class together. Marcus is awfully charming and genuinely nice. We clicked instantly, but that didn't mean I was ready to share my secrets with him. Hell, I had yet to talk with my best friends about them. In the end, Jade, Ray, and I joined Yasmin at her boyfriend's house over the weekend. The little dinner turned into a group gathering, and we ended up spending the evening helping one of Yasmin's friends, Kate, plan her wedding to one of the guys on the football team. They've been high school sweethearts, and he just proposed to her over the summer. But even that couldn't take my mind off of what happened just days earlier. Take my mind off of him. Mason. Ever since our encounter, I've gone back to old habits, constantly looking over my shoulder, searching for him in the mass of people that I passed on campus, but I haven't seen him again. Only his girlfriend. I look up and let out a small sigh of relief when I don't see her in the auditorium. Thank God for small mercies.
Grace?
I have some things on my mind, that's all. I slide the strap of my bag over my shoulder, and together we walk out of the classroom. What are you up to now?
I'm meeting with some people from my anatomy class in one of the back rooms in the library.
What for?
A study group. Our professor loves to do these unexpected pop quizzes to recap all we've gone over, so we meet every time before class and quiz each other in case there's one.
Smart move. Keeps you on your toes and forces you to study continuously.
I'm not against it per se, just not when I stayed up until 4 a.m. since there was a party on our floor, and I can barely keep my eyes open as it is.
Oh, yeah? I push open the door, inhaling deeply as we head out in the sunny afternoon. Who threw it? His grin widens.
We did.
Thanks for the invite. I roll my eyes.
Hey, I should be the one offended. I texted you but never heard back. You could have at least told me you're busy or something.
Maybe I would have if I wasn't stuck in bed, mentally and physically exhausted from playing nice and keeping my shields up while I was with my friends, so I wouldn't worry them. Checking my phone was the least of my worries. I shake my head. Don't think about it. You know I forget my phone more often than not. That was true, at least. How about we grab a coffee before heading to the library? My treat. Marcus checks the time.
What the hell? Let's go.
Trent. My footsteps echo against the floor as I walk toward the main desk. An older woman with a gray bob and glasses perched on top of her nose sits behind it, shuffling through the stack of books. I move close to the table and ask quietly, "Hey, do you know where I can find books on Roman history?" She looks at me, more like glares, really, and points her bony finger at one of the rows behind me. "That row over there," she says in a barely audible voice, so quiet I have to stare at her mouth to try and decipher what she's saying. I turn around, scanning the rows of shelves, and sure enough, each one is labeled with a sign hanging in between the shelves. "Thank you." The librarian huffs at me and goes back to whatever she's doing. The room is quiet as I walk between the tables toward the history section. I look over the shelves, searching for the books I need. I'm just about to go in search of a desk to work for a while when a glimmer of red on my right catches my attention. Slowly, I turn around and scan the space, not even sure what I'm looking for until my eyes land on her, the redhead sitting by the window. A book and laptop are in front of her eyes skimming the page as her fingers work the keyboard. There's nothing unusual about her except goosebumps rise on my skin as the recognition sets in. It's the girl from the other day. The one from the coffee shop. The sunshine coming through the window makes her hair appear more vibrant, different shades of reds and browns playing in her curled strands. One lock falls on her face. She huffs, as if irritated, and slips it back in place, only for it to unsuccessfully cascade back down after a few moments. I move toward her as if pulled by an invisible force. I'm not sure what it is about her. Was it the way she reacted when she saw me, or just the way Ashley treated her, but I couldn't get her out of my mind. "Hey," I say softly, stopping by her table. Fuck, I don't even know her name. She looks up, her wide green eyes staring at me like a deer caught in headlights. They're dark, dark green, the color of emeralds, surrounded by thick, long lashes. I place my hands on the back of the chair. "Is this seat taken?" She stutters, clearly surprised to see me. Instead of finishing, she sinks her teeth into her lower lip and shakes her head no. So I pull out a chair and sit opposite her. She lowers her gaze to her book, her short hair falling down and shielding her face from the world. I narrow my eyes on her. The whole situation feels somehow familiar, which is strange, since I've never seen her until recently. My heart tightens, and a sharp pain pierces my temples. I shift in my seat, not knowing what to say. She seems skittish, like anything I say or do might send her running in the other direction, and I don't want that. What's her deal? Is she embarrassed for confusing me with somebody else? Worried she'll make Ash mad? Or just plainly shy? She was an enigma, and I didn't know what to think about it. What to think about her. I shouldn't be thinking about her at all, but I couldn't get her out of my mind since last Friday. I might have passed by the cafe a few more times in hopes of catching a glimpse of her so I could apologize, but I haven't seen her. "I'm sorry about the other day," I say, hoping it helps her relax. My fingers itch to move forward, to touch her hand, brush that strand of hair behind her ear. The hell if I know, just something. I don't get it. This need to talk to her and make her feel at ease, but there's no other way to explain it. "That's okay." Her voice is so soft I have to lean closer to hear her. My girlfriend can be too much sometimes. She's one of those people who reacts first and worries about consequences later, but I'm sorry if she upset you. That was putting it mildly. Ashley's used to getting her way, and in the last year or so she's become really jealous and possessive. What I never figured out is why. I never looked at other girls, never gave her a reason to doubt me. There was never another girl for me before her. We'd been friends before we started dating, and everything just fell in line naturally for us. But lately, her constant doubts were driving me crazy. I had hoped coming to Blairwood, new surroundings and people would help, but it's like she's become even more insecure. "It's fine." "No, it's not." She looks up, clearly surprised by my stern voice. She lets her lip pop. "No, it's not," she agrees. The corner of her mouth lifts a notch as I watch her, and it's like the air has been kicked out of my lungs. What is it about this girl? I mean, I'm not blind. She's pretty in that natural girl-next-door type. But it's not just that. It's the mix of sweetness and sorrow that's playing on her face. Like she's older than her years. Like she might have seen more than her fair share of ugliness in this world. And somehow she fought her way through it. "I'm Trent, by the way." I offer her my hand across the table. She watches it for a split second, as if she expects it to bite her, but finally places her hand in mine. It's small. Her fingers lean and delicate, but they grip mine with surprising firmness. An unexpected jolt goes through my hand at the press of her soft skin against mine. Her green eyes widen as if she too can feel this whatever it is that's going on between us. But almost as quickly as it appears, the surprise is gone and the sadness is back in her gaze. It's palpable, like a wall surrounding her. "Grace," she whispers. "Grace," I repeat, tasting the name on my lips. It suits her. Simple, yet elegant, just like the girl sitting in front of me. There's a quiet intensity to it, a deeper strength. "What's your story, Grace?" Grace abruptly pulls her hand out of mine, her eyes going anywhere but at me. Finally, she lifts her book a little in the air. "I should probably finish this." "Oh, right. Sorry." I rub the back of my neck, unsure of how to proceed. Is this a brush-off? I don't remember ever getting one. Then again, I've been with Ash, well, for as long as I can remember. "Is it okay if I stay here?" I don't feel like leaving, but the last thing I want to do is make her uncomfortable. Grace watches me for a long while, not saying anything. I shift in my chair. "Or if you want, I can—" "No, that's okay. Stay." I observe Grace for a moment, trying to figure out if she's just being polite or not, but since her attention is back on her laptop, there's no way to know that. Okay. I pull my laptop out of my backpack and get to work on my Roman history paper. Choosing the right college has been a nightmare. Although my parents insisted I go to law school, I just couldn't see it. I couldn't envision myself working crazy hours stuck in an office with a tie wrapped around my neck. So, against all their protests, I've decided to take a mix of different courses throughout the semester in hopes I find the right path. My path. I'm not sure how long we've been working in silence. The only sounds surrounding us are fingers clicking against the keyboards, turning pages, and an occasional cough. Rubbing the ache behind my temples, I reread the last typed paragraph and click save. Grace's phone lights up. She gives it a quick glance before locking it once again. Closing the book, she lets out a sigh. When she looks up, her gaze meets mine. "Done?" "Not really. But my friend is done with her class, so she asked me to meet her in the cafeteria for dinner." My eyes dart toward the clock at the bottom of my screen. Damn it. I hadn't even realized what time it was. If I'm late... Together we gather our things and get out of the library. If Grace finds it strange, she doesn't comment on it. "Where are you running off to anyway?" "Practice." "Oh." Grace gives me a side glance. "What sport are you playing?" "Basketball."
Chapter 6. Grace. Basketball. That one word repeats in my mind over and over again. There is a small, almost boyish smile on Trent's mouth, with just a hint of a dimple as he says it. As if he loves the sport so much, even just thinking about it makes him happy. Just like Mason did. My mouth turns dry, and my heart leaps into overdrive. The furious thump, thump, thump is echoing in my eardrums. It reminds me of that one game. The clock was ticking down, and Mason got hold of the ball. The score was tied, so he started to dribble the ball toward his opponent's goal, completely unstoppable. Only in this case, my heart is the ball, and each time it pounds against the ground, it's more battered and bruised than before. Thump, thump, thump. More memories of the past come rushing back. Mason playing with his friends, those dimples flashing on his face as he scores. The easy way he'd maneuver the orange ball, as it was an extension of his fingers. Countless times I'd sneak into the gym just to catch a glimpse of him playing. How is it possible? Trent turns to me. His smile falls, his expression turning serious.
"Grace?"
I take a step back, only I miss the edge of the pavement and lose my balance. Trent curses and grabs my arm, steadying me before I can make an even bigger idiot out of myself.
"Are you okay?"
he asks, his breath slightly rugged. I look away, feeling the color creep up my cheeks. Yeah. Not in the slightest, but there is no way I can say it out loud.
"You sure?"
I tuck a strand of my hair behind my ear. Yup, just clumsy.
"Okay."
From the corner of my eye, I can see him rub the nape of his neck.
"I didn't realize basketball was so scary,"
he jokes. a nervous chuckle following the statement. It's not. How does one explain this? How do I explain that everything about him reminds me of the person who was gone for years, the person who looks exactly like him? And every time I see him, every time we talk, it's like another stab to my heart. I can't, not without looking like a crazy person. I remembered something. That's all.
Oh.
Great. I guess there is no escaping Trent seeing me as a complete weirdo. But why does it matter anyway? I should turn around and get away from here, get away from him, Trent or Mason or whatever his name might be, because if I don't, the only thing awaiting me is more hurt, more heartache. I was supposed to move on. A few days ago, that was the plan. I was ready, but how do I move on now? Knowing that he's here, mere feet from me? Knowing that I could see him every time I turned around? And why does it feel like I'm taking a step back to that heartbroken 16-year-old girl all over again?
Hey, did you end up finding him?
Trent's sudden question snaps me out of my thoughts. Uh-huh. I blink, focusing on him.
The guy you've been looking for.
A frown appears between his brows, as if he's trying to remember something.
Did you find him?
The guy you've been looking for. I watch him for a moment, trying to read him, trying to see if he's messing with me or if he really doesn't remember. But just like on Friday, there's nothing. No recognition, not even a twitch. Nothing. He looks genuinely confused and a bit curious, too. If he really is Mason, or pretended to be back, then why would he ask about himself if he wants to forget it ever happened? No. I shake my head. I haven't found him.
What was his name again? Mike? Mark?
Mason, I say quickly. My voice is low, words barely audible. The goosebumps appear on my skin. I wrap my arms around myself and rub against the pebbled flesh. His name is Mason. Trent lifts his hand and rubs his fingers over the side of his head, his brows pulled together.
Does he go here?
Tell him, a little voice inside my head urges. See how he reacts. But tell him what, exactly? That he reminds me of somebody I used to know? Somebody who was a part of my life for a split second before he was gone and I never saw him again? I don't think so. I try to force out a smile, but it's useless. He's just somebody I used to know. 8 words. All that Mason was to me, reduced to just 8 words. A wave of sadness washes over me. There's a layer of finality to it, as if by saying those words out loud, I've put him in the past. But how is that possible if I'm standing in front of somebody who looks exactly like the boy I loved? I always thought that if I ever saw Mason again, I'd get answers to what happened 2 years ago. But how do you get an answer from somebody who doesn't know you? Trent opens his mouth as if to say something. Grace! I turn around at the sound of my name and see my friends coming closer. Jade jogs ahead of Yasmin and Callie. She looks at Trent and then at me. Where have you been? I tried calling you, but when you didn't answer, we figured we would just meet you halfway. Sorry, I guess I still have it on silent, I say absent-mindedly, my eyes going over her shoulder to the only person besides me who knew Mason. Yasmin. She and Callie are just a few feet behind Jade. I watch as the color drains from Yasmin's face with every step closer she takes to us. Her eyes are as big as saucers, lips slightly parted as she just stares at Trent, unblinking. Her throat bobs as she swallows, and I'm pretty sure I can hear her mutter some profanities in Spanish. Usually, she keeps it in check until somebody pisses her off or something throws her off her game. Trent shifts and rubs the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable.
Hey,
he says to nobody in particular. Yas. Callie elbows her in the side. You're staring, she whispers through clenched teeth. That's enough to snap Yasmin out of it. She turns to me and opens her mouth, but no words come out. They don't have to. The question is clearly written on her face. How is this possible? I close my eyes and let out a sigh of relief. I knew Yasmin didn't completely believe me when I told her Trent looked exactly like Mason. Hell, I don't think a part of me believed it myself either. But she sees it too. It's not just me. Tears prickle my eyes, but I push them back. Get a grip, Grace. I swallow the lump in my throat and open my eyes. Yas is still staring at Mason as if she's seeing a ghost. Callie looks completely confused, and Jade? Jade wraps her arm around me, her eyes narrowing slightly at the man standing by my side, the dots slowly falling into place. I showed her that one photo of Mason and me I had on my phone, but it's an old one. We're standing behind those cardboard characters at night, and we were drunk when I did it. I'm not surprised she didn't recognize him. Trent's gaze meets mine.
She knows that friend of yours?
Yo, Trent! We all turn around. A few guys who can only be from the basketball team are standing on the other side of the street. One of them tips his head to the side.
You coming or what? Coming,
Trent yells over his shoulder and starts to walk backward, his eyes taking me in as he goes. The corner of his mouth lifts, one dimple popping in his cheek.
I guess I'll see you later, legs.
With that, he turns on the balls of his feet and joins his friends, not realizing the utter destruction he's leaving behind. I'll see you later, legs. My knees wobble, and if it weren't for Jade holding on to me, I'd have fallen on the ground right then and there. A sob comes out of me just as Yasmin and Callie move closer. They stand in front of me, a barrier between myself and the guy who just shattered my world with one sentence. One word. Shh, it's going to be okay, Yasmin says, gripping my other arm and pulling me in for a hug. How can it be okay? In some twisted way, the past is repeating itself, only harsher and uglier than it was before. More tears start to fall, heavy, ugly tears that leave wet trails down my cheeks. I bury my head in my friend's neck. My whole body is shaking as I cry. Can somebody tell me what the hell is going on? Callie asks. A hand brushes a strand of my hair away from my face. That was Mason, wasn't it? Jade asks, her voice gentle yet firm. I bite into my lower lip and just nod. Through my blurry eyes, I can see a group of people walking by, their gazes directed at us. Great. Just what I need. An audience to watch me fall apart. I can't be here. I brush my hands over my face furiously, wiping away the tears. I have to go. I have to get out of here, back to my dorm where I can close myself between my four walls, away from everybody and everything, where I can let the broken pieces of my walls fall on the ground and just cry. I try to push my friends away, but Yasmin doesn't budge. Her hands slide to my shoulders and she grips me firmly. We'll get you out of here. Just calm down. Now. I need to go now. Okay. Yasmin cups my cheeks and tilts my head back. Her thumbs swipe over my cheeks. Come on, let's get you home. Home. I wish I could do just that. Go back to my brother's house, safe and familiar, so I can curl in my bed and cry. Yasmin wraps her arm around me and starts leading me in the opposite direction, back to the dorms. It's not home, but it's better than being out in the open like this, where I can feel people gawk at me. Jade and Callie whisper something as they walk behind us, probably something about me, about him. I bow my head, letting my hair fall like a curtain around my face, blocking it all out. Yasmin smooths her hand over my back. Just a bit longer. We're almost there. I nod, letting her lead me away. Trent's dimpled smile appears in front of my eyes.
I'll see you later, legs.
But then it's not Trent any longer. No, his face morphs into another, younger, more open, but equally handsome.
I'll see you later, legs.
I close my eyes and press my lips together, feeling the walls around me crumble. I'm not sure how long it takes for us to get to the dorm. It can't be more than a few minutes, although it feels like a lifetime. Finally, the door is unlocked and we're in our suite. I try to go to my room, but Yaz is having none of it. She stands in my way. Was that really him? Too much. All of it is just too much. I shake my head. I don't know. I wish I did. I wish this were simpler. I wish I could just ask. But how? He looks exactly like Mason, or how I'd imagine him to look like when he became older. But his friend called him Trent. I turn around the room, feeling lost for a moment. In the end, I let my legs give out on me. I fall back on the couch and pull my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. And he answered immediately. I let my words sink in, both for her sake and mine. He did, didn't he? There's sadness and pity in Yasmin's eyes. I look away. I can't take looking at it. The door opens once again, and Callie and Jade come inside. My best friend gives me a look before disappearing into her room. Can somebody explain what the hell is going on? Callie asks as she sits down on the other couch. I croak, but no words come out. A bottle appears in my vision. Slowly, I wrap my fingers around it and take a long swig straight from the bottle. The alcohol burns as it slides down my throat and makes my eyes water. But even that doesn't stop me. I drink for as long as I can, until the burn is so intense, I choke and start coughing. Yas puts her hand over mine, taking the tequila from my hand. Damn, slow down, will ya? Deep breaths. Somebody pats my back. Jade. I press my hands over my heaving chest, struggling to get my breathing under control. It takes me a good 2 minutes for my coughing to stop and to start breathing somewhat normally again. I just want to forget, I rasp, my throat tender. It's one thing to want to forget, quite another to choke to death while doing so. Jade grabs the bottle from Yasmin. Nobody is dying, she bites out. Her fingers are gripping the bottle so tightly, her knuckles have turned white. I cover her hand with mine. I'm sorry. It's fine. You, on the other hand? But it's not fine. Not really. Jade lost her mom to cancer earlier this year. The last thing she needs to listen to is about another person she cares about dying. I almost didn't recognize him. You've never seen him in real life. It took me a while, and I've seen him on numerous occasions. Yaz takes a pull from the bottle. I guess we've forgone the glasses altogether. He's older, sure, but the lines of his face? Him as in that guy you were with? This comes from Callie. Sorry, Cals. It's just... I inhale deeply and hold my breath for a few seconds. Talking about it? About him? It's hard. Trent... I look away, hoping that if I don't meet anybody's gaze, don't see the expectation in their eyes, I'd be able to get the words out. He reminds me of a guy I used to know. Oh, that makes sense. It must be hard seeing him after all this time. Seeing Hayden here last year messed with my mind. That's not the same. I shake my head. I nibble at the inside of my cheek. I haven't talked about this in so long it almost feels foreign. Shouldn't the pain lessen by now? Why does it hurt as much as it did after he vanished? We went out on a date and then he just disappeared. A frown appears on Callie's face. What do you mean, disappeared? He never showed up again at the community center, never answered any of my calls or messages. He just disappeared. Damn. Yeah, damn. Jade sits on the armrest next to me and wraps her arm around me, pulling me in for a hug. What did he say when he saw you? I lean my head against Jade's shoulder, my eyes fixed on Callie. He didn't say anything. What? I extend my hand and Callie gives me the bottle back. He doesn't know who I am. With that, I tip the bottle and take a drink, smaller this time. Callie looks down at her own cup. You're right. You win in the weird department. Jade places her hand on my knee, giving it a supporting squeeze. What are you going to do? What can I do? You saw it yourself. He doesn't know who I am. Besides, he has a girlfriend. Yasmin's eyes narrow dangerously. Do you think Mason lied to you? I don't know what to think anymore. I shrug. It's all just too much. Maybe, no. I shake my head decisively. I don't want to talk about it any longer. I need to think about something else, if only for a moment, or I might actually go crazy. I'm done with this. My phone buzzes and I pull it out. Sienna's face flashes on my screen. I stop and just stare at it for a moment, my stomach twisting. I can't do this. I can't talk to her right now because if I do, she'll know that something's wrong. You're not going to answer that? Yasmin asks. I shake my head no. I can't. She'll know something's wrong and Nope, no way. I'm not going to put my family through this again. You'll have to tell them eventually, you know that, right? Yas says gently. The call ends, and that pit in my stomach grows larger. Eventually, just not now. I take another pull from the bottle and frown at the bitter taste. I extend my hand. Who's next? The girls exchange a silent look, which I don't miss. In the end, it's Jade who takes the bottle from my hand and drinks. Are any of you going to Bright Haven this weekend? I ask, changing the subject. Dancing. That's exactly what I need. My escape. Chapter 7. Grace. I'm never drinking again, I mutter, rubbing my forehead. My stomach clenches uncomfortably when somebody passes by our table with something that smells like eggs. God, why did I let Jade convince me to come here? It was a testament to my will that I hadn't puked as soon as we entered the cafeteria, and all the different smells assaulted me at once. You need to eat. Jade pushes a tray with a burger and some fries toward me. Greasy food will help with your hangover. I glare at the plate. I'm not sure why. It's not like it's going to run away. Why does it feel like I'm going to puke? Maybe next time you shouldn't drink the whole bottle of tequila by yourself. You were there helping me. Girl, between the three of us, we may be drunk half. The rest was all you. Ugh. I hate it when she's right. Did it at least help? My stomach rolls. That would be a definite no. I shake my head. He called me legs, Jade. Even when I was sleeping, I couldn't push it out of my mind. I had nightmares. Mason and Trent were haunting my dreams, and when I woke up, I was drenched in sweat. Jade observes me quietly from across the table, licking the chocolate pudding off the spoon. Well, you do have long legs. Jade lets the spoon fall back into the empty plastic cup and takes a fry off my plate. That's beside the point. It was Mason's nickname for me. He called me that. Nobody before, and definitely nobody after him. Yesterday when it happened, I just froze. It's like the more I was around him, the more I was sucked back into the past.
I'll see you later, legs.
Jade places her hand over mine, snapping me back to the present.
Hey, are you okay?
I stifle a yawn and rub my hand over my face. God, I needed to sleep. Yeah, I just didn't sleep well.
That was too much,
Jade squints at something over my shoulder. Hey, is that Zane? I turn around, and sure enough, Zane and another guy, one of his hockey buddies probably, are walking toward us, trays in hands, their heads bowed down as they discuss something. Hey, Zane! His head snaps up at the sound of his name. He looks at us, his eyes scanning the table as if he's looking for somebody. He gives his head a small shake when he realizes it's just the two of us.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Lunch break. Jade looks pointedly at their trays. Want to join us?
Hell yeah, this place is packed,
Zane's friend says, already taking a seat next to Jade.
Seriously, Spencer? What, you want to go and look for another table?
Zane takes in the crowded cafeteria and mutters something under his breath before sliding next to me. I shove the food this way and that before stabbing my fork in a fry. So, what have you guys been up to?
Just finished with the gym.
Spencer looks at Jade and then me.
Hey, aren't you Ray's friends?
You know Ray? Spencer smirks, which makes matching dimples pop in his cheeks. He's cute, easygoing, and almost boyish. His brown hair is messy in that disheveled way only guys can pull off to look sexy versus having a bird's nest on your head. His blue eyes have a few yellowish speckles in them that seem to twinkle in amusement as he glances at Zane. Yeah, I know Ray. We met her at the rink, right, Zane? Zane, on the other hand, doesn't seem the slightest bit amused.
Right.
He grits through clenched teeth, glaring at his friend. Jade raises her brow. Was that before or after you ran in front of her car?
Of course she'd tell it like that.
Zane grumbles.
She ran me over, not the other way around.
Jade shrugs. I guess it depends on who you're asking. Spencer throws a piece of meat into his mouth and looks around as he chews.
Where's she anyway?
I take a fry off my plate and dip it into ketchup. Probably practicing. She's been at the rink most of the time.
So,
Spencer points his fork at us.
How do you guys know Ray?
We're her roommates.
All three of you huddled in one room?
Spencer lifts his brows.
Damn, I miss the days when I was in the dorm. No, you don't, Zane says. Nobody misses those small beds, thin walls, and the complete lack of privacy.
It's technically a suite, I point out. We lucked out in that regard. At least we didn't have to share the common bathroom like some of the girls on the lower floors. Then again, I've spent the first 12 years of my life in a place way worse than a dorm, so what did I know? Spencer looks at us and wiggles his brows.
Do you guys have pillow fights?
What? Jade and I exchange a look.
Is that seriously what you guys think girls do when they're sharing a room?
Why not?
Spencer shrugs. It's fun.
Jade rolls her eyes, but even that doesn't wipe the smile off Spencer's face. Only if it's a Hollywood movie we're talking about. Spencer watches her for a moment before pointing his fork at her.
You must be Cole's little sister.
Jade places her elbows on the table and twines her fingers. And what if I am? Spencer's grin widens.
Almost as deadly as your brother's spiral.
The corner of Jade's lips tugs up in a half-smile. That I'll take as a compliment. They just stare at one another, smiles on their faces. Jade's so sure of herself, so comfortable in her skin. It's not the first time I've noticed it either. I've seen that side of her in New York this summer, too. I envied her a little bit since I'm always so awkward around guys. There's a low thump under the table.
Ouch.
Spencer grimaces and turns to his friend.
What the fuck was that for, West? Stop flirting with Nixon's sister, or you'll end up with that spiral thrown at your head. We can't afford for you to get a concussion just because you pissed somebody off.
Jade flicks her hair behind her shoulder and rolls her eyes. Nixon isn't my handler.
Keep telling yourself that. I think Nixon warned everybody on the team. More like anybody who entered his house.
Spencer interrupts, his attention back to his food.
To stay away from his little sister.
Zane finishes, still glaring at Spencer. There's a beat of silence. Jade goes still as the words sink in, and then... He did what? Jade's expression darkens with every word until she's full-on scowling. I even think I can see fumes coming out of her ears. I'm going to kill him. She grabs her bag and pushes away from the table. Her body is rigid, her fingers clenched into fists so tight her knuckles are white. I look over my shoulder. Where are you going? She doesn't mean now, does she?
To murder my brother?
I guess she does. Well, call if you need help hiding the body, I call out after her before turning toward Zane. Now you went and done it.
It's payback for the other day.
I don't even bother asking what happened the other day. Zane pulls out his phone and frowns at the screen.
Duty's calling.
What? Spencer's head snaps up from his plate.
Didn't you say you'd go and study with me? Can't. Keith just texted. He has a job for me.
Zane throws the last of his lunch into his mouth.
What happened to bros first? Sorry, but I really can't blow this off. Not after asking him to call me if he has an opening. Find a damn tutor, Spence. I could pay you to tutor me. That would actually be perfect. For who exactly?
Zane stands up.
Go to the tutoring center and find someone to take pity on your sorry ass. But it either has to be some dude or some old chick who'll be able to keep you in line. Fuck you, West.
He shows him the middle finger and grabs his backpack off the floor.
Later, Grace.
I murmur a goodbye, my eyes darting toward Spencer, who's still glaring at Zane's retreating back. And then there were two. As if he can read my mind, Spencer looks at me.
I guess it's just you and me, Red.
Spencer sighs, leaning back in his chair. Red? Talk about a cliché. Do you even know my name?
Should I?
His eyes narrow at me as if he's trying to place me.
I don't think we met.
Actually, we did. I start packing my things. Not officially, but you're in my statistics class.
Am I? Huh.
He tilts his head to the side as if appraising me.
Oh, you're always sitting with that guy.
Spencer snaps his fingers.
That's why I don't remember you.
Does that make me suddenly invisible?
No, what it makes you is unavailable.
I frown at his logic, but he just steals a fry from my plate and throws it in his mouth.
Which is basically the same.
Okay. I'm not sure how one is connected to the other in his mind, but whatever.
I like my girls without attachments.
So what you're saying is that you're a playboy? Good to know.
Touché.
And for the record? I grip my tray, pulling it out of his reach just as he tries to go for another fry, and stand up. It's Grace. Turning on the balls of my feet, I walk away.
I'll see you in our next class, Red,
Spencer calls after me. The corner of my lips tips up, but I don't bother turning around. I discard the tray and am ready to head out when I feel prickles of awareness at the nape of my neck. I look up, my eyes scanning the space, looking over all the unfamiliar faces, until they land on him. Mason. Trent. And he's with her. For a moment, I just stand there, dumbfounded. It's like my body is stuck and I can't blink, can't think, can't move. The air is kicked out of my lungs and I can feel my throat closing up. Breathe, Grace. A hand falls on my shoulder, startling me. But it's exactly what I need. I blink and look over my shoulder, where I find Spencer's grinning face looking at me.
My statistics class, you said?
He pants, which makes me realize he ran after me to catch up. I clear my throat. Yeah?
That's perfect.
Is it?
It is.
If it's possible, his grin widens even more.
You'll be my tutor, Red.
Chapter 8. Trent. My eyes stay locked on the door as it closes after the familiar redhead. People move around the room, but in my mind, I can still see her. Grace. I'm not sure how I managed to spot her during the rush hour at the cafeteria. It had to be her hair color. The vibrant shade of dark red makes her stand out easily, even in the crowds. When you think about it, there aren't that many redheads around campus. That has to be it. The reason why, now that I know her, I can't stop seeing her around campus. Who was the guy she was with? I frown at the door. Did she find the Mason guy she was looking for? I guess the guy looks like me from the back, similar height, similar build, similar brown hair, although mine is a bit on the longer side. Trent? My head snaps up at the sound of my name. I give it a little shake, pushing Grace out of my mind. Briefly, I meet Mateo's eyes across the table and see him roll his eyes before turning my attention to Ashley, who's sitting by my side. Yeah. Her eyes dart toward the door and then back at me. Who are you looking at? Her head is tilted to the side, those sharp blue eyes watching me intently. I rub the back of my neck, feeling the tension in my muscles. I just got lost in my thoughts for a while, sorry. Ashley is quiet for a moment, but then she nods. Are you done? I look down at my half-eaten plate. My food got cold while I was staring at a certain redhead and tried to figure her out. Yeah, sure. Want to get out of here? She smiles at me. I was waiting for you. Maybe if she actually ate more than some lettuce and carrot sticks. Without a word, I get up and pull out Ashley's chair. She stands up, smoothing her dress. Leaving already? Mateo asks, stopping whatever conversation he's been having with some of our teammates. Not that it's any of your business, Ashley snaps before I can even open my mouth. I don't miss the silent look the guys exchange before suddenly finding more interesting things to concentrate on, clearly uncomfortable. Since we're new, they aren't used to Mateo and Ashley's antics so far. I give them both a warning glare. They seriously need to get their shit together. Yeah, I have some studying to do before practice. See you guys later? They murmur their agreement, and I steer Ashley toward the door before she and Mateo can get into it again. Ugh, I hate that guy, Ashley says as soon as we're out on the street. Why did we have to go to the same college as him? I pinch the bridge of my nose and take a deep breath. It's on the tip of my tongue to say it's she who insisted on coming to Blairwood with us, but I keep my mouth shut. We just smoothed things over, and I'm not in the mood for another fight. I don't get why you two can't find some common ground. Because he's a jerk. That's because he knows he can rile you up. Ashley glares at me, her lips pressed in a tight line. So it's my fault? My fault. Your fault. Why does it always have to be somebody's fault? I inhale slowly, trying to keep my cool. All I'm saying is that you two can't keep doing shit like that. We're not in high school any longer, Ash. Well, the moment he stops, so will I. She shrugs. I shake my head and speed up. So much for keeping my cool. Seriously, sometimes I just want to shake them both, although I know that won't solve any problems. Trent, Ashley calls after me, her high heels clicking against the pavement as she tries to catch up to me. Will you stop already? Sighing, I rub my hand over my face. I can feel the headache building, that slight throbbing behind my temples growing stronger. Seriously, I've had more headaches in the last week than I did in the last year. Ash grabs my hand and turns me to face her. Why are you angry with me? I'm not angry, it's just... Okay, maybe I am a little bit angry. I want this to work. I want my girlfriend and my best friend to get along. Is that too much to ask?
Fine, I'll try.
She loops her arm through mine and starts walking.
You done with your classes?
Yeah, I figured I'd go to the library. Ashley looks up at me through her eyelashes.
Or you could come back to my place.
I really need to get this work done before practice.
Well, it's quiet at the dorm. My roommate has classes all day today. Besides, I have a paper to finish too.
She smiles softly at me and tugs at our linked hands.
It'll be like the good old days. What do you say?
It's one of those big, blinding smiles that kicks the air out of my lungs. The smile that transforms her face and makes her blue eyes sparkle. One that I fell for when I was 16. I could never say no to that smile. Fine, let's go.
What do you think about hitting the mountains during winter break?
Ashley asks, breaking the silence that has fallen over us. Maybe, I say absent-mindedly, my attention on my laptop. True to her words, Ashley's roommate was nowhere to be seen when we got to her dorm, and for a while we were both working in peace. Until now. While both Ashley and Mateo could study from wherever, I always needed to be sitting at a desk if I wanted to get any work done. Not that either of them would appreciate the comparison, but half the time I wonder if they don't like each other because subconsciously they know they're more alike than either of them would ever admit out loud. The bed squeaks as Ashley gets up. Her bare feet cross the short distance from the bed to her desk. She stops behind me, her hands landing on my shoulders.
I talked to Vivi the other day, and she told me her parents are going to Europe for the holidays, so we'd have her family cottage all to ourselves.
Vivi is one of our friends from high school. Well, technically Ashley's friend. Her dad is some kind of investor in the pharmaceutical industry, so her parents travel more than they're at home. And their family cottage easily fits 20 of us. I know because we'd celebrated the new year, our senior year of high school there. I don't know, Ash. It's like months away.
It's already October, so definitely not months away.
Still, there's a lot of time. I saved the document before looking over my shoulder at her. Didn't you say you have a paper to finish too? I was so close to finishing this, and I wanted to do it before I had to go to practice. Ash waves her hand.
I have enough time later.
She turns the chair I'm sitting on so that I'm facing her and straddles my lap.
I had something different in mind.
Her teeth graze over her lower lip as those bright blue eyes stare at me with fire burning in their depths. Slowly, her hand slips to my nape, fingers sliding through my hair as she pulls me closer, our mouths meeting in a kiss. I grip her hips and pull her closer, the move making her rub against my growing bulge. A soft moan comes out of her, and I use this moment to slide my tongue into her mouth. Her tongue meets mine in a familiar dance. Her fingers grip me tighter as she rocks on my lap. Ash, I sigh, breaking the kiss. We can't. She purses her lips in an exaggerated pout.
Why not?
I slide my thumb over her cheek, forcing my breathing to calm the fuck down. Because I have to finish this paper before I go to practice. I told you that earlier.
Well, I figured you were joking. Can't you do it after practice?
Ash nuzzles her face in the crook of my neck, peppering kisses down my jaw and neck.
This is way more fun. Besides,
her hand slips down my chest and between our bodies.
I can feel how much you want me.
My dick twitches in agreement. It's the one part of me that doesn't care about the paper or practice, just to find some relief. There is a low hissing sound as she pulls down my zipper, her fingers sliding inside my pants and wrapping around my cock. Damn. My head falls back and I close my eyes. That's never the issue, and you know it. Her teeth graze over my neck, her hot breath making the goosebumps appear on my skin as her grip on me tightens. She looks up at me, her big blue eyes watching me expectantly.
Then show me.
Fuck it. I tighten my grip on her ass and crush my mouth against hers. The paper, long forgotten. Chapter 9. Trent. That's a wrap for today. I'll see you guys on Friday. Damn, that was harsh, Mateo mutters as we walk back to the locker room. I lift my shirt and wipe my face. Tell me about it. The practice had been brutal, but I guess it's to be expected considering that we have about a month until the season starts. The locker room is buzzing with activity. A few people are joking around, but most of them are just too beat to even move. What do you think is more important, shower or dinner? I give Mateo a side glance as I pull off my practice shirt and toss it away. Both? Well, I can't have both if I want to make it to class on time. What idiot picks classes at 6 in the evening? Nate, one of our teammates, asks. I don't like to get up early, Mateo shrugs. It was either 8 in the morning or 6 in the afternoon. Damn, Nate shakes his head. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, bro. I grab my things from the bag, including an energy bar, and toss it to him. Shower, you stink. Nobody wants to spend over an hour sitting by your foul ass. Mateo looks down at the food and then at me. Aw, you worried I won't make any friends? What I'm worried about is that somebody will strangle you before the class is done. With that, I duck in the shower where I quickly wash off. The warm water feels great on my body after 2 hours of a grueling workout. My whole body aches, but it's a good kind of pain. I could already feel my muscles transforming under the strict regimen. 5 minutes later, I'm wrapping the towel around my waist and going back into the locker room, which is still full. I need 2 volunteers. Quinn looks around the room. Who wants to go with me? Go where? I ask as I walk back to my locker. Quinn gives me a once-over. You've got class, rookie? I'm done for the day. I look around, waiting for somebody to explain to me what's going on, but nobody says anything. Good. Another turn around the room. Anybody else? I could go, Nate shrugs. Okay, grab your shit and let's go. I pull my shirt over my head. Are you going to tell us where exactly we are going? Quinn grins. That's for me to know and you to find out. What is this place? I ask as we get out of the car. Quinn, the smug asshole that he is, has kept his mouth shut during the 20 minutes it took us to get from campus to here. Whatever here might be. The 2-story building looks like any other building in the area. Kind of on the industrial side, but there is only one truck parked in front of it. You didn't bring me here to hit me over the head with a bat and bury me somewhere where nobody will find me. Just the thought of it has that familiar flicker of pain burning behind my eyelids. Nate bursts into laughter. Dramatic much, rookie? This is Bright Haven. Quinn slaps me on the back. Come on, let's go inside. Bright Haven? I frown as I mull over the words. There is a nagging sensation at the back of my head as if it's something that I've heard before but can't remember where or when. Nate looks over his shoulder. You coming or what, rookie? Both he and Quinn are already at the door, and I've been standing here by the car watching them like an idiot. I rub my hand over my face. Coming. I hurry after them, taking 2 steps at a time. The door is open, loud laughter coming from inside. I step into the foyer and look around what seems like a reception area. A woman, probably in her late 20s or early 30s, stands behind the counter smiling. She looks cute. Long, dark hair pulled in a ponytail, her light brown face clean of all makeup. She gives me a curious glance, one of her brows arching. Fresh blood? You know it. Quinn winks at her. The woman just tisks and shakes her head. Welcome to Bright Haven. My name is Vanessa, and I'm the manager of this community center. Trent. I step forward and offer her my hand for a quick shake. It's nice to meet you, Vanessa. It would be even nicer if I knew why we were here. I give a pointed glare at my teammates. Still playing games, Quinn? I'd have figured you'd have grown up by now. Hey, he's just a rookie, and I need to have my fun somewhere. Boys. Vanessa rolls her eyes at him affectionately before turning to me. This is a community center. We offer different classes to underprivileged kids in the community. The players from the Blairwood basketball team have been coming over the last few years occasionally to play ball with the kids and to give them some pointers. Really? I look at my teammates who just shrug. This is the first time I've heard about it. If it's something that the team does as a whole, shouldn't somebody have said something by now? We usually go in smaller groups so as not to overwhelm the kids, and it's always whoever has some extra time on their hands. Volunteering isn't required, but we love to do it. Quinn's face turned serious. It sucks to be that one kid who can't do something just because they can't pay for it, for whatever reason. There's a tightness to his face that wasn't there before. Quinn is a jokester. I don't really know him that well, but it feels as if he's talking from experience. Yeah, I get that. But do I? It's not a secret that my family has money. I could have done anything I wanted. I just had to ask for something and it was mine. As long as it wasn't sports, a little voice reminds me. Quinn asks, "You ready to go back?"
"Kids are already in the gym."
"Thanks, Vanessa." Quinn cracks his fingers. "Come on, let's go play some ball." The basketball flies through the hoop with a gentle swoosh. I grab it and high-five Stacy. The little girl runs past me with a big, toothless grin on her face. She's 5 or maybe 6 years old. For such a short, scrawny kid, she has a good arm on her. "Good job, Stacy."
"Thanks, Coach. Will you help me slam dunk now?"
She looks at me with the 2 biggest doe eyes I've ever seen on a human. She's been asking me the same question since we got here, and I'm surprised I haven't given in just yet. Vanessa wasn't joking. Some 30 kids were in the gym that was at the back of the property, waiting patiently for our arrival. It was a mixed group of boys and girls anywhere from 5-year-olds to seniors in high school. We divided them into 3 groups so each kid could get our full attention. I chuckle but shake my head. "Not just yet. We're still in the middle of practice." She pouts exaggeratedly.
"But once we're done, promise?"
Stacy lifts her pinky, a serious look on her face. I loop my little finger with hers and we shake on it. A promise is a promise. Temporarily content, she runs to the back of the row, and I throw the ball to the next kid in line. For the next 20 minutes, we practice footwork and throwing 3-pointers. Some kids have gotten pretty good at it, while others are still trying to find their footing. You have to admire their determination, though. And the look on their faces when they actually managed to score is one of pure joy. Quinn blows the whistle, calling practice to an end, and Stacy comes rushing back.
"Can I do it now, please?"
I laugh at her enthusiasm. "Fine, but then you've got to help pick up all the balls afterward. Got it?" Her grin widens.
"Got it."
Okay. With a ball in my hand, I crouch down so my back is to her. "Hop up." She climbs on like a little monkey, her tiny hands wrapped around my neck and holding on for dear life as I slowly rise to my full height. "Ready?" I tilt my head back and hand her the ball. Once my hands are empty, I wrap my fingers around her ankles to steady her.
"I think so."
"Ever dunked a ball?" I walk us all the way to the basket.
"No, but I saw Brian do it."
That gets my attention. I tilt my head back so I can see her face. "Who's Brian?"
"My friend. The one in the red jersey?"
She points at a group of boys talking to Quinn and Nate. He's probably 11 or 12, a ball cap pulled over his head hiding brown curls. A friend who's almost double her age? Is that a thing? "And where did you meet this Brian?" If she finds my question weird, she doesn't comment.
"Here. He and my brother play basketball together. He's the one in green."
I nod my head, spotting the boy she's talking about. "So he's your brother's friend?" That makes more sense.
"He's my friend, too."
Okay, I chuckle. "So, you dunking or what?"
"I'm dunking. Bend down, you're too tall."
Chuckling, I do as I'm told. I can feel her shift her weight on my shoulders.
"Now jump."
I push lightly off the court and she dunks the basketball through the hoop, cheering loudly. I look back up to see a big smile on Stacy's face, arms raised in the air.
"I did it!"
"You did. And it was amazing." I help her hop down and give her a high five.
"Another one?"
she asks, batting her eyelashes at me. "Yeah, I don't think so. If I remember correctly, you have some balls to pick up." Stacy groans. Fine. She gives me a smile.
Thanks, Coach.
You're welcome. I watch Stacy run off toward the two boys. She tells them something excitedly, waving her hands. Her brother ruffles her hair, which makes Stacy squeal and run in the other direction, tugging on the hand of the Bryan boy. Lost your fan? Nate wiggles his brows, a shit-eating grin on his face. Oh, fuck off. She just wanted to dunk the ball. What the hell was I supposed to do? I'd like to see you resist her. That's why I don't take girls on my team. Sexist much? I just know what I can handle, and little girls ain't it. Whatever, dude. I look around. We done or what? While this was way more fun than I'd expected, I also had a French exam to prepare for. Probably a few more. Quinn likes to stay as long as there's somebody here. The place had cleared a little bit, but a few kids were still talking to Quinn. I tilt my chin in their direction. There a story? With Nate being a sophomore, he's probably had a chance to get to know the other guys on the team better by now. Nate's expression darkens, but he shakes his head before turning his focus on me. Ain't there always? Nodding, I shove my hands into my pockets. I'm going to the bathroom. Be back in a few. Sure thing. Nobody pays me any attention as I head out of the gym. The hallway is mostly quiet as I walk toward the front. I'm pretty sure I saw a sign for bathrooms somewhere on my way toward the gym. I'm just about to turn the corner when a light chuckle behind partially closed doors makes me stop in my tracks. Fine, I'll show you. Why does that voice sound so I stop in my tracks as I catch sight of the person in the room. Grace. A tingle of awareness tickles the back of my neck as her laughter rings in the space. I take a step back, almost on autopilot, peeking through the little crack in the door. Grace walks out of my view, and a few seconds later the music changes. I suck in a breath, waiting. And I'm not the only one. A group of girls, all different ages, stand by the wall, their big eyes full of wonder and excitement following Grace. My heart beats hard against my ribcage, fingers curling and uncurling nervously by my side. What is she? Grace dances into my view, quite literally. I hold my breath as I watch her dance. If I thought the way she moved was fluid before, it has nothing on it now. Every step she makes is flawless, completely in tune with the beat of the song. The tips of her toes are barely grazing the floor as she moves across the room. Calling her legs the other day came out of nowhere, but the nickname fits her well. She has long legs, and as she stands on the tip of her toes, they only seem longer. Her hair is unbound, dark red strands flying around her face as she goes into a pirouette, or whatever it's called. Her muscles tighten as she pulls her feet to her thigh, hands forming a circle in front of her body to help her resist the gravity and turn. I try to count the number of turns she makes, but stop after 3. She's just too quick. The control she has over her body, over her muscles, is complete. Mesmerized, I simply watch her. I've never seen her dance before, didn't even know it was something she does. What other secrets are you hiding, legs? Grace jumps in the air, her head falling back, and for a split second, I catch a glimpse of her profile. As usual, her face is bare. Her pale skin, a complete contrast to the brightness of her hair, is covered with a sheer layer of sweat. An intense pressure builds behind my temples. I raise my hand to rub them just as an image flashes in my mind. Red. A smile. I pull my brows together, trying to put it in focus, but it's blurry. The pain turns sharper, making me sway on my feet. Damn it. Not now. I wasn't a stranger to migraines, but there's usually some kind of build-up, a warning it's coming. Not lately. These days they just come out of nowhere, kicking the air out of my lungs. I close my eyes and force myself to breathe. Staggering backward, I lean my back against the wall. In the back of my mind, I can hear the music die down, and then there's clapping. Each clap feels like somebody is drilling a hole in the back of my head. I should probably. Before the thought gets to form, the door opens and the girls start coming out. They give me curious and some even wary looks as they pass me by. I'll see you all. Grace sucks in a breath as those emerald eyes fix on me. Trent. She pulls her brows together. Are you okay? Hey, legs. I try to smile, but it feels tight. Just a headache. A little girl tugs at Grace's hand. Miss Grace, is he going to be okay? Grace holds my gaze for a moment longer before turning her attention to the girl. Sure thing, Mary. I'll see you next week. See you next week. With that, she hurries after her friends, leaving Grace and me alone. Grace turns her attention back to me. How bad is it, really? Ignoring her question, I look after the girls disappearing down the hallway. The pain has subsided, if only a little. They seem like a fun bunch. They are. Now, can you tell me how you are feeling? I turn around only to find her hands propped against her hips, that frown still in place. I'm fine, really. Probably a 5 out of 10. Grace sucks on her lower lip, biting into the soft flesh. You have the muffin? The headaches, I mean? Sometimes, I shrug. I haven't in a while, so this one caught me off guard. I look around, eager to change the subject. The room behind her catches my attention, reminding me of what I found out before the headache took over. Dancing? Grace glances over her shoulders, if just now realizing where we are. She tucks a strand of her hair behind her ear. Yeah, I've been volunteering here for a few weeks now. Seriously, this girl. Is there something she isn't doing? Anything else I should know about you? I chuckle, and after a heartbeat, she joins me. Nope, I'm just plain old me. My eyes roam her body. There's nothing old or boring about you, Legs. Well, Grace looks around, and if I didn't know better, I'd think she's avoiding my gaze. I guess I should go and clean up the space before leaving. Right. Maybe she is trying to avoid me. She turns to me, but her eyes don't quite meet mine. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, really. Go and do your thing. If you're sure, I'm sure. Okay, just be careful. I force a smile out. Always. With another nod, Grace walks back into the room. I let out a long breath. Seriously, what am I thinking? Just because I've seen the girl and talked to her a couple of times doesn't mean that I know her. That she wants to know me? Seriously, what the hell's my problem? Shaking my head, I push off the wall and walk down the hallway. I see the bathroom, but choose instead to get out of here. I've been gone a while, and the guys have probably finished. I pull my phone out of my pocket. Where are you, assholes? I type as I walk into the foyer and find it empty. No Vanessa or any of the kids. Nate, saw you with that redhead. She's smoking. Me. That doesn't explain where you are. I push open the door and exit the building, but there's only that truck that was there before we got there and a black SUV. No sign of Quinn's Toyota. What the hell? Nate, we figured you wouldn't want to be disturbed. Me. What the hell, dude? You ditched me? Nate. You're welcome. I run my hand over my face, pushing my hair back. You can't be fucking serious. I turn around, hoping it's all a prank and my teammates will jump out at me laughing their asses off. But there's no one. Fuck. Just then, the door squeaks open. Are you fucking... Abruptly, I turn around, only to come face to face with no one other than... Grace.
Chapter 10. Grace. I stop in my tracks just before I crash into none other than Trent, who looks to be royally pissed. My hand flies to cover my rapidly beating heart as I stagger backward. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I can feel the insistent thump, thump, thump against my palm as I let out a shaky breath. This seriously needs to stop happening. How is a girl supposed to avoid the guy that keeps popping into her life no matter where she goes? There's no way, that's how. Trent pinches the bridge of his nose and lets out a long breath.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were somebody else.
If that's not a slap in my face, I don't know what is. I tuck the strand of my hair behind my ear and look away, anything to avoid his gaze. The last thing I need is for him to realize the impact he has on me, How unnerved being around him makes me. You waiting for somebody to pick you up? Brighthaven isn't that far from campus, but it's definitely not within walking distance. Trent scowls down at his phone.
I was, but apparently my teammates were in too big of a hurry to wait for me.
My brows shoot up in surprise. You were here with your teammates? I hadn't thought earlier to ask him what he was doing here. Just seeing him in this place, I've started to think of as my sanctuary was too big of a shock, and then realizing he's in pain took my mind off of it further. I guess it makes sense, though. I don't know the extent of the community center's activities, and I make a point never to go to the gym if I can help it. Not since...
Yeah, apparently Coach likes to work with the kids, and the team occasionally comes too, which I don't mind, except they forgot to mention that the ticket was one way only.
That seems like a shitty thing to do.
Tell me about it.
He runs his fingers through his hair, pushing it away from his face. The strands fall down, giving him a messy and kind of disheveled look that makes him look even sexier. Get a grip, girl. I pull the strap of my duffel bag higher. You going back to campus? The words are out before I can stop them or change my mind. My eyes close for a moment as the realization of what I just did sets in. I'm so going to regret this. It's just a ride. Chill. Only there's nothing just when it comes to Trent. Being next to him is messing with my mind, my heart, and the only thing that will come out of it is more heartache. But I can't leave him behind.
You don't have to.
I'm going there anyway. I shrug, trying to play it cool when I'm anything but. My palms are clammy, every nerve ending on alert. When he doesn't say anything, I shift my weight from one foot to the other, uncomfortable. Or you could call somebody else. Like his girlfriend.
No, it's fine. If you don't mind, I'd appreciate the ride. I still have some studying to do.
Sure. My fingers tighten around the keys in my hand, the metal digging into my skin. Come on. I unlock the door as I walk to the driver's side and toss my duffel bag into the back seat. The whole time, one sentence repeats in my mind, over and over again. It's just a ride. Just a ride. Just a ride. I chant those words, hoping to reassure myself everything will be okay. I can totally do this and not freak out in the process. Maybe. Hopefully.
Nice ride,
Trent says as we slide into the leather seats of my Escalade. Thanks. I pull on my seatbelt and start the car. It's too much, but my big brother is just a tad overprotective.
Your brother bought you an Escalade?
His brows rise, the surprise clear in his voice. It was my graduation present. I wanted to strangle him when I found out. I mean, I had an idea that he'd buy me a car since I was going to college, and he'd been asking me questions months before the event. What I hadn't expected was a brand new car that cost over 6 figures. Just thinking about it makes me sweaty all over again. Way over the top, if I may say so myself. But there's no fighting JD when he gets something stuck in his head. I guess I should be lucky. I didn't need a car before since we live in New York, and there's no way I'll drive there. Trent turns to me.
You're from New York?
I give him a quick glance before returning my attention to the road. Born and raised, I confirm slowly, my fingers tightening around the steering wheel. Why? The hairs at the base of my neck rise as I wait for his answer.
I'm from New York, too.
Everything seems to stop as his words ring in the small confines of the SUV. It's like all the air is sucked out of the space. My throat is dry, and suddenly it's hard to breathe.
I'm from New York, too. I'm from New York, too. I'm from... Grace?
Where in the city? The question comes out low, distant even to my own ears. My grip on the wheel tightens.
Upper East Side.
Fancy.
It's home.
He shrugs.
But yeah, I guess you're right. My dad's a lawyer. Mom comes from old money.
I'm only half listening to his explanation. What would a kid from the Upper East Side, of all places, do in a community center in Queens? It makes no sense at all. And again, does anything relating to Mason, Trent, make sense?
What about you?
Huh?
Where in the city do you live?
Oh, nothing fancy like that. He chuckles.
Says the girl who drives an Escalade.
Yeah, I guess there's that. Bronxville, but I was born and raised in Queens. I might not like to talk about my mother, but I've never been ashamed to admit where I come from. I give him a side glance, but once again, there's nothing on his face. Not a flicker of recognition. Nothing. How is that possible? I slow down the car as we enter the campus. The afternoon classes have just finished, and more people are mingling around. I should just come out and ask him. I mean, how much more awkward can this situation get, really? Just say it out loud and see how he reacts when I openly ask him if he knows me. Or even if he ever went to the community center back in New York. Anything.
You can take a right here.
On autopilot, I turn on the blinker and slowly do as he asked. The last thing I need is to run into somebody crossing the road without looking.
That's me.
Trent unbuckles his seatbelt as I pull up to the curb in front of his dorm.
Thanks for the ride. I really appreciate it.
No problem. I watch him open the door and slide outside. Ask him, the little voice urges me. Ask him.
I guess I'll see...
Trent? I ask abruptly, interrupting him mid-sentence.
Yes?
He watches me expectantly, those golden dots shining in the brown irises. I clear my throat. My clammy fingers wrap tighter around the smooth leather of the steering wheel. Good luck with studying. God, I'm such a wuss.
Thanks.
He smiles at me, those dimples of his popping in his cheeks.
I'll see you later, legs.
That damn nickname rings in my ears. I bite into my lower lip as I watch him walk into the dorm. Only when he's behind the closed door do I let my head fall. With my forehead pressed against the steering wheel, I finally let a silent sob out.
Where were you yesterday?
Marcus asks in lieu of a greeting as I walk closer, slightly winded. He has a class in the building next door, so he's the one waiting for me to jog across the campus for our statistics class. Brighthaven? He pushes off the wall, and together we enter the auditorium. The place is already buzzing with students waiting for our class to start. I sweep the space until my eyes land on a familiar pair of blue eyes. Great. I almost forgot she's here, too.
Brighthaven?
Marcus's question snaps my attention back to our conversation. It's a community center on the outskirts of Blairwood. I go there once a week to teach kids ballet.
You volunteer?
Marcus's brows shoot up.
How did I not know you volunteer? And dance?
He gives me a once-over, as if he's seeing me for the very first time. It's just a hobby. I like doing it. Brighthaven was my safe haven when I was growing up. Even later, after everything happened with Mason, I couldn't give it up. I knew what it meant not to have anybody to look after you. I knew what it meant to need to have a safe space to hide and just be. A place where you can do anything you want to do, and nobody will judge you. My life might have turned for the better when I was 12 and JD came into my life, but I never forgot where I came from. I wanted to give back, be that safe place to other kids like me that aren't as fortunate. The community center might have been my safe place, but volunteering, seeing the smiles on the kids' faces, seeing them succeed, that's what saved me. Marcus shakes his head as we take our seats.
I seriously don't know how you do it all.
It's just a couple of hours every week, I shrug. Besides, Brighthaven is Sienna and JD's baby. After seeing how much the community center helped me, they decided they wanted to do all in their power to give that possibility to other kids coming from different backgrounds. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad backgrounds, just families struggling financially or single parents who have to work but don't have a reliable place to leave their children. They started discussing the project shortly after they got together and immersed themselves in it full-time after retiring from their careers. In a way, it was a family business. I love being a part of it and giving back to the community that has given me so much in the past. That's why I decided to study marketing in the first place. One day I hoped to help make this project bigger and more accessible to even more children. I'm hoping to start...
This is not what we agreed on, Red.
I slowly turn around and find Spencer sliding into the open seat next to me. He lets his backpack land on the floor by his side, his hand falling on the back of my chair, feet wide. He reminds me of Jade. Unlike me, they're both so completely at ease in their own skin. I don't remember us agreeing on anything. He places his hand over his heart dramatically.
You wound me, Red.
I roll my eyes at him and unzip my backpack, pulling out my laptop and books.
A friend?
Marcus asks, looking between the two of us. More like a flea. Marcus's eyes grow wide, brows rising. Spencer laughs.
I knew you had it in you.
Reluctantly, I turn toward him. I have a feeling I'm going to regret it, but still, I ask, what?
The redheaded temper.
Of course, it's always the red hair. I guess some things never change, no matter how old you are. Tell me, am I old or am I ugly?
What? A confused frown appears between Spencer's brows. Why am I not surprised?
Because the last time I checked, I'm not a man. Recognition flashes on his face. It's the same words Zane told him the other day when he said Spencer should get a tutor.
You're convenient. He tugs at one of my curls. And cute. I like cute.
Then maybe you should get a dog.
Too many obligations.
You're an obligation, I point out. The last thing I want is to get stuck tutoring Spencer. Don't get me wrong. He's sweet, like an overeager puppy. And kind of funny, a little. But after the whole mess with Mason or Trent, whatever the hell his name is, the last thing I need is to add more boy drama to my life.
But I'm a cute obligation.
My head falls back and I let out a sigh, rubbing my temples. I'm definitely not equipped to deal with this right now.
Am I missing something?
Marcus asks, clearly confused.
Red here is going to tutor me,
Spencer explains, a big smile on his face. Marcus looks at me.
A job, too?
Oh, trust me, I haven't applied. Just then, the professor comes into the room, saving me from continuing with this discussion, and probably the beginnings of a migraine. Spencer leans closer, his hot breath tickling the side of my face as he whispers,
"Think of it like taking a pro bono case."
I roll my eyes at him and forcefully open my book. Thankfully, our professor gets to business straight away, and there's no room for us to talk for the next 45 minutes. I push all the other things out of my mind and concentrate on taking notes instead. I have goals to complete, and failing class my freshman year won't bring me any closer to them. As soon as the class wraps up, we gather our things and exit the auditorium. Marcus disappears almost instantly, going straight for his study group, and leaves me alone with Spencer, who doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. I give him a side glance. Don't you have somewhere to be? A class? Gym? Something?
Nope.
He grins widely.
Where are you off to anyway?
Coffee, I mutter. I could feel the headache building and I still had work to do before I could call it a day.
I could use a coffee.
I don't even bother protesting since I know it won't be of any use. Spencer doesn't try to chat while we make our way across the campus. It takes us 10 minutes, and thankfully the line isn't long, so we place our order quickly. Today there's a guy I don't know working behind the bar. Yasmin told me she decided to take fewer shifts at Cup It Up, so she doesn't overwhelm herself like she did last year, and she wanted to spend more time with her dad and boyfriend. Who could blame her? I pull out my wallet, ready to pay for my order, but Spencer beats me to it. You don't have to buy me coffee to get into my good graces, I say, as Spencer hands the money to the guy behind the counter and glares at me like I just offended him.
I'm not buying it to get into your good graces.
Good, because it's not happening. Spencer just looks at me. He's standing so close, unblinking, and I can see little yellowish flecks covering the bright blue of his irises. A light stubble covers his jaw, giving him somewhat of a rugged look. I'm not blind. I see the looks girls give him every time he enters a room. He's handsome, I'll give him that, but he's also a player if I've ever seen one. What? I ask, suddenly feeling self-conscious.
Nothing. Just trying to figure you out.
I tuck a strand of my hair behind my ear. Good luck with that. I'm not even sure I have me figured out. I thought I did, but everything that has happened lately makes me question myself. The guy calls our names and hands us our drinks. I thank him and grab my coffee before heading for the door. I pull my phone out of my pocket and open a thread with the girls, typing in a message. I barely type in one word before the phone is yanked out of my grasp. Give me that, I protest, standing on the tips of my toes, but he holds it out of my reach. Not an easy feat since I'm 5'8".
When do we start?
Spencer.
Red.
Fine, I huff. Tomorrow. But you better not be late. He grins.
I'm never late.
He looks down at my phone, his fingers typing quickly over the screen. What the hell are you doing? A phone rings, but the sound dies as quickly as it started. Clearly satisfied, he hands me back my phone and pulls out his own.
Text me when and where. I'll see you tomorrow, Red.
Chapter 11. Trent. Dude, this is some serious shit you got yourself into. Mateo shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the paper in front of him. How the fuck was I supposed to know? I ripped the pop quiz out of his hand. The onslaught of red on the piece of paper is almost too much to look at. Can't you drop the damn thing? The dropping period is long gone. Want it or not, I'm stuck with French until the end of the semester. How much does that shit take from your final grade? 10%. The biggest chunk goes to midterm and oral exams, but at this point, I'll never pass this thing. Seriously, how is this shit possible? I've barely been here a couple of months and I'm already failing. This was not the kind of record I was hoping to make. If you don't pass it, you won't be able to play. Thanks, dude, I muttered dryly. That's really encouraging. As if I needed a reminder. Now that I've finally made it on the team and there's a real chance I'll get to play, I'm going to screw it all up because I chose the wrong subject? Can't you get a tutor or something? I rubbed my fingers through my hair, pushing it away from my face. I guess I'll go to the tutoring center and see if somebody can help me. At this rate, I'll continue to butcher the language and get my ass kicked off the team even before I get to play. Not that there's much guarantee I'd get any playtime now as it is. You should have gone with something easier, or a dead language, fewer chances of you actually having to use it. A dead language? Yeah, right. I don't think it works that way. But next time I try to do something new, please punch me in the face before I actually go through with it. Mateo slaps me on the shoulder. That I can do. I ball the napkin and throw it at his ugly mug. I didn't even think otherwise. We're laughing when Ashley slips into a seat next to mine. Hey, her lips brush against the corner of my mouth. What's up? Just appreciating how good of a friend I have, that's all. And with that, my job here's done. Mateo pushes to his feet and grabs his coffee cup. Don't be dumb and go to the tutoring center. I'll see you later. Yeah, later, asshole. Tutoring center? Ashley asks as soon as Mateo is out of earshot. What's that about? I slide the pop quiz over the table and show it to her. Ash scans the paper before lifting her gaze to me. But a tutor? Can't you just study next time? That's the result after I'd been studying on my own, I mutter, slightly irritated that she'd think I didn't lift my finger. I don't know, Trent. Maybe you should give it more time. Finding a tutor seems so harsh. Because it is. And no amount of waiting will change the fact that I, plain and simple, suck when it comes to French. I open my mouth, but before I can say anything, my phone flashes with the incoming call. Mom's face on the screen. I pick up the phone and answer the call. Hey, Mom. Trent, she says, slightly out of breath. How are you? Good. I just stopped to grab some coffee after my class. Hey, Mrs. Remington, Ashley says loud enough so Mom can hear her. Is that Ashley with you? Mom asks. Sure is. Her class just finished. Say hi to her. I roll my eyes. Mom says hi, I tell Ash. She smiles and points in the general direction of the counter that's currently empty. I watch her walk to the counter and place her order. What's up over there? Oh, same old, same old. Your dad's busy with work. That's actually why I'm calling. We're in Boston for one conference or another. We were thinking of stopping by Blairwood. Grab something to eat? We could do that, I say tentatively, going over my schedule. Do you know when you'll be coming? Tomorrow evening. I'll text you the details later. Okay, sounds like a plan. Good. How are classes? My gaze falls to the pop quiz, a scowl forming on my face. Oh, you know, the usual. I was actually planning to go to the library right now to get some studying done. And while I'm at it, I might take Mateo's advice and stop by the tutoring center. There is no way I'll flunk this class or get kicked off the team because of it. I'll leave you to your classes then. I've got to run anyway. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and make sure to bring Ashley with you. I look up just as Ash slides back into her seat, a coffee cup in her hand. I'll check if she can make it. Okay. I love you, Trent. See you soon. Love you too, Mom. Say hi to Dad for me. With a goodbye, we hang up. How is she doing? Ashley asks, taking a sip of her coffee. Good. They're in Boston for work and want to stop by tomorrow to grab something to eat. Want to come? Ashley beams. You know I do. Where are we going? Knowing my parents, probably the fanciest restaurant in a 50-mile radius. I drink the rest of my coffee. She'll send me the details tomorrow. I grab my backpack and push to my feet. Okay. I was thinking we could... Where are you going? There's a frown between Ashley's brows as she looks at me. Library. I need to check with the tutoring center if they have somebody who can help me with French, and then I need to get some studying in. You're no fun, Ash pouts. I was hoping we'd hang out for a bit. Tomorrow. I lean down and press my mouth against hers. I promise. Ash's fingers curl around the hem of my shirt and pull me closer. I'll hold you to that. Are you sure you can't make it at that time? The girl behind the counter looks at me and then back at her computer. Positive, I have practice then. No way I can miss it. Her eyebrows rise, and the look she gives me clearly tells me she thinks I'm a complete dumbass, and she can't believe she has to deal with me. Maybe I am. After all, if I flunk my midterm, I can say goodbye to basketball for good, and it'll be nobody's fault but my own. Well then... She starts typing once again, and I wait for her to do her thing, hoping she'll find somebody who can help me. I'll email the tutor, see if she can fit you in somewhere that would work better for you. But I'm making no promises. Her schedule is really packed. Yeah, okay. I sigh. So much for that. Thanks for trying. She offers me a small smile. I turn on the balls of my feet and leave the room. A guy sitting in front of the office lifts his head as I pass by him. The hallway is quiet, and I go straight for the door. I was hoping to get some studying done, but the walls feel like they're closing in on me, and I'll suffocate if I don't get out and breathe in some fresh air. Why did I think it's a good idea to pick French out of all the classes? And how is it possible there's only one tutor available? Does everybody know the damn language so well? I push the door open, letting the gust of cool air hit me in the face. A shiver runs through me, but I welcome the cold. So much for that.
Chapter 12. Grace.
I'll see you later, legs.
My fingers play with the leather strand of my bracelet. Trent's warm smile flashes in my mind, taunting me. But then it changes to a teasing smile Mason gave me that day 2 years ago. The way his eyes lowered to my lips like he wanted to kiss me, but didn't want to piss my brother off. The way his teeth scraped over his lower lip as he pulled back. So many times over the years, I wished Mason would have kissed me that night in the car. Maybe then I'd have more memories with him than a few photos I can't bring myself to look at, and a couple of kisses to remember him by. The kisses that over the years have started to fade. These days, I had to try really hard to remember the exact tone of his voice, the way his lips tasted under mine. What a fickle thing the human brain can be. It takes the memories you'd give anything to keep, but leaves all the pain behind. But even faded, it was still the best kiss I've ever had. That part was undeniable. There was nobody who could make my tummy quiver, not before Mason, and certainly not after. The ache in my heart grows as the memories of the past and present mesh together. Later, legs. Those were the last words Mason ever said to me. I flipped the little charm between my fingers, the metal cool against my skin. So many times I thought about taking it off, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. It was too much too soon. Later, legs. Like he's just going home and I'll get to see him soon after. Like we'll get a chance to try and see everything we could be. Only that never happened.
I'm from New York, too.
The lump in my throat grows thicker as my conversation with Trent replays in my mind. No matter how much I thought about it in the past 24 hours, I still couldn't wrap my mind around it. How is it possible that two people who look almost like twins have lived in the same city all this time? Were they even two people? Or is this some twisted way he's playing with me? You should have asked him. Hey, are you okay? Startled by the question, I blink softly, my gaze fixing on Ray. I almost forgot she's with me in the room. Yeah? The answer comes out more like a question. I pull my legs closer to my chest and wrap my arms tighter around them. Ray observes me quietly, her brown eyes fixed on me intently. Her black hair is a bit messy, and there's a sheer layer of sweat covering her olive skin. She's in her typical workout attire, black leggings and a sports bra, since she's been stretching in her room after her workout in the rink. Isn't it your studio time? I look at the watch around my wrist. I'm not really feeling it, so I think I'm going to skip it today. You're not in the mood to dance? Ray's brows shoot up in clear surprise. Now I definitely know something's wrong. She sits down next to me, her hand falling over mine. I know I'm not Jade, but you can talk to me, you know? What? A frown appears on my face as her words sink in. You think just because Jade and I have a connection built on loss. From the first moment we met, something just clicked between us. We could understand one another without either of us having to voice our worries or insecurities. The relationship we have with Ray is different, a bit newer since we just met her after she moved in with us as our third roommate, but I knew the three of us would become good friends. We are already good friends. Ray waves me off. You've known each other longer. I wouldn't blame you guys if you had secrets of your own, but I just wanted you to know I'm here if you need somebody to talk to. I know, it's just... I look down, tugging at a strand of my hair. There's just a lot going on, and I'm not ready to talk about it with anybody. You're not in trouble, are you? I look up and give her a small smile. Nah, just some old memories I can't seem to run away from. I know she wants to ask for more details, but I hope she doesn't. I have to figure it out on my own first, but not right now. Right now, I need to take a step back. Thankfully, just then, the door opens and Jade enters. Great, you're here. I turn to Ray, and before I can change my mind, I blurt out, I changed my mind. I want to dance after all. Jade looks between Ray and me. Did I miss something?
Trent. The bedroom door opens, letting a stream of noise from the hallway enter the small room. I look up, my fingers working on buttoning my shirt. Hey, didn't you say you were going to the gym? I was. We finished earlier than anticipated. Mateo lets his backpack drop on the floor and gives me a curious look. Where are you going all dressed up like that? My parents are in town. We exchange a knowing look. We've known each other our whole lives, and Mateo has had a front row seat to my parents' antics. They're not bad, just overbearing. Ah, shit. Yup. The last button falls in place, and I turn to my best friend. Want to come? Ashley is going with me, but I wouldn't object to an additional buffer between us in the form of my best friend. Sorry, man, but I already have plans with the guys. I just came home to take a shower and see if you'd like to join us. I can only wish. I'd give anything for a night out with the guys instead of some stuffy dinner with my parents. I guess I'll have to hope bringing Ashley will be enough. Harpy? You wanted to throw the harpy at me? Not cool, bro. I groan loudly. She's not that bad. Besides, my parents love her. Mateo pulls off his shirt and throws it in the corner, grabbing his towel and a bottle of shampoo. That's because they're practically the same. Now I'm even happier I'll be out. Should I crash at one of the guys, or... I shake my head. It's fine. Mateo's brows raise. I'm waiting for the question, but he just shrugs. Whatever you say. I'll see you later. I grab the jacket off the back of the chair and shrug it on. Later. There you are. Mom jumps to her feet and wraps her arms around me, pulling me in for a hug. Her familiar Chanel No. 5 surrounds me, and I dutifully bend down so she can press her lips against my cheek. Regina, give the boy some space to breathe, Dad grumbles, placing his hands on her shoulders. Oh, shush, Beckett. Mom swats Dad on the arm. I'm just happy to see my baby boy. You are aware that I'm 6'4", Mom? I ask, chuckling. For as long as I can remember, I've always been her baby boy. I guess it comes with being an only child, their miracle baby. I'm not sure if I like that term better or not, but there was no convincing her to change it. I've tried many times, and the answer was always the same. As if on cue, she props her hands on her hips and gives me her mom look. You can be 7 feet tall and 50 years old, and that won't change the fact that you're my child, Trent Beckett Remington. Mom slaps me on the hand playfully before turning her attention to Ashley. Ashley, my dear, you look lovely. Is that a new dress? Ash's smile brightens. Thank you, Mrs. Remington. And it actually is new.
I bought it just recently. You look beautiful yourself. Is that a new haircut?
The two of them continue talking about hair and shopping, so I turn my attention to Dad. Trent, it's good to see you, son. He pulls me in for a half hug, giving me a slap on the shoulder. You didn't have trouble getting here? No, it was fine. Just as I predicted, my parents found the classiest restaurant in the area, which happened to be in the next town over, so we had to drive to meet them. How was the trip? Good. Business as usual. I pull out Ashley's chair before taking my seat next to her. She turns to me, her lips curling into a bright smile. Mom wasn't wrong. Ashley looks amazing, but then again, she always does. I don't think I've ever seen that girl in something normal, like leggings and a hoodie. The pale pink dress hugs her body in all the right places, and she did that curly thing to her hair. Another pair of curls, these auburn, flash in front of my face. The image is so vivid, it startles me slightly. Ash places her hand on my knee, giving it a supporting squeeze. I shake my head, trying to chase this strange and completely unexpected feeling away. Brown hair, not auburn. Blue eyes, not green. Just then, the server comes to the table and we place our orders.
So, how are your classes? Mom asks, smiling brightly. Do you like Blairwood?
They're good.
You'd think they're more than just good.
Ashley gives me a side glance before turning her attention to my parents.
He spends his time either studying or playing basketball, Ashley pouts. Barely has any time for me.
Damn it, Ash. With her focus still on my parents, she doesn't see the irritation flash on my face. This was exactly the one thing I was trying to avoid. She knows it since she's been with me numerous times when I tried to convince my parents to let me play, but they rejected the idea in a blink of an eye. Mom's sharp gaze turns to me, her smile falling.
You are playing basketball?
I guess there's no going back now. Mom, I knew this would happen when they found out I applied for the team. That's why I didn't want to tell them in the first place.
Don't you mom me, Trent,
Mom hisses quietly. Her fingers that were wrapped around the glass are now gripping it tightly, her knuckles white.
Are you playing?
Yes, but
you can't be playing, she says instantly, shaking her head. You know what your doctor said.
The doctor said I'm fine.
You shouldn't be on that field at all.
It's a court, I bite out. And I want to be. All heads turn toward me, eyes wide in surprise at my outburst. So much for keeping my cool. I don't remember when the last time was I snapped at my parents like that, but I've had it. I'm 19 years old, not 3, for God's sake. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I'm fine. I'm taking care of myself, and the doc gave me the green light to practice. Nothing has happened in 2 years.
That doesn't mean it won't. You know if you get re-injured, you could...
Basketball isn't that dangerous.
It's a contact sport, Trent. You could fall or get hit in the head, and then what?
And then what? I've heard this question or some variation of it for the past 2 years of my life, ever since my accident. And quite honestly, I've had enough of it. I didn't want this to control my life forever. I've been practicing ever since the injury, and I've been fine. It's not like I'm playing hockey or football.
You can't know that.
Mom pounds her fist on the table, making the dishes rattle. The motion startles us all, since she isn't usually the one to lose her cool. Regina, Dad calmly places his hand over Mom's on the table. Trent is old enough to know what he's doing. Mom turns to him, a deep scowl on her face. They exchange a glance that I'm not fully sure how to interpret. It's intense, words said without uttering a sound. Mom's the first to look away.
I'm sorry, Trent, she sighs. You're my only child, my baby. I just worry about you.
She presses her lips together and shakes her head.
I can't lose you.
If that's not a kick to my gut, I don't know what is. I feel like a dick for yelling at her and making her worry. I know, but I'm fine, really. I'm just a freshman. I probably won't even get that much playing time anyway. I can't really know that, but it's the most likely outcome. Freshmen rarely got to start, and I doubted I'd be put on the roster since I haven't been on a high school team. I was good at basketball, sure, but I've seen some of the older guys on the team play, and they were ruthless. Still, it was a peace offering of sorts. The best I can give her since I'm not about to back down. Not from this. I love basketball too much to give it up all over again now that I finally have a chance to play. Not even to make my parents happy. Thankfully, just then the waiter comes over with our food, breaking the tension in the air. Ash looks at me and mouths, "Sorry." She knew I didn't tell my parents about basketball and I wanted to keep it on the down low as long as possible. But now, what's done is done. I just shake my head slightly. It's not her fault, really. We had this conversation so many times in the past. I wanted to play basketball, but my parents didn't want to hear about it. It's not like I could have kept it a secret forever. Maybe it's better that we got it out now, so I didn't have to pretend and hide it in case I got a chance to play. I could appreciate my parents being worried about me, but I'm not a helpless kid. For once, I want them not to look at me with trepidation, waiting for me to fall down. I want them to look at me like Grace does. There she is again, sneaking into my thoughts when I least expect her to. But it's true. For her, I'm just a regular college guy. I wonder if she would think the same if she knew what really happened. Probably not. And I don't get why the thought of it makes my stomach clench.
Chapter 13. Grace. I close my eyes and lift my hands in the air, letting my hips sway to the beat of the song. My mind is blurry from all the alcohol, but the pain I've been feeling before is completely dulled, as is the headache that's been bugging me since I opened my eyes. I could totally see why people get addicted to this stuff. It's so easy, so damn easy. Because when I'm drunk, I don't feel anything. No sadness, no worries, no love. It's all just an empty void. But even that's better than the constant pressure on my chest, on my heart. I don't want to hurt anymore. Firm hands land on my hips, and I can feel a wave of heat coming from the back. Prying my eyes open, I look over my shoulder. I squint my eyes, waiting a beat for my vision to clear so I can see the person standing behind me. A cute guy with messy blonde hair and a crooked smile is looking at me. "Dance with me?" I turn around, looping my hands behind his neck. "I figured we were already dancing." The corners of my mouth tip upward in a flirty smile. I'm not sure who's this person with a sultry voice or where she came from, but I don't mind her one bit. His leg slips between mine. It's not the most comfortable position, but right now, I don't care one bit. I'm just happy to get lost in the moment with a nameless guy that's nothing like him. My eyelids fall shut, and I let my body move. I'm rubbing against the guy's thigh, the sweet pressure building inside me. It's been too long since I let go like this. Too long since I let a guy touch me. Too long since I got lost in the oblivion. The guy moves closer. Our chests brush together, and my nose scrunches when I smell a mix of his citrusy cologne and sweat. His warm breath tickles my earlobe as he leans in. "Want to go and grab a drink?" A shiver runs through me, and I take a step back. "Sure." He takes my hand, and I let him pull me through the crowd of people out of the room. "Where are you going?" Jade asks, appearing by my side out of nowhere. "Drinks," I yell, smiling. But instead of smiling back at me, a scowl between Jade's brows deepens. "Do you seriously think you need more drinks?" "I figured you wanted to have fun," I pout. My face feels tight, the movement foreign to my muscles. I'm not the pouting kind, but I bet Trent's girlfriend is. She looks like the type, rich queen bee. I shake my head. Don't think about them. I do, but... No buts, I say quickly before she can finish. Tonight I wanted to be young and reckless and wild. Tonight I want to be free. The guy jerks me to the kitchen. Jade follows after us and almost collides with a guy stumbling out of the kitchen. I giggle as she glares at him before she walks around him and joins us.
"What's your poison?"
the guy asks, drawing my attention to him. His bicep bulges as he produces shot glasses and fills one with amber liquid with the easiness of somebody who's pulled the stunt many times. If he's disappointed at the interruption, he doesn't show it. Then again, Jade is a beautiful woman. Maybe he's hoping to get lucky with both of us? Who knows? Tequila. Grace, Jade drawls, looping her hand through mine. She'll have the same.
A friend?
He asks, taking Jade in with open appreciation, and hands us our drinks. Yup, he's most definitely interested. Jade glares at him but takes it. Yes, so no funny business, mister.
Didn't even cross my mind.
His grin widens.
Cheers.
I lift my glass in a salute before tipping it back. I down the shot in one go before Jade can protest more. Tequila burns its way down my throat. You'd think I'd get numb after all the alcohol I drank tonight, but nope. I still shudder like I did the first time I tried it. The guy looks at me with amusement.
Not used to drinking.
By the end of the night, she'll be like a pro, Jade comments dryly. Out of the two of us, she's the one who drowns her demons in the alcohol. I can't count all the summer nights we used our fake IDs to buy some booze and spend the night drinking and chatting. I'd usually stop after one drink because I couldn't let go of the control, but not Jade. She relished in it. I had a hard time understanding it before, but I can now. I want it. To forget, to just be, even if for a moment. I've learned from the best. A cool breeze touches my sweaty skin. I turn around and sure enough, somebody left the window wide open. Although it's already chilly outside in the evenings, the terrace is filled with people. There's a large group gathered around the keg. I watch as they help lift the guy's legs up and bring the tap to his mouth. The crowd cheers as he drinks. I want to do that. What? That. I point at the window and grab Jade's hand. Let's go. Somehow we find our way through the crowd and out into the open. The keg is placed on the terrace, and just when we get there, a guy falls to the ground while the rest of the people hoot in celebration. He grins widely, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Grace, Jade says in warning, her grip on me tightening. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't you. I smile at her. Then that's exactly what I need.
Who's next?
One of the guys asks. He's a picture of a frat boy, dark blonde hair tousled to perfection, a black polo shirt, and a huge pearly white grin. Before anybody else can volunteer, I lift my hand. Me! Jade mutters something behind me but doesn't try to stop me. The guy does a double take but nods his head.
Let's see what you've got.
I brace my hands against the keg, and they help lift my legs in the air. One of the guys brings the tap to my mouth. I've never been much of a beer girl, but I suck it up. Oblivion. That's what I need. Oblivion. I drink for as long as I can take it. Being upside down forces the blood to rush to my head, the mix of alcohol and elevation making my head spin. I lift my hand to signal that I'm done, and they put me back on the ground. My legs feel wobbly underneath me, and I stumble back. Dark spots appear before my eyes as the blood falls back into my body, leaving me lightheaded. Everybody hollers, and the loud noise intensifies the throbbing behind my temples. Fingers wrap around my upper arm, and when I blink, I see Jade's worried eyes. You okay? She mouths. Amazing. I smile and clasp her hand. Let's go dancing. The house is still full when we get back inside. The wave of heat hits me square in the face as soon as we step inside. Sweat coats my skin, making my clothes stick to my body. I turn around and almost collide with Ray. Where were you? I ask, giggling. We got here together, but then she just disappeared. Jade told me she went to the bathroom, but it's definitely been a while. Ray looks from me to Jade and back. The better question is, what were you two doing? Just having some fun, I giggle, swaying on my feet. Or is the room spinning? I narrow my eyes, hoping to focus, but it's useless. Why is the room spinning? So I've heard. Ray narrows her eyes at me. You're drunk. I push my hair back, hoping to feel that chilly breeze, but it's useless. It's like it's 100 degrees inside. Just a little buzzed. How about we go home? Jade suggests. No. I shake my head in protest, which isn't a good thing because it only makes me feel more off balance than before. I want to dance. You've danced enough. Jade grabs my hand more firmly, steadying me. Not that it helps. The whole world is turned upside down, and there's no going back. I close my eyes and press my hand against my temple. Yeah, maybe you're right. Come on, Let's get you home." With Jade's help, we somehow managed to get to the front door without any issues. It feels good to be back out in the fresh night. It was so hot in the house. Or maybe that's all the alcohol talking. I close my eyes and let the cool air fill my lungs. The chilly breeze against my heated skin makes goosebumps appear on my flesh. "How do you feel?" Ray asks. "Good." I narrow my eyes on her. I'm pretty sure there are two of her. "You didn't answer my question earlier." "I went to the bathroom." "That was an unusually long line." Jade gives her a knowing look. "Yeah, well," Ray shrugs, and even in my intoxicated state, I can see there's something she isn't telling us, but I don't have it in me to probe when I can barely keep myself upright. Now that we're finally outside, away from the music and all the people, it finally hits me how tired I am. I let Jade wrap her arm around my waist and lean my head against her shoulder. She and Ray chat quietly on our way back, but my mind is all over the place, making it impossible for me to concentrate. Everything I've been trying to push to the back of my mind comes rushing forward now that all the distractions are out of the equation. Only now, they're even more persistent than they were before. So much for the oblivion that alcohol brings. "Come on, we're almost home," Jade whispers softly, brushing away a strand of my hair that fell in my face. I blink and realize that somehow we got all the way to our dorm without me noticing. The space is quiet, apart from the soft buzzing of the street lamps. I straighten and look up. That's when I see him. See them. Trent is standing in front of the dorm, talking with that dark-haired girl. She's dressed in a silky pale pink dress that reaches just above her knee, a black blazer and high heels. Date clothes. Of course he'd take her on a date. They're together, for God's sake. She's looking up at him, smiling widely. Her hand slides from his chest to his shoulder and to the back of his neck as she lifts to press her mouth against his. I suck in a breath. I should look away, continue on my way, but it's like I'm stuck waiting for the train wreck to happen. I'm not sure what I was expecting, that he'd push her back, stop her from kissing him. She's his girlfriend. Trent cups her cheeks, returning her kiss. He tilts her head to the side, deepening the kiss, and I'm pretty sure I can feel my heart crack all over again. I stagger back, my throat closing. Run, run, run. "Grace?" Jade calls my name, snapping me out of it. Yeah? My best friend's eyes narrow at me. "Are you okay?" "Sure," I lie. Jade observes me quietly for a moment, and I know she can see something's going on. Don't ask. Just don't ask. "Let's go home." I loop my arm through hers and pull her toward Ray before they see them too. But no matter what, I can't get the image of Trent kissing his girlfriend out of my head. My heart is beating a mile a minute, and the cold sweat coats my skin. My mind is still spinning with what I just saw in vivid detail, so I barely register us getting inside the dorm and climbing to our floor. Somewhere in the distance I can hear a click as the door unlocks. My stomach rolls uncomfortably. I don't feel so good. "Don't you dare throw up on me, Grace Danielle Shelton, or I swear—" Jade doesn't even bother to finish. She just pulls me toward the bathroom. The light flickers on in the common room, and although my eyes are half closed, it blinds me. A sudden rush of heat goes through my body, and I can feel the bile rise in my throat. I stumble over the bathroom threshold. Jade swears, trying to hold on to me so I don't knock into something in a small space. My knees touch the ground, and since the bathroom is tiny, the toilet is just there. My hands grip the seat as the contents of my stomach come rushing out. Damn it, Grace! The tiles feel cool under my legs, soothing some of the pain away as I retch and heave. Jade pulls my hair back the best she can, but the short strands keep falling back in my face, getting stuck on the sticky skin. I'm not sure how long we stay like that. It feels like forever, until my stomach calms down enough for me to breathe. And even then, the smell of the puke has my stomach unsettling all over again. "Is she okay?" I hear Ray ask in the distance. I really hope this helped. Jade gets up and flushes the toilet. Then she takes a towel by the sink and puts it under the water before crouching down by my side. She wipes the sweat, and probably puke, from my face. I guess I really didn't need that keg stand after all. I chuckle, but there is no humor in the tone. It's strained, lifeless, just like I feel. "That's not funny," Jade chastises. "I was really worried about you." I'm sorry.
I look at my two friends. Seeing their matched, worried expressions undoes something inside of me. To both of you, I shake my head, the first tear slipping down. I brush it away quickly, hating myself for crying. 2 years, 2 damn years, and I'm still crying over Mason LeBlanc. Grace. Jade puts her hand over mine. It's okay. No, it's not. I curl my fingers into a fist and pound it against my thigh. I don't want to worry anybody, but it's hard. It's so freaking hard to see him, and with her, I don't think I can do it. A frown appears on Ray's smooth forehead. Him? Mason or Trent or whatever the hell his name is.
Mason?
Ray looks between the two of us, clearly confused. Who's Mason?
That's because you didn't tell her.
Mason was my first crush. My first date, my first kiss, my first love, my first heartbreak. He was my first everything, until he wasn't.
Then who's Trent?
I look up at Ray's confused face. The feeling is mutual. Trent's Mason.
I don't think I'm following.
I chuckle, but the sound lacks humor. You're not the only one. Trent looks like Mason, but he's... Jade smooths her hand on my back. Well, Trent.
Ray's eyes widen. You mean they look similar?
Jade rubs the back of her neck. More like exactly like him.
Trent's face flashes before my eyes, and I let a shaky breath out.
Like twins. The only difference is that he doesn't remember me.
Well,
there is a slight pause as Ray mulls over what she just heard.
Now I get why you wanted to get drunk.
I only wish it helped.
Chapter 14. Trent. How did the dinner go? Mateo puts the weights back on the rack before turning toward me, a water bottle in his hand. Disastrous, I mutter, my gaze fixed on my reflection in the mirror as I work on squats. What happened? Mateo stands next to me, his eyes meeting mine in the reflection in the mirror. He wasn't home after I dropped Ashley at her dorm. She wanted me to stay, but my head was killing me, so I went back to my dorm, took some pain meds, and crashed. It took all I had in me not to let it show in front of her or my parents. It would be just one more reason for them to justify why I should stay away from playing basketball, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with it. Hell, I was so out of it I didn't even hear Mateo when he came in. Besides my parents being my parents, I sigh. Ash made a comment about me being too absorbed with my studying and basketball to pay attention to her. What the hell, dude? Right? Ashley tried to apologize to me once again after dinner, but there was no point. The damage had already been done. You know how my parents are, especially Mom. To say they weren't happy would be an understatement. More like epically pissed. I know, Mateo nods. But it's been 2 years. I put the dumbbell down and wipe my forehead with the back of my hand. That's what I keep telling her. I can't live my life like I'm going to die at any moment. Dude, it's all messed up. Tell me about it. I rub at my temples, feeling the soft pressure behind them. When I have a migraine like I did last night, they rarely last just one day. But no matter how much I wished I could stay in bed all day, I had shit to take care of. Sighing, I let my hand down just to catch Mateo looking at me worriedly. What? Nothing. It's just a headache. I know. Want to spot me? Mateo turns and goes to the bench, purposely avoiding my gaze. I watch him as he puts on some additional weights on the bar and sits down. Only then does he turn to me. You coming or what? I nod. Yeah, sure. I rush through the quiet library. There are a dozen places open for me to take, but I have a specific destination in mind. A destination I hadn't even realized I had until I found myself standing in front of the building. What the hell are you doing, Trent? I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm not sure what to think about it. What to think about me. I have a girlfriend, a beautiful girlfriend of 3 years who stuck by my side through all the shit that has happened, and yet I was here looking for another girl? I tried to reason that it's not like that. I'm not having an affair with Grace behind Ash's back. We're just two friends studying in the library. Can we even be considered friends when our interactions consist mostly of accidentally stumbling upon one another in different places? You'd think we're at some tiny university, but we're not. I hadn't even seen her until a few weeks ago, hadn't known she existed. How is it possible that I didn't even know her, and now I can't get her out of my mind? It's subconscious, this need to see her, to talk to her. The desk that's tucked away in the little corner of the library where Grace was the last time now sits empty. I let out a long breath that I hadn't even realized I'd been holding as the disappointment slams into me. I guess I hadn't even realized how much I hoped she'd be here. I run my hand through my hair and look around, wondering what to do now. The strap of my backpack cuts into my shoulder from the weight of all the books I'm carrying. Since I'm here, I guess I might as well use the quiet to get some work done. The words blur on the screen. I blink a few times, pinching the bridge of my nose to help ease the pressure behind my temples. I've been sitting here for the past hour studying for my French class and a possible future pop quiz. Why is that even still allowed in college? How can an impromptu quiz be a relevant measure of somebody's knowledge? Beats me. What I do know is that my mind's getting fuzzier by the second, and it feels like I haven't moved an inch since I started. But I don't have many options. Earlier today, I got the email from the tutoring center that the person they had in mind won't be able to fit me in their schedule. So I'm back to square one. Why did I think it was a good idea to take this class again? I should seriously let Mateo beat some sense into me the next time I try to do something crazy like this. Sighing, I get up and crack open the window to let in some fresh air. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was taken." I turn around at the sound of the soft voice and come face to face with Grace. "Hey." She tucks a strand of her hair behind her ear, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. "Hi." Grace looks around, taking in the mess I made of the small desk. My laptop is open and books and notebooks are scattered on the table, along with a half-empty bottle of Gatorade and a coffee cup that matches the one in her hand. "You came here to study?" The corner of her mouth lifts slightly, but before it can turn into a smile, she bites the inside of her cheek, schooling her features. "Is there another reason people come to the library?" "Right. Dumbass." Her eyes go back to the desk before shifting toward me. "I just didn't realize this place was taken, that's all. I figured not many people knew about it since it was always empty in the past." She takes a step back as if she's planning to turn around and leave. My fingers itch as if they want to reach out and stop her. I don't want her to leave. The realization hits me out of nowhere. Not because of me. "You want me to get out of your way?" I blurt out quickly. I came here hoping to find her. I can admit it, if only to myself, but the last thing I want is to chase her away from her spot or make her uncomfortable. Grace stops mid-motion and shakes her head no, auburn strands slipping from behind her ear. "It's fine. It's not like I own this place." "I'd own it if I could," I say, only half joking. "It's so peaceful over here. Helps me concentrate so I can study." I look down at the French notebook. It feels like the damn thing is mocking me. "Usually." "It is," she agrees. "That's why I love it so much." The corner of her mouth lifts in a small smile, but it's interrupted by a yawn. "A long night?" I ask, leaning against my desk. Something flashes on her face. It's there one moment, like a dark cloud hovering over the bright sun, but gone in the next. "That obvious, huh?" Grace chuckles, looking down at the cup clasped in her hand. Now that she mentioned it, I let myself take her in. Her face seems even paler than usual, and there are dark bags under her eyes. "Just a little," I admit honestly. She lifts the cup to eye level and gives it a little shake. By the sound of it, it's almost empty. "You'd think drinking 3 of these would help." "Damn, that bad?" Grace hums. "Now I just wish I stayed in bed." "You're not the only one," I want to say, but hold the words back. How weird would that be? Seriously, this girl will think I'm some kind of stalker or some shit like that. Why haven't you? I press my fingers against my temples and rub the tense skin. The pressure behind them has steadily grown since I left the gym, and I knew I should probably go back to my room since I forgot to take my migraine medicine with me. But I'm not ready to leave, not just yet. Besides, if I take it, I'll be out cold, and I have work to do. I promised somebody I'd help them out. She looks around as if she expects that somebody to show up, but we're all alone. We were supposed to meet here. Grace looks at the watch wrapped around her wrist and rolls her eyes. But he's late. Why am I not surprised? The corner of my mouth lifts. I've yet to see a spunky side to Grace, but it actually suits her. Your friend always late? No idea, really. We're acquaintances more than friends. We were supposed to meet here to work on statistics, but I guess this seat is taken anyway. Yeah. I rub the back of my neck and take a seat. I kinda stole it from you. Want to sit while you wait for your friend? Grace nibbles at her lip and looks reluctantly at the chair. I push it out a little with my leg. I don't bite. Her lip pops out, and my gaze zeroes in on it, observing as the color rushes back into the flesh. Her mouth is bare, with no gloss or any kind of coloring covering it. Just plain pink on her lush mouth, her lower lip just a tad full. Why the hell am I thinking about her lips? My heart thunders in my chest, but before I can wrap my mind around what just happened, Grace nods and sits down. Okay. She takes in the books on the table, grabs the closest to her and turns it around, her eyes scanning the content. French? Yeah. I rub at the scruff on my neck, my fingers digging into my skin. Seriously, what the hell's wrong with me? Although I was probably drunk when I picked it. Grace raises her brow. Le français, c'est pas ton truc? I blink, and then blink once again, just for good measure. You speak French? What in the ever-loving? I can manage. Manage my ass. That didn't sound like you can manage, it sounded like you know freaking French. She knows French. The words ring in my mind as I try to wrap my head around this information. Grace knows French. Color rises up her cheeks, the dark pink just a shade darker than those lips. I might have taken a few classes in high school. Why? I blurt out before I can think otherwise. I mean, not that anything's wrong with French or ballet. Grace interrupts before I can embarrass myself more than I already have. Thank fuck. I've been dancing since I was 12, and I picked some things up along the way, so I decided to take classes in high school. You took French because of ballet? The skepticism is evident in my voice. Grace shrugs and tucks a lock of hair behind her ear and shrugs. What can I say? I'm weird like that. It's not weird. It's actually pretty cool. I just didn't expect it. How long have you been dancing? That flicker of darkness is back in her eyes once again, sadness creeping into those emerald eyes. Why would something that she obviously loves doing make her react like this? It just makes no sense. Since I was 12. And you like it? I ask, although really I already know the answer. I saw her in the community center with those girls. I saw the way she danced. A little smile forms on her mouth. I love it. Dancing feels like... There's a slight pause as she contemplates her words. Going home, in a way. Her words ring in the space around us. It's like they're calling to me. I know. It's the same for me. The color in Grace's cheeks turns even brighter than it was before. She ducks her head as if embarrassed. I start to reach out. I want to tell her that I understand because it's the same for me when it comes to basketball. But once again, she's quicker. Anyway, if you don't like French, why take it? The change of the subject is sudden, leaving me blindsided. Letting out a breath, I lean back in my chair. The fuck if I know. I figured it would be easy. Grace quirks her brow.
And out of all the languages, you pick French as easy? The way she puts it, not my brightest moment, I'll admit. Grace nods in acknowledgement. What's your major anyway? I'm figuring it out. Grace laughs, and I just stare at her. It's not one of those barely there smiles, so tiny you have to look twice to know if it was an actual smile or just a twitch of her lips, but a full-on laugh. Low, so she wouldn't draw too much attention to herself, but a laugh nonetheless. It's the story of our lives. Is it? I kind of find it hard to believe. What's your major? Marketing. So you have it all figured out. I knew she did. Grace seems like a level-headed person, somebody who knows what she wants and has her life planned out. I think my calling found me, not the other way around. She shrugs. But there's nothing wrong with taking time to figure your future out. Isn't that why we're here to begin with? I look at the books scattered on the desk. I guess you're right. Now, if only I could figure French out, that'd be great. And how's that going? It's not, I admit reluctantly and rub at my temples. The throbbing is still persistent, and I know I'm towing a fine line here. Being here helps me concentrate, however, my language skills are pretty non-existent. I was hoping to get a tutor, but they can't fit me in their schedule. Grace nods, returning the book to how it was before. I get that. That's why I'm here so often. Out there are all these distractions, but here I don't have any other choice but to put my mind to work. What kind of distractions? Huh? Grace looks up, her bright green eyes wide. They're remarkable, a complete contrast to her fair skin and vibrant hair. I don't think I've ever seen a shade like that before. Emerald, shining like two gems in the night. What kind of Great, you're here. Grace jolts in her seat as if she's been caught with her hand in the cookie jar before dinner. She looks over her shoulder, and I follow her gaze to the person who interrupted us. It's the same guy she was with the other day. He moves like he has all the time in the world, a smirk plastered firmly on his face. Grace frowns at him, her tone clipped. You're late. The guy doesn't seem bothered in the least. Just by a few minutes. I told you this isn't going to work. And yet you're still here, tutor girl. If it's possible, the guy's grin widens even more. What an asshole. If Grace was helping me. Holy shit. That's it. Grace huffs. Not because I've been waiting for you. That's for damn sure. The guy looks up, his gaze turning to me. The corner of his mouth twitches and I feel my jaw tighten. What the hell's his problem? See, that's a clear sign that you were supposed to wait for me. Grace pushes up, pulling the strap of her bag over her shoulder. What it is a clear sign of is that I was right from the beginning. Come on, Red, don't be like that. The guy throws his hand over Grace's shoulder and pulls her into his side, ruffling her hair. She swats his arm away and frowns at him, but doesn't try to duck away from his touch. The coach kept us in the gym longer than expected. And I saw how fast you were running to make it here on time. Grace rolls her eyes at him. And have Mrs. G yell at me? Hell no. He looks around himself, as if he expects the woman to jump him. Let's go before the old witch shows up. Spencer, Grace groans. I'm really not in the mood. How about I treat you to something greasy? You look like you could use it. Grace's elbow connects with the guy's stomach, and he sucks in air. Thanks a lot. Hey, I'm just being honest. Me too. I'm getting out of here. Grace looks over her shoulder at me. Sorry for disrupting your peace. It's not a problem. My eyes dart to the smug bastard behind her. Need help? I offer, narrowing my eyes at the guy. He just lifts his brow at me, that smile still clinging to his lips. Nah, I'm good, but thanks. I guess I'll see... Hey, Grace, I interrupt her before she can finish and go on her way. Yeah? My palms are sweaty, so I brush them against the side of my legs. Don't be a pussy and ask her. About French, I start tentatively, unsure of how to ask her.
Do you think you could give me a hand sometime? She blinks a few times. Her lips are parted, but nothing else comes out. From the corner of my eye, I can see the guy snap his head in my direction, but I ignore him and concentrate on her, on those wide eyes that look at me warily. Her tongue darts out, and she slides it over her lower lip. It doesn't have to be anything formal, I rush out before she can say no. Maybe some tips every now and then? I wasn't joking when I said I suck, and I can't risk losing my spot on the team because I'm failing this class. Grace's throat bobs. I'm not sure that's the best idea. I frown. Why? It's just not. Grace looks away, avoiding my gaze. Damn it. I need this. I need her help. She's my last hope. A slow chuckle comes from the guy. Seriously, what a prick. And she's tutoring him? I press my lips together. Fuck that. Grace, I get up and step into her line of vision. I'm not giving up, not on this. You're my only hope. I asked the tutoring center, but they don't have anybody who can fit in my schedule. I can meet you when you want. I'll be on time and work hard. Take that, asshole. But this is really important to me. I hold her gaze, hoping she can see I'm serious. Because I am. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to make this work. Please. I have to get a decent grade in order to keep my spot on the basketball team, and there's no way I'll be able to do it with, fine, out your... I stop, realizing what she said. Wait, fine? Grace lets out a shaky breath and nods once. Fine, I'll do it. A smile spreads over my face slowly. Thank you. Before I can think about it, I wrap my arms around her and pull her into a hug. She sucks in a breath, her body growing tense in my arms. Still, I hold on for just a few seconds longer. The top of her head falls just under my chin, a sweet peachy scent surrounding her. I open my lungs and drink her in, then I take a step back, letting my hands fall by my sides. Thank you, I repeat once again. You can't even imagine. Hey, babe, I knew I'd find... Ashley's smile falls as she realizes we're not alone. She shifts her gaze from me to Grace. Am I interrupting? No, we were just talking. Oh? Ash comes to me and loops her arm through mine, clearly staking her claim. Yeah. Spencer and I were supposed to study here, but it was already occupied. Grace's eyes meet mine for a split second before she averts her gaze. We'll leave you to it. She turns on the balls of her feet and walks away. Spencer stays in his spot for a moment longer, eyeing me carefully before he goes after her. What was that about? Ashley asks as she sits down in the chair Grace just vacated and looks over her shoulder in the direction the two of them disappeared. Nothing. The word is out of my mouth before I can stop it. It's not a lie, not really, but it's not the complete truth either. Ashley knows I'm looking for a tutor. It's not like it's a secret, but I'm not sure she'd be happy if I told her Grace just accepted to be that person. Ash turns to me, those blue eyes fixing on me intently. Isn't that the girl from the other day? The one that crashed into you? I hold her gaze. Different emotions cross over her features in quick succession. She schools her features quickly, but not before I clearly recognize one. Suspicion. Yes, why? What was she doing here? Waiting for that guy, I shrug. Just like she said. What's this about? I just find it strange, that's all. She looks at the books scattered on the desk. Are you done? Not yet. My gaze flickers to the French textbook, and my stomach clenches uncomfortably. It's going to be okay. Grace agreed to help me figure this shit out. It can't be worse than doing it all on my own. Come on, you've been stuck here forever. Let's get some food into you so you can work later. Ash, I try to protest, but she's already pulling me up on my feet. Everybody needs to eat, Trent. The work won't go away. That's what I'm afraid of.
Chapter 15. Grace. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why didn't I leave? I should have done it as soon as I realized the nook wasn't empty. But of course, I couldn't help myself. I had to stay, to see him, to talk to him. It's like I'm a glutton for punishment. Even after everything that has happened and everything that I saw, even though I know he has a girlfriend he obviously loves, I still couldn't help but want him. Even if it's just bits and pieces of his attention, I'll take everything that I can get. I should have run in the other direction like I said I would, but of course I stayed. Sometimes it feels like no matter what, when it comes to Mason, Trent, I'm always going to stay, no matter the consequences to my heart. Even if it means tutoring the guy who is clearly unavailable. It didn't feel like that when he pulled you in his arms. My heart does a little flip in my chest. The hug caught me completely off guard. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine he'd do it. I completely froze, not knowing what to do, how to react. It's good that he pulled away quickly because I feared if he held me for a second longer, I'd wrap my arms around him and never let go. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
Who's that guy?
Spencer throws his arm around my shoulders as he finally catches up to me in front of the library. Apparently, he wasn't joking about not wanting to piss the main librarian off. I'm not in the mood, Spencer. You'd think that throwing up last night would have made me less hungover today, but no such luck. When I woke up, my mouth was as dry as a desert, and just the thought of trying to put something in my mouth made me want to hurl again.
Having a hangover will do that to a person.
I glare at him. How do you know I'm hungover?
I have my ways.
He smirks knowingly, and I have a sudden need to wipe that smile off his face. Then you should understand why I'm not in the mood to deal with all this.
Oh, wait.
Spencer pulls us to a stop and turns toward me.
Don't tell me this is your first hangover.
What?
Oh, come on. No need to be shy. Everybody has to pop their cherry sooner or later.
I place my palm on his chest and give him one hard shove. You're not only insufferable, but also an asshole. Booming laughter follows after me as I walk away, making my headache even stronger than it was.
Was it the cherry part?
He asks, running after me. I turn to the side to find his grinning face looking down at me. Dude, if you don't shut your mouth, I'm going to punch you. Spencer wiggles his brows. The guy has no self-preservation instinct whatsoever.
Only if you can catch me first.
Wanna bet?
Sure. You're just grumpy because you haven't had anything to eat.
As if to confirm his suspicions, my stomach chooses that exact moment to grumble. Loudly. I'd been living off of coffee because I was afraid if I put anything more in my stomach, I'd throw up. And I had enough of that to last me a lifetime.
See, I knew it.
Probably due to your long nights of debauchery.
Using fancy words on me, Red.
Instead of being offended, his eyes twinkle in amusement.
Among other things. Come on, let's feed you.
He takes my hand in his like it's the most natural thing in the world, his long fingers clasping around mine and pulling me across the street in the opposite direction. Where are we going?
You'll have to wait and see. Better.
I look up, only to find Spencer watching me across the table. I take the paper napkin and wipe my mouth, suddenly self-conscious for whatever reason. Spencer ended up taking me to Macy's, a small diner some 15 minutes by foot from campus. The place doesn't look like much on the outside, but the food is freaking delicious. Plus, I have to admit, although reluctantly, that Spencer was right. The moment we stepped into the diner and I smelled the greasy food, my stomach needed to be filled. Thankfully, since it's late afternoon, the place is almost completely empty, except for an older guy reading a newspaper at the table in the corner. Spencer's smile widens.
There's nothing like greasy food to settle the stomach after too much alcohol. What made you drink so much anyway?
How do you know I drank too much? Maybe I'm just a lightweight.
Possibly.
He nods his head, his finger tracing the rim of the glass.
But I don't think that's the case.
I remember all the tequila shots and then the bitter taste of warm beer on my tongue. My stomach rolls uncomfortably. So much for me getting over the nausea. I'm never drinking again. Like, ever.
Plus, I saw a video of you doing a keg stand on Instagram.
I blink, unsure if I heard him correctly. You what? Spencer lifts his hands.
Hey now, don't shoot the messenger.
He saw me on Instagram? Where? How? Who posted it? And when?
I saw it this morning when I was in my Brit Lit class.
He shrugs as if it's not a big deal. Maybe not for him.
I don't remember who posted it.
You watch Instagram stories while in class? Did it ever occur to you that this might be the reason you need a tutor?
I need a tutor for my math classes.
As if that makes a difference. What's your major, anyway?
English.
My brows shoot up, and Spencer chuckles.
Don't look so surprised. I'm not some dumb jock, you know.
I never said you're dumb. Womanizer? Sure. Lazy? Definitely. Dumb? Not in the least.
Most people do.
Most people are assholes. Spencer leans closer and quirks his brow.
I thought you considered me an asshole.
You have your moments. Unable to resist, I take another bite of the waffle before pushing the plate away.
So, English, huh?
Yeah. Spencer shrugs.
I like books. Math, not so much.
He takes a piece from the plate I just pushed away and pops it into his mouth. He demolished his own plate in record time, and I guess he was just waiting for me to be done. He goes for another bite, but I slap his hand.
Hey,
he protests, rubbing the back of his hand.
What was that for?
To stop your whining and get your books out. Chapter 16. Grace. Can you pull your right leg a bit closer, Marcy? I ask, touching the girl's shoulder. You want your heel to touch the inside of your foot. She does as asked. Her brows are pulled tight, a serious look on her small 7-year-old face. That's great. I give her an encouraging smile. Now switch to fourth. Lift that left arm high in the air. Not so straight. You want to be relaxed, Abby. The older girl gives her hand a little shake to loosen it up. Better. Fifth position, ladies. Remember, don't try to overdo it. Practice makes perfect. The flexibility and fluidity of the movement will come eventually. I look over at my students. The group is small, just 15 of them, but they've come to every class so far, which is encouraging. I was worried this community center might be too small to form an actual group. Not that it would change anything. If there were just one kid interested, I'd find a way to hold a class for them. Great. How about we go from the top, once again, a bit faster this time? I join them at the bar, sliding at the front of the line and look over my shoulder. First. We ended up going over the basic positions 2 more times before I dismissed the class. The girls chat excitedly as they take off their shoes and slip into their clothes. Between Callie and I, we managed to get some of our old leotards and ballet slippers for the girls to use for the class, but I was hoping we'd also be able to buy more later on. Damn, I missed this. Callie joins me, her gaze lingering on the bar longingly. She slipped into the classroom just as we were wrapping up and stayed by the wall, watching. Have you danced at all since the accident? Callie shakes her head, the blonde strands teasing her cheeks and the scar that's running over the side of her face. I tried, but it just wasn't working. My bones were broken in too many places. Scars too big, skin too taut. It hurts, physically and mentally.
Do you go to PT?
Not any longer, but Hayden made me promise to exercise with Zane. And that one's not joking around. Yeah, I can see that. Zane's usually quite serious and a little bit stoic. It's actually really interesting to see the guy so unnerved by my friend Ray. The girls say goodbye as they leave. Since Blairwood's Bright Haven is smaller, Vanessa, the manager, let us use one of the classrooms for our dance class. It's not the studio, but we make do. I was hoping I'd get some portable mirrors so the girls could monitor their movements easier. How was the class? Callie goes to the bar, her hand sliding over the smooth wood. Good. I missed teaching. There's something about the joy on my students' faces when they get something right that gets to me every time. I grab a towel to wipe down the bar and then push it against the wall. How long have you been teaching? Callie grabs one of the desks and starts pulling it back in place, and I join her. In no time, the classroom is back as it was before we started. I started helping out when I was 16. My sister-in-law and her mother were leading the course in New York's community center. That's actually how we met. Sometimes I like to tease my brother that he would have never gotten the woman he loves if it weren't for that community center and me. They taught me all I know, and I wanted to give back to the next generation of girls what was given to me. I fell in love with dancing. I could lose myself in the music and movement, and for a little while it let me forget all the other shitty things that were happening in my life. Why not study dance, then? You're an amazing teacher. I look up, and our eyes meet. Why aren't you studying dance? I challenge right back. Callie has recently declared a graphic design major with a minor in art. She's been volunteering here for over a year now. It all started with a regular art class, but now they're finishing up a picture book, and apparently Callie's been researching on how to publish it and use the royalties earned to help fund the center and their class. The corner of her mouth lifts in a half-smile. Touché. We're both softly chuckling when Yasmin pops her head through the door. You two done? Just about. I give one final look at the space, but everything seems to be in order. Crouching down by my bag, I put on my sweater over the leotard. With a few quick tugs, the laces of my slippers loosen, and I slip my feet out, and then slide my legs into a pair of jeans, and finally shoes. We say goodbye to Vanessa, who's still working at the front desk, and go outside. Yasmin's car is parked in front of the building, just next to Vanessa's truck. Callie opens the passenger's door. Remind me, why do you still drive this piece of shit? Because I need my car to get around. Besides, I love this piece of junk. Yasmin slides her hand lovingly over the hood of the car. And it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that Nixon hates you driving it? I don't know what you're talking about. Yasmin looks away, all innocent, and slides into the car. Callie turns toward me and rolls her eyes. Of course she doesn't. Chuckling, I follow suit and get in the car just as Yasmin turns the key. The car makes some kind of noise before it dies. She tries 2 more times before it finally starts. I honestly can't see the reason you'd want to change it, Callie deadpans, pulling on her seatbelt. Right? Me neither. It's so reliable. That was sarcasm. Like I don't know that. The two of them continue bickering all the way back to campus. Yasmin tries to pull me into the discussion, but I just shake my head and keep my mouth firmly shut. There's no way I'm getting in the middle of this. Thankfully, it doesn't take us long to get back to campus. Yasmin meets my gaze in the rearview mirror as we get closer to Callie's place. You want to stay and hang for a while? So I can be a fifth wheel to them and their boyfriends? Yeah, right. Callie and Yas were roommates during their freshman year of college, but since then, Callie has moved in with her boyfriend, Hayden. On the other hand, Yasmin has decided to stay in the dorms another year, despite Nixon asking her many times to live together. I shake my head no. I have some homework to get done. Want me to drive you to your dorm? I'm fine walking. I think I'll call home to see how everybody's doing. I avoided my family's calls for the past week. The first time, it was intentional. I felt too raw after my interaction with Trent. I'm close to my brother and Sienna, and I'm a shit liar, so they would have known something's going on, but I don't want them to worry unnecessarily. And anything that's related to Mason worries them. You sure? Positive. Yasmin holds my gaze for a few moments longer before she nods. She takes a right turn and parks in front of the house, killing the engine. Same time next week? I ask as we get out of the car. The girls nod and I wave at them, pulling out my phone. My stomach clenches with nerves. You can do this. Deep breaths. I scroll through the contacts until I find the one I've been looking for and dial. My palms are sweaty, so I brush them against the sides of my legs. The phone barely rings before she picks up. Grace Danielle Shelton. I close my eyes at the sound of Sienna's voice. My fingers tighten around my phone as a wave of longing crashes over me. Hey, see? I croak out. My voice is rough from all the pent-up feelings. The nervousness, the excitement, the yearning. God, I miss my family. Ever since I moved in with my brother, well, technically half-brother, at the age of 12, he and his now wife have become my whole world. They practically raised me and were more parents to me than my mother ever had been. What's up? I bite into my lower lip and wait. C doesn't disappoint. What's up? What's up? You don't call, you barely text, and now it's what's up? My ears hurt from her shouting. I expected her to be pissed, but this is another level completely. Sorry, there's a lot going on, that's all. That's definitely one way of putting it. The boy I loved and who disappeared is now suddenly back in my life. The only problem? He doesn't remember me, and his name isn't Mason, but Trent. Oh, and he has a girlfriend, but he wants me to tutor him so he can keep his spot on the team, although I'm pretty sure that said girlfriend will kill me if I do. I wonder what she would tell me if I told her all of this. But I won't, because I'm not the only one who suffered after Mason's disappearance, and I'm not going to put them through it again. I'll help him with French, and then I'll do what I should have done from the start. walk away and not look back. "Grace?" Sienna asks, and by the tone of her voice, it's not the first time she said something. "Everything okay over there?" "Yeah." I shake my head, trying to clear my mind and focus on the conversation. The last thing I want is for them to worry about me. "It's all good, just busy." I'm glad at least one of us is good. There's a clatter as she moves around the house. I love my boys, but they're driving me crazy. "Nicholas Anthony Shelton!" She bellows so loud I have to pull my phone away from my ear. "I better not see that bull on the coffee table because you won't like what happens next, mister." There's a loud sigh on the other end. God, I miss my girl company. "But, Mommy, Dad always leaves his things on the table," I hear Nikki protest in the background, "and he and Uncle William put their feet on it too when you're not home." I have to cover my mouth to muffle my giggling. Nothing like hearing my nephews to cheer me up. "Well, you're not your father, so do as I said," she says to him, and then more quietly, "I'll deal with him later." There's no stopping my laughter at the muttered threat. I see some things never change. Seriously, I told him 100 times not to put things on that table. It's an antique. It is a coffee table, see? An antique one. Maybe you should put it to the side, put a vase on it or something, and get an actual coffee table for the room. I still wouldn't want him to put his smelly feet on it.
Hey, whose feet are smelly?
If I thought I missed them before, it has nothing on hearing my brother's voice. With almost 2 decades separating us, JD has always been more of a father figure to me. When our mom reached out to him after she found out that he was playing in the NFL, he could have easily told her to go screw herself and continued with his life. But he hadn't. Instead, he took me in and gave me everything I could have ever wanted, and then some. But more importantly, he showed me what a true family means. Yours are.
I'll give you smelly feet.
JD's voice lowers to a growl, and I can totally see him wrapping his arms around Sienna and tickling her. I've witnessed the same thing so many times I lost count. Seeing my brother fall in love in front of me was eye-opening. Before C and JD, I'd never known love, and theirs has grown even more every day since they've been together. They still have their differences every now and then, but their love is stronger than any of it. As if on cue, Sienna shrieks, "Jack, stop it!" Oh my God, you two never change. Everything goes still on the other side of the line.
Is that Grace?
"Hey, big brother." There's more shuffling in the background, and when he speaks, his voice is clearer, closer.
And she's alive. For a moment there, I thought you lost your phone. Although I'm quite certain I'm still getting your bill.
JD teases. "I'm sorry for not calling. It's been a crazy few weeks."
It's okay. I get it. You're in college, and you should enjoy it.
There's a slight pause.
The boys miss you, though.
"What he wants to say is that he misses you," Sienna yells from the background. "You big softy. I miss you too, guys. I can't wait for Thanksgiving."
You could come home sooner, you know.
"I just left," I chuckle. "I thought you'd be happy to get rid of me after the last 6 years."
Never, Grace. I'll never be happy that you're gone.
My throat tightens at his words, making it hard to speak. JD must feel it too because he clears his throat before continuing.
How's school going? Are you getting along with your roommates?
We chat for a little while longer, and I tell him all about Blairwood, my classes, and volunteering. JD must have put me on speaker because Sienna joins in every now and then, and I can hear the familiar sounds of preparing dinner coming from the background. The cartoons playing in the playroom, the cupboards opening and closing, and drawers being pulled out. My phone pings, signaling I have another incoming call. I check the screen. I should probably get going. That's Jade on the other line. "Any exciting plans for tonight?" Sienna asks, and it's hard to miss the hopeful undertone to her voice. "Not sure, maybe? I was out, so God knows what they're up to." "Well, go on and find out. You're young. If you don't party now, when will you?"
But not too hard.
A loud smack follows JD's comment.
Ouch! What was that for?
"Don't listen to your brother, Gracie. He's getting even grumpier in his old age."
I'm not grumpy. I'm just taking care of her.
"She's a grown woman. I'm sure she knows how to take care of herself." "And on that note," I shout, because once the two of them get into it, there's no stopping the train wreck from happening. "Bye, Gracie," Sienna yells, and JD grumbles in the background. Kiss the boys for me. Will do. Remember, have fun. Before she can finish, the call is cut off. Chuckling, I shake my head. The smile is still firmly on my face as I pull the phone down from my ear. Jade hung up, so I clicked on her number, ready to call her when a flash of orange catches my attention. I look up, and that's when I see him, tall, lean body leaping through the air, orange ball smacking into the hoop and falling through the net with a soft swoosh. A dimpled smile flashes before my eyes. Mason.
Chapter 17. Trent. A low buzzing sound breaks into my zone. My fingers stop over the keys of my laptop as the sound registers. My phone. I let it ring and try to concentrate on the essay I've been working on. It's probably just Mateo. He tried to convince me to join him and the guys at one party or another, but I didn't budge. I couldn't get distracted with half an essay yet to write by Monday's deadline. Only the damn thing doesn't stop. Groaning, I look around until I spot my phone. I find it on my bed, half hidden beneath a pair of jeans I took off earlier. I pull it out and answer, not even bothering to check who's calling. Yeah. Trent? I sit upright at the sound of my mother's voice. Hey, Mom. I rub the side of my head as I lean back in my chair. What's up? Just wanted to check in with you. There's a slight rattling sound in the background as if she's moving pots or something. See how you're doing. I'm fine, I say absent-mindedly, my attention going back to the cursor blinking on the screen. I have to finish this last paragraph, write a conclusion, and I'll finally be done. There's a slight pause on the other end of the line. You sound tired. I've been working on an essay for the past... My gaze darts to the corner of the screen. Damn, 2 hours. I didn't even realize that much time had passed. I think I taught you better than that, Trent. I cringe. Sorry, Mom. It's been a long day. Maybe you should slow down. I know you said you can take a full course load, but... Mom, I say slowly, interrupting her before she can finish. I'm fine, just tired. People get tired every day. It's normal. I'm just worried. I don't want you to overwork yourself. Between school and basketball... The way she says basketball, you'd think we're talking about a world war or some terrible and ugly disease. I guess it was bound to happen. I should have known she'd call to check in with me after she found out about basketball. Can we not? What? Talk about it. I love playing basketball and I have fun doing it. This is my last chance to actually play on a team. It won't be fun if you get injured. I'm not going to get injured. You can't know that. I grit my teeth, my feet bouncing against the floor. I inhale deeply, taking a moment to calm myself before I say something that I might end up regretting. I can't live my life in constant fear of what-ifs, Mom, I say slowly, finally voicing the words I've wanted to say so many times but didn't. My fingers grip tighter around the phone, my feet bouncing against the floor in a quick rhythm. Furious tap, tap, tap matches my rapidly beating heart. I love you, but I just can't. There's a low sniff on the other side. Damn it. My fingers ball into a fist. The last thing I wanted to do was make her cry, but I can't go back on this. I'm freaking 19 years old. What does it say about me if I keep letting my parents dictate my life? I should really go and finish that essay. Okay, just another sniffle. Take care of yourself, okay? I will. Don't worry about me. I'll always worry about you. I know, but nothing's going to happen to me. I'm not that kid anymore. I really hope so. I know so. I just don't understand why they can't see it too. We say our goodbyes. I hang up and throw the phone on the bed, running my fingers through my hair. It's as if the walls are closing in on me, threatening to suffocate me. I turn in the chair, stopping, so I'm facing the desk. The damn cursor is still blinking on the screen, but I'm too wound up to concentrate on finishing this. Tap, tap, tap. Before I can think about it, I click save and push to my feet. I need air. I dribble the ball, letting it bounce on the tip of my fingers. Ducking left and right, I avoid my imaginary opponents, grab the ball, and shoot.
The ball falls through the hoop with a satisfying swoosh. Wiping the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand, I collect the ball and stand up, only to come to a halt. Somebody standing in the shadows just under the hoop. My heart kicks up a notch, the echo of the blood rushing through my veins growing louder. I narrow my eyes, trying to see who it is as an unnatural fear spreads through my body. Just then, the bright headlights illuminate the person as the car passes by. Red hair, pale skin, big green eyes, long legs. Grace. I let out a shaky breath and feel my body relax a little. It's just Grace. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me. I try to keep a neutral face, but there is a familiar twitch in the corner of my mouth. Seriously, what is it about this girl that has me always smiling? Maybe it's that she's always so serious, and I want to see what it'd take to get her to smile. Or, God forbid, laugh. Grace shifts from one foot to the other, pulling the strap of her duffel bag higher on her shoulder. I was actually just on my way home. I throw a ball from one hand to the other. What are you up to? Volunteering. No shit? Slowly straightening to my full height, I take her in. She's wearing boots and one of those ripped jeans that show a fair amount of skin. A black strap peeks out underneath her cream sweater. Again? Grace just shrugs and looks away, clearly uncomfortable. I do it once a week. Volunteering once a week, tutoring your own classes, dancing? I put the ball under my arm and tick each thing off on my fingers. Just saying it out loud makes me look like a slacker. Is there anything you don't do? I ask jokingly, but I'm genuinely curious. I could use any pointers I can get at this point. I just try to keep busy. There is keeping busy, and then there is having a full schedule. I genuinely don't know how you can do it all. I thought college was going to be fun, but the first semester isn't even halfway over and it's already kicking my ass. You're going to get the hang of it. I run my fingers through my hair. I really hope so. Grace moves closer, leaning against the pole of the basketball hoop. What are you doing out playing so late? The phone call with my mom flashes in my mind, but I push it back. The guilt at making her cry is still eating at me. It doesn't matter that it was the right thing to do. I just needed to breathe. I spin the ball on the tip of my finger. My dorm is close, and playing basketball helps ground me. I look up at her and change the subject. So dancing, what about it? If you like dancing so much, why not try your luck at going pro? No way. I'm studying marketing. Dancing is just... She takes a moment, her teeth grazing over her lower lip. When I need to breathe, she finishes finally, letting her lip pop. The color rushes to the flesh, coloring it pink. Our eyes meet, the understanding passing between us. How can this person who I barely know understand me so well? Grace starts at the same time I ask, do you want to play? Her mouth falls open in surprise. I don't know how. Never played ball? Something flashes on her face, but she masks it quickly, shaking her head no. Never got a chance. I'm more of a football girl, actually. Really? A boyfriend? I'm not sure what urges me to ask it, but I want to know. I want to know her little quirks, her wishes, her dreams. In some ways, she's so expressive, like an open book, but in others, I can't seem to read her at all. Grace laughs. A big brother. There's a slight pause. He used to play professionally. No shit. She just shrugs. Anybody I know? J.D. Shelton? Her voice is so tentative it comes out more like a question. He played for the Knights, I state the obvious. Dumbass, she knows. It's her freaking brother. He did, but he retired a few years back. So cool. And he's your brother. She slips a strand of her hair behind her ear. Half brother, technically. I'm an only child, but I always wished I had a brother. Grace looks to the side, her gaze growing distant for a moment as her smile falls. So did I.
There's that sadness again. The one that's surrounding her so often. What's that all about? I want to ask her, but I worry she'll run away if I do. So, you want me to teach you? I ask instead. Grace's head snaps up, her curls bouncing on her shoulders. Huh? To play. I throw the basketball in the air and catch it easily. You want me to teach you? Grace shakes her head. I'm not. Before she can protest, I grab her hand in mine and pull her out onto the court. Come on, Grace. Please, it's not hard, I promise. Together we come to stand just in front of the basket. I turn toward her, tucking the ball under my arm and put my hands on her upper arms and give her my best puppy dog look. Pretty, please? Grace looks at me for a moment. Her teeth sink into her lower lip, nibbling at it as she thinks. The silence stretches for so long I think she'll say no, but instead she surprises me when she concedes. Fine. Yes. I fist pump in victory. Taking a step back, Grace shrugs the duffel bag off her shoulder and takes it to the side. She looks over her shoulder, a small smile on her mouth. But if I end up hitting somebody, it'll be your fault.
Grace. My heart thunders in my chest as I get back to the middle of the court. My hands are sweaty with nerves, so I brush them against the sides of my legs, hoping Trent doesn't notice it. Which is absurd, since it seems that he sees everything. It's just a ball game, I tell myself for the 100th time. Hell, even calling it a game is a stretch. But my heart doesn't listen.
Maybe I can teach you one day?
The familiar ache in my heart grows as I remember that day in the community center. The first time Mason noticed me. The first time he came and talked to me. The day he asked for my number. The day he asked me out on a date. I squeeze my eyes shut and take in one shaky breath, trying to calm down before I give myself a heart attack. It doesn't help chase the memories away, though. If anything, they've been reoccurring more than ever since I met Trent. That smirk of his and the way his brown eyes shined as he looked at me.
Talk to you later, Legs. Ready, Legs?
The past and present collide, and I feel my legs wobble underneath me. My throat bobs as I swallow, slowly blinking my eyes open. Sure, I stutter. Damn, Grace, get a grip. I slowly walk toward him. How do you want to do this?
Do you know how to dribble?
Trent asks, easily bouncing the ball by his side. It goes up and down evenly, even though his attention is focused solely on me. I lift my brow. That one movement has more bravado than I thought I had. Fake it till you make it, isn't that what people say? I'm pretty sure I'm capable of running and dribbling the ball. Trent scoops the ball in midair and hands it to me.
Humor me.
Fine. With a roll of my eyes, I take the ball from him. The bright orange leather feels rough under my fingertips. I take a step back and bounce the ball against the ground a few times before I start a light jog, dribbling it down the court and toward the basket. I stop in front of it and shoot. The ball hits the hoop and bounces right back at me. I raise my hands in front of my face, but the hit never comes. I peek through my fingers and find Trent's back in front of me. He turns around and faces me, the ball in his hands.
Maybe try to be gentler next time. You don't want to give yourself a concussion. Trust me.
Gentler? Trent tisks, shaking his head. Before I can even realize what's going on, he pulls me in front of him. I inhale sharply as his arms slip around me, his front pressing against my back as he offers me the ball. What? I look over my shoulder, and there he is. Standing so close, we're almost touching. Almost, but not quite. His hand goes to my belly, and he pulls me a few steps back.
It's easier if you have a decent arc. The closer you are, the higher you have to pop off the ground to make a shot,
he explains. His warm breath touches the soft skin behind my ear, making it pebble. Okay. I turn my attention forward. The breath is stuck in my lungs, and I can't seem to inhale properly. God, please don't let me faint.
Your feet should be shoulder-length apart,
Trent whispers. His head is just over my shoulder, his chin leaning against it. Trent taps his right foot against mine.
Just a smidge forward.
I take a step out.
Not that much.
I correct my stance, heat pooling in my cheeks as Trent chuckles right into my ear. He's standing so close I can feel his...
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
Just rumble against my back. He's not exactly pressed against me, but close enough. I can feel the looming heat of his body. And he actually looms over me. I'm a tall girl, so it's usually a challenge to find a guy who is at least my height. But not with Trent. He's a good 5 or 6 inches taller than me, putting him at the perfect height. Just like Mason was. He's not Mason, I remind myself. He may look like Mason, but he's not. Like this?
How does it feel?
I shift my weight from one foot to the other, like I've seen boys at the community center do before, when I still used to go to the gym to watch them play. After Mason disappeared, and I realized he wasn't coming back, I stopped. I just couldn't bring myself to step foot in the place that held so many memories.
You need to feel comfortable. There's a lot of movement when you're playing basketball, and you want to be able to shift quickly when necessary.
Yeah, I think this is good.
Okay, now...
Trent covers my hands with his, arranging my hands on the ball. My body quivers at his touch. The tips of his fingers are rough, probably from hours spent playing ball. I can hear his voice explain what he's doing and why, but it's just noise in the background because my heart is pounding rapidly, the sound of it echoing in my eardrums. Thump, thump, thump. Can he hear it? Can he see the pulse hammering rapidly in the hollow of my neck? Does he see the way he affects me? The way having his body so close to mine messes with my head? My heart?
And now you lift your hands up.
He maneuvers my arms over my head.
And you shoot. Got it?
Closing my eyes, I nod my head yes. Anything that will put some much-needed distance between us so I can breathe. This was such a bad idea.
Wanna try?
Another nod, and this time Trent takes a step back. Finally. I let out a shaky breath and open my eyes. My body misses his warmth, craves it, really, just like I crave him. His nearness, his touch. I've yearned for it since I was 16 years old. I crave it, and I hate it all at the same time. I loathe myself for wanting something I shouldn't, for wanting something, somebody, that doesn't belong to me. Never has and never will. Sucking my lower lip, I sink my teeth into the soft flesh to the point of pain. Concentrate. Shifting my weight, I lift my arms in the air holding the ball over my head. Crouching down slightly, I jump off the ground and let the ball fly. It goes in a perfect arc, straight through the hoop, and bounces off the ground. I turn around to Mason. Trent, I did it!
Hell yes, you did.
Before I even realize what's going on, Trent wraps his arms around me and pulls me up from the ground. I lift my legs in the air as Trent twirls me around on the court, laughing.
Not that I had any doubt in my mind.
Trent puts me back down, my wobbly feet barely holding me upright. He just lifted me and spun me around like it was nothing. The sad truth is, to him, it probably wasn't. He's just a guy who's happy to share his love of the sport with somebody else. But to me, it was everything. A little girl's dream, a grown woman's nightmare. I run my shaky fingers through my hair, pushing it out of my face, and look at him. Trent's mouth is curled in a wide grin, his brown eyes filled with excitement as he stares at me. Mason. There is so much Mason in him, it should be illegal. He's not Mason. But my heart doesn't care. It speeds up like it wants to leap out of my chest, beating to the tune of his name. Mason. Thump, thump. Mason. Thump, thump. That smirk, those eyes, it's all him. We just stare at one another for what feels like an eternity. My throat bobs as I try to swallow, fighting the memories that want to overwhelm me. Mason in the community center, Mason playing ball, Mason grinning at me, Mason standing on my doorstep to pick me up, Mason's hand holding mine, Mason's lips claiming mine, Mason taking a step back. Somebody laughs in the distance, snapping me out of my thoughts. We both turn toward the sound of the noise, noticing a small group walking on the streets. I should probably get going, I stutter, taking a step back. Avoiding his gaze, I lift my hand and brush the corner of my eye. You're not going to cry. My bag catches my attention. I crouch down and pick it up, taking one deep breath before standing upright. You can do this. Say goodbye and walk away. I'll see you. Trent picks up the ball and turns to me.
Come on, I'll walk you home.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to leave because of me. Please, for the love of all that's holy, stay.
I'm leaving because it's late, and I have work to do.
Then you should go back to your dorm, which is on the other side of campus. I don't say the words out loud, but both of us know what I mean. Trent is quiet, so I force myself to look at him. His lips are pressed into a tight line, brown eyes fixed on me intently. I know that look, that stubborn set of his jaw.
I don't mind.
He tilts his head to the side.
Come on, legs.
Legs. Okay. I've survived so far. I can surely survive a few more minutes. Right? It's a better alternative than staying here and fighting him on this when I know he won't give in. And I don't think I can take him calling me legs one more time. Gripping my duffel bag tighter, I start walking. But just so you know, I'm more than capable of walking home on my own.
I didn't say you're not capable, just that you shouldn't walk alone when it's dark.
This is Blairwood we're talking about, Trent. I give him a side glance. It's safe here. A frown appears between his brows.
There are bad people everywhere.
I know, but I'm not going to let them stop me from living my life. I never have, not when I lived with my mother, and I'm not about to start now. Besides, do you really think JD didn't teach me how to defend myself?
You love your brother.
It's a statement, but I still answer, I do. He's the only parent I've ever known. My everything, really. Trent looks at me thoughtfully, as if he's trying to figure me out.
What's your story, Grace Shelton?
The bright light of my dorm shines in front of me, and I let out a sigh of relief. Maybe one day you'll find out. I chuckle nervously and tip my chin at the building. This is me. Trent stops.
Saved by the dorm.
I guess you could say so. But I don't feel safe. For as long as Trent's around, my heart will never be safe. And what does that say about me? Thank you for teaching me how to shoot a basketball. I take a step back, ready to get out of here. Trent rubs the back of his neck, that boyish smile curling his lips.
You could thank me by arranging that tutoring session.
Tutoring? Right. The hopefulness in his voice makes my stomach clench. It's unfair how attractive he is. How just one look at those brown eyes undoes me from the inside. Of course he wouldn't forget. I was hoping for too much. His smile falls a little.
If you're too busy...
No, it's fine. Text me when you have an opening and we'll figure something out.
You sure?
I force out a smile. Positive. Trent pulls out his phone from his pocket.
Give me your number?
I rattle off the digits on autopilot and watch him type it in. I guess I'll talk to you soon? Another step back. Just a little bit longer.
Sure thing.
There's a slight pause. For a moment, I wonder if he'll say something, but he just shakes his head.
Good night, legs.
Night. I turn around on the balls of my feet, and only when I'm safely behind the door of my dorm do I let out a shaky breath. The realization of what just happened hits me in full force. What the hell are you doing, Grace? Chapter 18. Grace. So you what? Stayed and played basketball? There's clear skepticism in my best friend's voice as she opens 3 packages of sugar and dumps them into her cup, stirring the black coffee. You know you can add creamer to that, right? No need to put yourself in a sugar coma. Not if I want to survive the next few hours in class and then later in the darkroom. Jade gives me a pointed look. Now, if you're done avoiding my question. I groan loudly. Of course she won't let it slide. Jade wasn't home last night when I got to the dorm, so I got to avoid all her questions. But today is an entirely different story. I couldn't exactly run in the other direction. Now could I?
Maybe you couldn't have done it, but you should have.
Jade shakes her head.
He's not Mason. You know that, right?
I tilt my head back and look up at the ceiling, anything to avoid her knowing gaze. It's rush hour at Cup It Up, so the place is loud as people come for their next fix. But it's the only time of day where we can meet, because Jade has a photography class later today. And I was hoping to catch up on some reading. I know that, I really do, it's just... Hard doesn't seem to cut it when it comes to explaining how being around Trent affects me and messes with my head. It's like I can't help myself. I want to leave and not look back. I know that would be the most rational thing to do, but I'm glued to the spot. I tried to walk away, but I just couldn't. I can't explain it to myself, much less to you.
I don't want to see you hurting.
Yeah, I don't think... My phone buzzes a few times, making the whole table rattle. Jade gives me a knowing look. Saved by the phone. But she doesn't protest when I pick it up, just grabs her cup and takes a sip. I scan the message and feel a lump form in my throat. My heart skips a beat, fingers turning clammy, as I force myself to read over the messages again. Unknown number.
If I thought I was bad before, I knew nothing.
Unknown number.
Nothing.
Unknown number.
I think I might have traumatized my French professor for life.
What's wrong? Jade asks, sitting straighter in her seat. I just shake my head and inhale deeply. Me. What happened? Unknown number.
My professor asked me to write. I lowered my hand, so I did.
Unknown number.
J'ai baisé maman.
A loud snort escapes me. I can't help it. It's totally inappropriate, but it's stronger than me, so I give in and laugh. Me. Oh my God. Me.
You did not.
Jade kicks me under the table. What's going on? I shake my head. I'm still laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Jade huffs and sits next to me, peeking over my shoulder. A frown appears on her face.
What does that mean?
I start to giggle uncontrollably, which only makes Jade's scowl deepen.
Are you okay?
I nod, sucking in a long breath. I look around, noticing a few people watching us, so I lower my voice. I fucked my hand.
You what?
Jade pulls back, a thoroughly shocked expression on her face. What are you talking about? Before I can answer, the phone buzzes again. Unknown number.
Oh, I did. Who would have known one letter can change the meaning of the word so drastically? Unknown number. If that's not the sign that I need help, I don't know what is.
Unknown number.
Please, legs. Clasped hands emoji.
I bite the inside of my cheek. Me. When are you free?
Unknown number. At this point, yesterday.
Letting out a long breath, I type out a reply before locking the phone and putting it back on the table. My stomach turns with the sudden nerves. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to tutor Trent. Jade grabs my hands and turns me to face her. Explain.
What the hell just happened?
She tilts her head to the side. Who was that? Trent, I admit softly and wait for her reaction. Jade blinks and just stares at me for a while, as if she didn't expect that answer. Then she grows serious.
What did you do? What did you say about avoir and that other one? What's it called?
I look up only to find Trent still scowling down at his book.
Those verbs?
Let me see. I lean over the table, and a sharp zap of pain spreads through my belly. Apparently the pain in my stomach I was feeling wasn't just due to nerves. I also got my period. Lucky me. I wanted to take some ibuprofen earlier to help manage the pain, only to realize I didn't have any in my bag, and I was too lazy to go back to the dorm. Something that I'm paying for right now. Trent turns his notebook toward me, and I look at the example that's giving him problems.
J'ai allé à l'alcool.
It's je suis allé à l'alcool. The verb you need is être, not avoir. The way you wrote it would mean I have gone to school, when in reality you need I went to school.
All right, I knew there was another one. Seriously, this shouldn't be so hard.
I sit back down in my chair. Don't be so hard on yourself. It'll get easier.
You haven't heard me speak yet. I swear my teacher cringes every time I open my mouth.
You can't be that bad.
I repeat, you haven't heard me speak yet. I'm pretty sure I traumatized the woman.
I start to chuckle but stop as a throat clears just behind my back, loudly. Trent's eyes grow wide, and I suck on my lower lip, trying to stay composed. Slowly shifting in my seat, I peek over my shoulder, only to find an older librarian glaring in our direction over the thick rims of her glasses. A deep scowl between her brows only makes me want to laugh harder. Trent can see it too. The corner of his mouth twitches upward, no matter how much he tries to keep a cool face.
Seriously?
He mouths. I just shrug. It's funny, a little. I don't see what her issue is. It's not like we're disturbing anybody. That's why I liked this little nook in the first place. It's quiet and solitary. There are no people whispering or the music you can hear coming through the earbuds, and the air isn't hot from all the bodies gathered in the space, making it hard to concentrate. Trent shakes his head.
If only I knew it would take bringing you to the library.
What? I shift in my seat, and another stab of pain goes through my stomach. Damn.
To see you laugh.
I laugh, I protest. Don't I?
You chuckle, occasionally smile, but so far, I've never heard you laugh.
He pulls his notebook closer.
It looks good on you.
His words unnerve me. I laugh. Maybe not with him, because he's a completely different story, but with my family and friends, sure. I rub my low belly, hoping that it'll help ease the pressure, but to no avail. The pain has been progressively growing, and if I don't take my pain meds soon, chances are I won't get out of this chair. I look at the books open in front of me, and Trent scribbling away in his notebook. I think I'm done for today, I whisper. I feel bad for leaving him, but I won't get any work done anyway, so why bother sitting here when I have a hot pack and a pint of ice cream with my name written on it waiting for me in my dorm? Trent's eyes meet mine. And is that disappointment I see in his gaze? I'm probably imagining it.
Are you okay?
His eyes narrow at me.
You seem a bit pale.
I feel my cheeks heat for a moment. Yeah, I'm not going there. No way. It's just one of those days, I say vaguely, closing my books and sliding them into my backpack. Besides, it's getting late. Trent pulls out his phone as I grab my jacket and pull it on.
You're right. Come on, I'll walk you home.
Oh, you don't have to, I protest just as one loud shh comes from behind me. Seriously? We both turn, and sure enough, the librarian is still there, her glare even harder than it was before. She makes a motion of zipping her mouth. Who still does that? Apparently she does. Holding in a sigh, I grab my backpack. There's an amused smile on Trent's mouth. He lifts his brow silently as if daring me to say something. I cross my arms over my chest and press my lips in a tight line to show him just how not amused I am by the whole situation, which earns me a full-on grin, and my heart skips a beat as an image of Mason flashes in front of my eyes. A warm ache squeezes my chest. It's unfair how gorgeous he looks when he smiles, how similar he is to Mason. Why is life so unfair? It took Mason from me only to bring his exact replica back into my life to dangle it in front of my nose, knowing I won't be able to do anything because he's taken. He's taken. He's taken. He's taken. Maybe if I repeat it enough times, I'll accept it for what it is. The truth? Letting out a slow breath, I wait for him to pack his things. Together, we slowly move past the librarian, who's still observing us with watchful eyes, and head out of the building. You're going to get us banned from the library, I say as soon as we're outside.
Hey, the last I remember, she shushed you, not me.
Whatever. I hurry my step, Trent's laughter following after me. The sound of footsteps grows louder, and it doesn't take long for him to catch up to me.
What are you up to anyway? Any plans for the weekend?
I cross my arms over my chest. If you count curling up on a couch with a pint of ice cream and a movie as plans, sure, I have plans.
Sounds like a plan to me. What are you watching?
Not sure. I shrug. I usually just sit down and start whatever looks good on Netflix. But maybe Les Enfants du Paradis. I haven't watched anything in French in a while, and helping you made me realize I miss it. Trent hurries in front of me and turns around so we're face to face.
You watch movies in French.
He sounds so dumbfounded by the idea I can't help but laugh. Not regularly, no. But every once in a while, I'll turn on something and watch it. When I was just starting, I had a hard time with my pronunciation, so my sister-in-law suggested watching movies in French. It really helped me. I give him a pointed glance. Maybe you should try it. His brows rise.
Watching French movies?
It doesn't have to be movies. You could try listening to the music or watching a TV show or something, just so you get used to the way the language sounds. I could try to come up with a few suggestions for you if you'd like.
Or we could watch that. What did you say it's called? Paradise something?
Les Enfants du Paradis, I repeat.
Yeah, that.
He tilts his head to the side.
What do you say?
My fingers tighten around the strap of my backpack as I watch him for a moment as we come to a stop in front of my dorm. You mean, like, now? He can't be serious, can he? My heart starts beating faster as a wave of heat spreads through my body at the idea of Trent coming to my room, being in my space, sitting next to him in a dark room. He has a girlfriend. Chill.
Sure, if you don't mind me crashing.
My hands are clammy, and the need to brush them against the sides of my legs is strong.
If it's too weird.
No, I say quickly, then force myself to calm down. No, it's fine. I just didn't expect it. That's all. Walking me back to the dorm? Sure, I can totally see him doing that because he's kind and caring, but staying over to watch a movie? That's something completely different. He could be doing a number of things. Study, hang out with his friends, his girlfriend. And yet he chooses to watch a movie with me. Why is that? The corner of Trent's mouth lifts in a hopeful smile.
So what do you say, legs?
Trent. This is so weird. Why? I glance at Grace, who's sitting on the other side of the couch, her gaze fixed on the TV in front of her. Her feet are on the couch, clad in one of those colorful, fuzzy socks. Her arms are wrapped around her legs as she hugs a pillow close to her chest. The bright light of the screen illuminates her pale face. Besides the fact that I've never watched a black and white movie? Yeah, Grace chuckles softly. Besides that? Grace's dorm, well, technically a suite, was empty when we got there, no roommate in sight. The place was way nicer than my dorm, definitely homier. Throw pillows are scattered on the couches, curtains hanging on the windows, a fuzzy rug covers the floor, and candles on the coffee table. It made me wonder how much of it was Grace and how much were her roommates. There's also the fact that it's in French, and they talk so fast I can barely keep track even with the subtitles on. How is that educational again? Because it's not the point to understand everything by the end of the movie. You just want to get the hang of the language. The way they speak, the pitch of their voice, the accent. Maybe catch a new word here and there. Grace shifts in her seat, and pain flashes across her face. It's there for a split second before she masks it, but I know I saw it, and it wasn't the first time either. I narrow my eyes at her. Are you okay? She's been acting weird the whole afternoon. Her face was even paler than usual, the lines on her forehead growing deeper as the day went on. Yeah. You don't look okay to me. Seriously, what's going on? I'm not sure since it's dark, but it seems like a little bit of color creeps up her cheeks as she avoids my gaze. I'll be okay in a bit. It's just cramps. I took the painkillers when we got here, but it'll take some time for them to kick in. Cramps? As if she's on her period? We've been here for like half an hour already, I point out, rubbing the back of my neck. Shouldn't they have kicked in by now? I know next to nothing about girls and periods, but I know my pain meds, and that's usually how long it takes for my migraine medicine to kick in. What can I say? I'm one of the unlucky ones. Grace runs her hand through her hair, pushing the strands back. I didn't have any with me earlier, so I should have probably taken 2, but if I did, I'd be asleep by now. Asleep, and pain-free. But she's struggling. Because of me. Because I wanted to watch a stupid movie and she felt obligated to do it. Why didn't you say something? We could have done this another day. Or you could have done it on your own, in your own room, in your free time. Not that I have much of that, but still.
only the idea doesn't have much appeal. It's fine, really. It's not. My protest comes out harsher than I intended. I pinch the bridge of my nose and let out a shaky breath, trying to compose myself. The idea that Grace is in any amount of pain because of me does something to me I can't name. Is it usually this painful? Mostly. Grace leans her head on her knees, wrapping her arms tighter around her legs. It helps when I take painkillers early, but today I forgot them in the dorm and was too lazy to go and get them before I went to the library. It's my fault, really. Is there anything I can do to help? Anything you need? From this angle, I can see her cheeks are bright red. I'm not even sure why I'm insisting. It's clearly making her uncomfortable, but I can't let it go. There must be something I can do that will ease my conscience, because no matter what she said, I felt guilty. There's a heating pad in the bathroom that I usually... A heating pad? Why don't you have it now? It was just... At my raised brows, she shrugs. Seriously, this girl. I get up on my feet, eager to do something. Where do you keep it? You don't have to. Grace tries to get up, but the movement must cause her pain because she presses her lips so tightly together they're white. Her throat bobs as she swallows, her hand gripping her lower belly. Damn it, Grace, are you always this stubborn? As gently as I can, I push her back on the couch. Where do you keep it? I'll get it for you. Grace looks up. Her pupils are dilated, making her eyes seem larger, more vulnerable. Or they would if it weren't for the scowl etched deep between her brows. She jabs her finger into my chest. You're awfully bossy. So you better tell me, because you're just wasting both of our time. Finally, she gives in. Bathroom, last drawer. I quirk a brow. Was that so hard? Just embarrassing, Grace mutters as I walk toward the bathroom. I flick on the switch, the bright light blinding me temporarily. I blink a few times to clear my vision and for the room to come into focus. If I thought the common area was girly, it has nothing on the bathroom. Fluffy towels, makeup, and 24 different bottles on the countertop, plus a small shelf next to the sink. A heating pad, I remind myself. You're looking for a heating pad. What the hell does that even look like? I crouch down in front of the sink and pull out the last drawer. Like the rest of the place, it's filled with different girly shit. Pink razors, cotton, tampons. I quickly move a few things to the side until I see a fluffy smiley face looking back at me. Hey, is it the smiley? I call over my shoulder, my fingers wrapping around the oval thing. Yeah, that's the one. I shut the drawer and stand up, going back to the living room. Taking my seat, I hand it to her. How does this work? Grace puts the pillow to the side and lifts her shirt. Involuntarily, my eyes go to the patch of skin, watching the shirt slide slowly up her flat stomach and showing more of her creamy skin. My throat tightens, making it hard to breathe. For a split second, my brain conjuncts the image of Grace pulling the shirt off completely. What is she wearing underneath? Something practical or sexy? Would her skin feel soft under my fingers? I reel back as the thoughts settle in my mind. The heat creeps up my neck, my whole body turning rigid. What the hell is wrong with you, dude? My heart is pounding so hard you'd think I ran a marathon. The beat of it is so loud I can hear it echo in my eardrums. I've never thought about a girl other than Ash in those terms. Ever. Much less react to one, but even if I wanted to, I couldn't deny it. My body is responding to Grace in every way it shouldn't. Trent? I look up at the sound of my name to find Grace observing me quietly. As inconspicuously as possible, I grab one of those fluffy pillows and pull it over my lap, praying to anybody who'll listen that she doesn't notice. Talk about awkward. Yeah. I clear my throat, but it doesn't help much. My voice comes out low and raspy. You asked about how it works? Right. Before I got distracted by her creamy skin and I got a freaking boner. There's a switch inside of it to turn it on. That's it. And it helps? She slides her shirt back in place, thank God, and pulls her knees close to her chest once again. It eases some of the pain. Think of it as an ice pack when you get hurt, only it warms you up. Her gaze darts to the TV. We missed half the show. I look at the screen but barely register what's going on. I was lost before, but there is no going back now. Maybe it's better this way. I run my hand over my face. Maybe we should finish this another time, so you can rest. Oh. Grace's smile drops. Yeah, sure. Nodding, I jump to my feet. I quickly turn my back to her and grab my jacket. Let me just... The couch groans as Grace tries to get up. I turn around and put my hands on her shoulders to hold her in place. Only it backfires. There's a zap of energy at the touch. It courses through my arms and all the way to the pit of my stomach. I quickly pull them back, breaking the contact. You don't have to get up. Zipping my jacket, I grab my backpack off the floor. Thanks for studying with me today. I look at her but try to avoid her gaze. I think it really helped. Talk soon? Sure, talk soon. With one final nod, I get the hell out. I take 2 steps at a time until I'm standing outside, the door firmly closed behind me. Only then do I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. What the hell was that? I run my fingers through my hair. They're trembling. My whole body is, really. It's like it's filled with some repressed energy I can't get out. I close my eyes and try to calm my erratic breathing, but it doesn't help, because as soon as my eyes are closed, a pair of wide, green eyes stare right back at me. Chapter 19. Trent. Dude, that was one sweet shot. Mateo slaps me on the shoulder. I wipe the sweat off my forehead. Only thanks to your assist. Today, Coach announced who would be starting in our next game, and there was nobody more surprised than me when he called out my name. I've worked hard, sure, but so did every other guy on the team. Besides, most of these guys have played their whole lives, while I've only done it on the rare chances when I could sneak off with Mateo. But I've actually made it. The practice has been grueling, as always, but it seems like the team is slowly starting to mesh together. This could be our year, Nate says longingly, which earns him a slap on the head from Quinn. Bro, don't go jinxing us. A few people nod their heads in agreement as we make our way toward the locker room. Blairwood has always had a solid team, but they haven't won a championship in years. I pull my locker open and tug my shirt off before pulling out my duffel bag just in time to see my phone screen light up as a message appears. Wiping the sweat from the back of my neck, I unlock my phone. A notification awaits me on the screen. Ashley, what are you up to? Guilt slams into me like a train wreck. It eats at me from the inside out, leaving a hollow feeling behind and a bitter taste in my mouth. I tossed and turned on my bed for what felt like hours, but I couldn't fall asleep. Instead, I stared at the dark ceiling, my mind whirling. I couldn't get the image of Grace out of my head. The way my body reacted when she was near, the pull that I felt every time I was around her to make her happy, to see that smile that she showed to just a few selected people. No other girl made me feel that way. Not even Ashley. And the fact that I hadn't thought about my girlfriend at all while I was with Grace, what the hell did that even say about me? Me. Just finished with practice. I'm about to throw my phone back into my duffel bag, but the little dots appear on the screen that she's typing back. Ashley, come over? My stomach clenches at the idea. But before I can think too much about it or get a chance to come up with an answer, Quinn yells loudly over the noise filling the locker room. Yo, assholes, get cleaned up. We're going to Moore's tonight. Somebody whistles, probably Nate, and a few guys cheer in agreement. Mateo elbows me. His gaze falls to the phone in my hand before he looks me in the eye. You coming? Sure. I look down at my phone and the message still waiting for an answer. Me. Guys are going to Moore's. It's a team thing. I hit send quickly, not giving myself a chance to change my mind. It is a team thing. I'm not lying. Why do you feel so relieved, then? I shake my head, pushing the thought back.
Besides, Ashley doesn't like anything that's connected to the sport. 'Cause God forbid you sweat. I wait for a few heartbeats, expecting an answer, probably a pissed-off one at that. But nothing happens, so I drop my phone into my bag and grab my towel. "What's going on with you anyway?" Mateo asks as we head to the showers. "Nothing. Why?" "You seem off, somehow. Where were you last night? Did Harpy take you shopping or some shit like that?" "No." I give him a pointed look just before we each slip into a stall. "I was studying. I found a tutor for French." "No shit? That's good, man." "I don't know about that," I mutter, turning on the shower. "Why? You can't risk your grades dropping now, not if you want to keep playing." "I know. That's not the issue." I step under the shower, hissing as the cold water hits my skin. "Then what's the issue?" "It's Grace." I rub my hands over my face and run my fingers through my hair, pushing it away from my face. "Who? The redhead who crashed into me a few weeks back? The one that Ashley can't stand?" Of course he'd remember her like that. "How did that happen anyway?" I put some shampoo on and quickly rub it over my body before rinsing off. My whole body is shivering from the icy shower, but it's exactly what I need to cool my head. We saw each other in the library and she saw my textbook. And since they couldn't find me a tutor in the center who doesn't already have his schedule full, I asked her if she could help me. I killed the shower and grabbed my towel to dry off. "It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that she's smoking?" My jaw clenches at that comment. Grace isn't just hot. She's gorgeous, both inside and out. But does my best friend really have to take notice? Why does it matter anyway? Maybe she's dating that guy she's tutoring, or somebody completely different. "Who's smoking?" Quinn asks as he gets out of his cubicle. Mateo opens his mouth, but I glare at him. "Nobody. Do you plan to sit here and chit-chat, or are we going to the bar?" "Damn, this place is packed," I mutter as we make our way through the crowd toward the back. Just when we get there, a group of people rises from a table, so we sit down in the booth they emptied. "It's game night, so there are usually more people," Quinn explains, just as the server stops by the table to clear it out. "Hockey season has started, right? Blairwood has a lot of different teams, but football and hockey are the two the university is most known for." Mateo sits next to me, his phone in his hand. "Yeah, and they won 6-1. "Nice. Better than the football team, that's for sure." Kyle turns toward us as the server leaves the table. "Damn, that game was hard to watch." Dave, one of our forwards, nods with a grimace. I haven't seen the game, but Mateo has, so I've heard what a clusterfuck it was. It's a shame since the team has been doing so well this season, and they're the defending champions too. I don't know anybody on the football team, but I couldn't imagine the amount of pressure they must be feeling. A server stops by our table and we place our order. Then the conversation switches to basketball and our first few opponents once the season starts at the beginning of November. I listen with half an ear. For some reason, my mind is still stuck on football. "I'm more of a football girl." Grace's words ring in my ears. Did she watch the game? Or was she only interested in watching when her brother was playing? Why am I still thinking about her? Based on how things ended last night, I wouldn't be surprised if she told me to fuck off the next time I asked her for help. But I couldn't stay there. There was a real chance that if I did, I'd do something stupid like pull her to me and kiss her. A shiver runs down my spine as I remember how she felt in my arms that night at the court. I didn't plan to hug her. It just sort of happened. Grace seemed so baffled by the fact that she actually scored. The look of wonder on her face. A flash of brightness shining in her green irises. I couldn't help myself. It was instinctual. What I wasn't ready for was the jolt of electricity going through my body as soon as my arms wrapped around her. The same jolt that was there yesterday when I placed my hands on her shoulders. It was there every time we touched. Get your head out of your ass. You have a girlfriend. It isn't right, the way she makes me feel, the things she makes me want. I have a girlfriend, for fuck's sake. I shouldn't be thinking that way about a girl I barely know, A girl whose help I need and can't risk losing because I can't get my dick in check. Hands slide around my neck, startling me from my thoughts. I grab them, tilting my head back, only to find Ashley's smiling face looking down at me. "Hey, babe." The guilt slams into me with a vengeance. She's here, smiling, and just moments ago I was thinking about another girl. What the hell's wrong with me? I'm not that kind of guy. Just recently I've been reassuring her nothing is going on, and now I'm doing the exact opposite. "Hey." Letting my hands drop, I turn around to face her. "What are you doing here?" When she didn't answer that last message I sent her, I figured she was pissed at me for ditching her for the guys. Part of me was relieved because it made this all a bit easier, but I knew I could only ignore what was happening for so long. Still, I will gladly take every precious second I can get to avoid the reality, to avoid guilt. Because wanting to admit it or not, something is going on between Grace and me. Something more than the fact I'm grateful for her help and that I find her mesmerizing. What more, I have no idea, but I want to find out. And Ashley, she doesn't deserve that kind of shit. "We were bored, so we decided to come." Only then do I notice a girl standing slightly behind her. Sonia, Sarah, Stacy? I'm not sure what her name is, but I do remember seeing her around. From the corner of my eye, I can see Quinn lean in his chair and beckon her closer. She gives Ash a squeeze and walks around the table to Quinn and slides straight onto his lap since there aren't any available chairs. Ashley shifts her weight from one leg to another. "I hope that's okay. I mentioned to Sylvia you guys were hanging out, and since she knows Quinn..." "Sure." I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her down. Ash laughs and slides onto my lap, one arm curling around my neck, fingers grazing my nape. "What were you up to?" "Shopping with Sylvia. That's why I didn't text you back. We wanted to finish and come as soon as possible." Ashley brushes her lips against my cheek. "I missed you this week." Another punch to my gut, as if I don't feel guilty enough as it is. A lot has been going on. I'm not even lying. Between practices and classes, I barely had time to breathe. And yet you still went to Grace's place to watch movies instead of hanging out with Ashley. Ash slides her fingers over my bottom lip. "Well, maybe after a few drinks, you can make it up to me."
Grace. "This place is always so packed," Ray yells, so she can be heard over the loud noises of the bar. "Especially on game nights." Jade nods her head, her eyes scanning the place for an empty table, but no such luck. Moore's is a sports bar, a local student hangout and athlete favorite. And after the Ravens wiped the ice with the opposing team, it was to be expected we'd find a crowd. There's always some kind of game on in here. That's the secret to their success. Jade looks at us over her shoulder and winks. Plus, cheap beer and greasy food. Come on, let's go to the bar. Together we move toward the bar. It's equally crowded as the rest of Moore's, but Jade squeezes through the people and places our order in less than 60 seconds.
"How was your first hockey game, Ray?"
Marcus asks, leaning down so he doesn't have to yell over all the noises in the bar. This is the first time I've seen him outside of class in the last few weeks. I didn't even realize he was going with us to the game until we saw him sitting in the stands. Apparently, Jade texted him to ask if he'd come. Me and Ray? She just told us to change since we were going out. Better than anticipated. I really had fun.
And that wouldn't have anything to do with a certain hockey player?
Jade turns to her, her brows raised as she hands us 2 beer bottles. Ray looks away, but I can see the color rising up her neck. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't.
Jade laughs and turns around for the second part of our order. Handing 1 bottle to Marcus, she leans against the bar and takes a sip of her beer.
I'm just telling it as I see it. No need. What do you think you're doing?
Jade rolls her eyes at the sound of her brother's voice. Deliberately, just to piss him off, she takes 1 really slow sip of her beer. We talked about this, Nixon.
About your drinking?
Nixon crosses his arms over his chest, his face turning grimmer by the second.
I don't remember that conversation.
About you treating me like a baby and trying to boss me around. Just because I decided to go to the same college as you doesn't give you the right to meddle in my life. The scowl between his brows deepens.
You shouldn't be drinking. You're underage.
This is a college bar. Who the fuck cares? Besides, can you honestly tell me you haven't been drinking since your first year of college? Hell, I'm pretty sure I saw you sneaking a bottle out of the house back in high school. Jade crosses her arms over her chest, too, matching her brother's stance, and cocks her brow at him in a challenge, daring him to contradict her.
I care, and that's beside the point.
That's exactly the point. Not that anybody cares about what you have to say, so there's that. Nixon takes a step closer.
Don't be sassy with me, Smalls.
Jade jabs him in the chest and smiles sweetly. Don't be a dickhead because I'll tattle on you too, Yasmin. She looks around like she expects Yasmin to appear at any moment. Where's she, anyway?
Working.
Nixon runs his hand through his hair, taking a step back.
She'll come in a little bit.
You're here without her? Jade mocks surprise, and I chuckle lightly. I could understand her surprise. We've gotten used to seeing Nixon and Yaz attached at the hip all summer long, even between all the obligations. Usually when you see one, the other is right there too.
She said she'll come once she's done.
And you let her?
Don't be a smart-ass, Smalls.
Nixon ruffles Jade's hair, which earns him a slap on the hand. Go hang out with your friends, and let me hang out with mine, you old man. Chuckling, I turn around, trying to find Nixon's friends. Moore's is always full of life at any time of the day. 2 long dark bars stretch on both sides of the room. There are high-top tables, big dark booths, pool, and other games all the way in the back room. TVs are propped on the wall above the bars that make this the perfect student hangout. Oh, and let's not forget the different sports memorabilia from current students and past, proudly displayed on walls and shelves. I'm going to the bathroom, Ray says to nobody in particular. I'm just about ready to give up when something catches my attention. No, not something. Somebody. Him. Just like always, my heart speeds up at the sight of him. Trent is sitting in the booth with some of his friends, and sitting on his lap is no one other than his girlfriend. My body freezes at the sight of them, a lump forming in my throat. Of course he's with her. It's Friday night. People go out, have fun. Couples go out on dates. You want to go play darts? Jade asks, snapping me out of my thoughts. I try to swallow, but my throat feels dry, so I shake my head no. Are you okay? Yeah, I think I'll stay here. Wait for Ray. Jade gives me a look, but thankfully doesn't question me further. Okay, we're in the back if you want to join. Forcing out a smile, I nod, my fingers tightening around the beer bottle. My gaze follows Jade and Marcus on their way to the back. Absent-mindedly, I lift the bottle and take a long pull, the bitter taste making me frown. Against my better judgment, I let my gaze wander in the direction of where he's sitting. People are going this way and that, so it takes me a while, but I finally spot them in one of the booths. Trent's hand is around her waist, slowly caressing the small of her back. The other night, his hands were on me. But he doesn't belong to me. He never did.
Who are you looking at?
My head snaps to the side, my heart thundering rapidly in my ribcage at being caught watching. I press my palm against my chest, feeling the wild beat under the tips of my fingers as I meet Spencer's amused face. I let out a slow breath. You scared me. Spencer cocks his eyebrow, an amused grin on his face.
If you don't want to be caught, maybe you shouldn't be staring, Red.
I wasn't staring, I mutter, looking away. But I totally was, and we both know it. My cheeks heat under Spencer's watchful eyes. He's still staring at me. I can feel his probing gaze on the side of my face, waiting for me to turn around, but I don't. Avoid, avoid, avoid. Which turns out to be a bad idea because as I try so hard not to look at Spencer, my eyes instantly fall on him, Trent. It's like there's an inner radar or something that pulls me to him as long as we're a few feet apart. Trent is discussing something with his friends, his girlfriend still sitting on his lap and talking to the only other girl at the table, an equally gorgeous brunette. She too is sitting in the lap of another player. The dark-skinned guy with short dreadlocks looks familiar, although I'm not sure from where. He's playing with a strand of her hair as he talks to his friends. I start to look away, but stop when my eyes meet a pair of blue ones staring directly at me. Shit. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't avert my gaze. She saw me watching, as clear as day. I gulp down as we just stare at one another across the room. Her eyes narrow at me. All the noise falls into the background. The only thing I can hear is the hard beat of my heart and my labored breathing. This is bad. Before I can look away, something I should have done as soon as our eyes met, a guy rises, his tall frame coming between the two of us. Quickly, I turn my back to her, only to find Spencer observing me carefully. Damn it, can't a girl get a break around here?
Yeah, I can see how you're not staring.
I press my lips in a tight line, not in the mood to talk about any of this. Did you need something? I cross my arms over my chest, my fingers wrapping around my upper arms, digging into my skin. I figured you'd be busy with all your admirers after the game. A grin appears on Spencer's face. The guy is clearly amused by the question. Well, that makes one of us.
Are you keeping tabs on me, Red?
Don't flatter yourself. I turn my head around, so I once again have the basketball group in my sight. I'm such a glutton for punishment.
Is he the guy?
Spencer asks, leaning on the bar next to me. What guy? I feign ignorance. My gaze lowers down to the bottle in my hand, and suddenly the label seems pretty interesting.
The one from the library?
Of course he'd remember. The guy has a hawk's eye that doesn't miss a thing. It makes me wonder how much he noticed about me. Maybe, I shrug. I'm not sure. Leave it alone, I beg him silently. But today's not my lucky day. A finger sneaks under my chin, and a gentle push prompts me to lift my head.
Are you into him or something?
What? I sputter. My eyes go wide. I did not see this question coming. Maybe I should have.
Are you into him?
The way he asks it, you'd think he's asking me if I want to order fries or something, when it's anything but. What gives you... His eyes are fixed on me, the blue of his irises darker, hard and unwavering.
Because it seems to me he has a girlfriend.
My heart pounds faster, tongue sliding out to wet my dry lips. I don't know what to say. There is nothing to say, not really. Spencer's right. Slowly, as if waiting for me to stop it, Spencer turns around, his eyes going to... I grab his hand and turn him toward me. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Just checking. You could do so much better than that. You know that, right?
I'm not sure if it's those words or the whole situation, but I finally snap. You don't know anything, so why don't you stay out of this? The dumbass has the audacity to smirk at me, a knowing look in his eyes.
But don't I?
No, you most definitely don't. I grit through clenched teeth. I'm going to find Jade. Without looking back, I walk around him in between the tables as fast as my feet can carry me through the crowd. Jade and Marcus are still playing darts and have attracted quite a crowd. I slip between the throng and off to the side, away from the people. Breathe. I close my eyes, forcing even breaths in and out of my lungs. My whole body feels tight, and I don't remember when I clenched my fingers into fists, but they are. I can feel my nails digging into my palms. In and out, I breathe until I can finally unwind. Only when I feel like I'm in control once again do I open my eyes. Jade hits dead center, the dart joining the other two. People cheer as Jade sachets toward the board and picks up her darts. Only then does she notice me standing by the wall. She smiles, and I only hope she can't see my distress because I don't want to be the one to dampen her mood. Where's Ray? Still in the bathroom.
Weren't you waiting for her?
I was, but Spencer showed up. Just saying his name had my jaw clenching. So much for being in control.
Are you into him?
Jade raises her eyebrows.
What did he want?
To drive me insane? I shrug as we walk back to the line where Marcus is currently throwing his darts. His are nowhere near close to the center, but he seems determined. Jade grabs a bottle from one of the nearby tables and takes a swig. The guy's into you. Wait, what? I peer at her. No, he's not. He said so himself. How did he put it? I'm unavailable? Yeah, that sounds like something he'd have said. Jade laughs, a deep belly laugh.
Yes, he is.
I shake my head. The idea's absurd. You're crazy. Think what you want, but I say it as I see it. He just wants to be in my good graces so he doesn't lose his statistics tutor. Pun not intended. Jade shrugs, but that smile is still on her face. If you say so. I do. I'm not even sure why I'm insisting so much. She just agreed with me, so she must think I'm right. But that damn smile. Marcus picks up his darts and turns toward us.
Do you two plan to chat all evening, or are we playing?
Jade leaves her bottle on the table next to me, a wide grin on her face.
Oh, we're playing.
I'm not giving up now that I'm kicking your ass at darts. I watch them play for a little while longer. As expected, Jade wins by far, but Marcus is a good sport about it. Another guy challenges Jade to a match, but she just shakes her head as the two of them join me by the table.
Hey, where's Ray?
Marcus asks, looking around. Jade turns to me. She still hasn't come? I shake my head no. Not since she went to the bathroom, but it's been a while. The two of us exchange a look. Let's go find her. Marcus joins us on our way back to the bar where Spencer is still sitting and flirting with some girl. No surprises there. I give Jade a pointed look that clearly says, see, I'm right. She just rolls her eyes. Hey. I slide next to him. I might still be pissed at him because of earlier, but this isn't about us. Not that there is an us. This is about figuring out where Ray is. The girl gives me the stink eye, but I ignore her and concentrate on Spencer. Have you seen Ray? Lazily, he removes his gaze from the girl's cleavage enough to say,
She left.
Left?
Yeah, just a while ago. She and Zane got into a fight, and then she went home.
Before the words are out, his attention is back on the girl. Not that I care. My gaze shifts to Jade's blazing eyes. Let's go find her. Chapter 20. Grace. I still can't believe you two hooked up. Thank God for earplugs because I didn't need to hear that. Jade, I chastise. What? My best friend gives me a side glance. You can't honestly tell me you haven't heard them. She should be happy I didn't bring it up earlier when we were at the diner with everybody. Apparently, Ray didn't need our saving last night. Whatever fight she and Zane had, they resolved it pretty quickly, all on their own. And by the time we got to our dorm, we were greeted by clothes scattered all over the common space. At least they were hidden behind closed doors. Ray's eyes are huge, face positively red. She looks between the two of us. We weren't that loud, were we? Ray turns to me. Were we? A little bit, I admit, feeling my own face heat. I don't know how to talk about sex. I've never had the need to talk about it because the only sexual experience I had was so bad and slightly mortifying, to say the least, that there was nothing to talk about. Ray buries her face in her hands and groans loudly. Oh my God. Seriously, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. You should hear our neighbors. I'm pretty sure they're into some kinky stuff. Why do you think I need earplugs? TMI, Jade. TMI. Just then, my phone buzzes, so I pull it out of my back pocket. Trent.
Have any time for my sorry ass? With the midterms around the corner, I want to hit the books hard.
Grazing my teeth over my lower lip, I contemplate the message. As far as I know, he hadn't seen me in Moore's last night, but his girlfriend had. What if she told him she caught me staring at them? How embarrassing would that be? Hey, you still up for dancing? Ray lifts her arms in the air, stretching. I need some exercise off the ice that doesn't include lifting weights. You know it. I check the time. I have a studio booked this weekend. Wanna come? Sounds good to me. Me. How about this weekend? I have some plans for Saturday morning, but afternoon should be good. Trent.
I'll be there.
Trent. Let's go out for breakfast. Ashley wraps her arms around my middle from behind and nuzzles her face in the crook of my neck, her lips brushing against my skin. Gently, I remove her hands and turn around to face her. I'm sorry, but I can't. She pouts. Why not? I have to go to the gym for conditioning, which I'm already late for, and then I have a study session. I grab a shirt hanging off my chair and sniff it. Good enough. I pull the material over my head and look around the room until I spot my duffel bag peeking from under the bed. Yesterday afternoon, Grace texted me to meet her at 5 in the library for our French session, and I was hoping to grab her a coffee as an apology for ditching her so suddenly when she went out of her way to help me with French.
Seriously?
Ash crosses her arms over her chest defensively and glares at me. I know that look well. She's pissed.
Does everything come before me?
That's not true. I try to turn away, but she grabs my hand and holds me in place.
It's not? You said after that dinner with your parents that we'd do something just for the two of us, but since then you've brushed me off 12 times.
She deepens her voice so it sounds like mine, mocking me.
Sorry, Ash, I can't. I have to study. Sorry, Ash, I can't. I have class. Sorry, Ash, I can't. I have basketball. There's always something. When is it going to be my turn, huh? When will I be the thing you put first? What was the point of us going to college together if we see each other less than we would have if we were miles apart?
With each word she throws at me, my jaw tightens more and more until I'm surprised I'm not grinding my teeth. I knew this would happen. From the moment she suggested it all those months back, this was the exact thing I feared the most. Things falling apart just because life is different here. But is it just life? A little voice inside my head mocks.
See?
Ash huffs and flips a strand of hair that fell in her face back.
You can't even deny it because it's true. You've been pushing me off.
I run my fingers through my hair, doing my best to keep my cool. I haven't been pushing you off. I've been busy. Besides, it was your idea to go to Blairwood. I told you to pick something you liked.
I picked Blairwood because I wanted us to be together. I picked Blairwood because I know what it means to turn my back on you for a split second.
I narrow my eyes at her. What does that mean?
Nothing, she says quickly, looking away. I'm apparently not as important as basketball or your friends since you always put me last.
What do you want me to do, Ash? I lift my arms in the air and let them fall down, exasperated with the whole situation. I'm spreading myself thin as it is. No matter what I do, what I choose, there will always be some kind of collateral damage. Somebody will always be unhappy.
I want things to be as they used to be.
We're not in high school any longer. I can't fuck around and expect things to work. We're talking about my future here, Ash. I can't fuck it up.
And I'm not asking you to.
Ashley grabs my hands, and I let her.
What I'm asking you is to give us time. I just want us to do something together. A date. Just for the two of us. No school or classes or basketball. Please? There's this movie later today I've been wanting to see.
I open my mouth to say I can't. Not today. But then I'd have to explain what's so important that I'm ditching her yet again. I'd have to tell her about Grace, about our tutoring session. And I know how well that would turn out. Fuck this shit. I guess I could always ask Grace if she can do it tomorrow. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Just this one time so I can appease Ashley for the time being. It's only the movies. Fine, I agree reluctantly, my mind still on how I'm going to explain to Grace why I suddenly have to change our plans after I asked her to meet me in the first place. We'll go on a date.
Thank you!
Ash squeals loudly and throws herself at me. I wrap my arms around her, so we both don't fall. I lower my gaze and catch the time on the watch. Shit, now I really have to go. I put her down and grab my duffel, throwing it over my shoulder. Text me the details, okay?
Okay, have fun doing whatever you're doing.
Whatever you're doing. She can't even say it. I run my hand over my face, feeling the headache looming. It's all going to work out. It has to. I'll text Grace, say something came up, and ask her to change the tutoring to another day. Take Ash on a date so she's happy, and I can concentrate once again on passing my midterms and keeping my ass on the team. Win-win. What could go wrong?
Chapter 21. Grace. I lift my arm in the air as my feet keep moving. The tempo increases, and so does my footwork. I let the beat of the song guide me as I move across the floor. No overthinking, no questioning, no choreography. Just music and me. Dance at its barest. As the song reaches its peak, I jump in the air. Once, twice, before rolling down. My hair is a mess of wild curls as I rise back to my feet. The way my body moves when I dance is effortless. That's the only way I can let go and just be. I get lost in the song, allowing it to pull me into the world where nothing matters, and my body is weightless, free. The song tells a story about love and loss, and I feel it. Every note, every word, I can feel it in my bones. I let it lead me through this dance, hoping it'll help me exorcise the demons that have been haunting me for the past few weeks. Ever since Trent walked into my life, disrupting the hard-earned peace I've created for myself, destroying any hope I had of moving on with my life. I pull my arms closer to my chest, my right leg lifting against my inner thigh as I go into a pirouette. Slowly, I spread my arms wide. My left leg lifts in the air as I balance my weight on the tips of my toes. A moment. Just a split second. That's all it takes for your life to change forever. Damn, Ray claps as the song ends, bringing me back to now. Are you sure you don't want to do this professionally? Because I think you'd be freaking amazing at it. I let out a breath, half chuckle, half pant. My heart is thumping hard against my ribcage. It's been a while since I just let go and danced like this. Positive. I sit down by my duffel bag and grab my water bottle. I like dancing just for fun. When you do something professionally, you're taking all the fun away from it. In a way, I guess that's true. The stakes are higher. That's for sure. Slowly, I unclasp the bottle. Do you ever regret it? Becoming a professional figure skater, I mean? Never. For me, not being able to skate would be like not being able to breathe. Ray shakes her head. It's just unimaginable. I nod, taking a long pull from my bottle. I guess that's the difference between a professional athlete and a recreational one. We both love the sport, but some of us are just content with doing it, while others can't live without it. Would it have been different for me if I had been raised in a different environment? Maybe. But there is no sense in dwelling on what-ifs. I'll never get a chance to find out. Not that it matters. I love my life. I love dancing just because I can, and I wouldn't change that for anything. How's the practice going? I ask, changing the subject. Just recently, after a couple of months of intense practice, Ray finally managed to land a quad jump. The mere idea of it has my head spinning, but she was so giddy after it happened, I could only be happy for her. I know what it means to be a professional athlete. I've lived with one long enough to know the sacrifices you have to make in order to succeed. Those first few years, before JD retired from football, had been insanely busy. Between the Knights' facilities and traveling during the season, he was more away than at home. But it was all worth it to see the joy on his face when he was playing. Okay, when he wasn't scowling at the players standing on the other side of the line, that is. Slow, Ray sighs. I never had much difficulty mastering anything, so to struggle so much with it now is hard. You'll get there. Didn't you say yourself that quad jumps aren't a normal sight in figure skating? Not in women's figure skating, no. See? And you're working on it. I'm sure that sooner or later you'll get there. Let's hope so. Ray stands up. Show me that hand move again. I might steal it for my program if you don't mind. Steal away. I push to my feet, and for the next 30 minutes, we go over her routine. I show her the move that she wants to put in her program, and we work it into her choreography. Shouldn't you have some fancy-ass choreographer? I ask, only half joking, as we leave the studio a little bit later. Occasionally I do, but I like the whole process of creating the choreography from top to bottom myself. After all, I know what I can and can't do the best, although there is a lot of math involved. I give her a curious glance. Math in figure skating? In what way? At every level of skating, there are certain guidelines you have to follow. It's clearly stated in the rules which elements we have to perform, how many times, and how many points it can bring you. Are you for real? Ray chuckles. I'm afraid so. Isn't that, limiting? I couldn't imagine somebody telling me how I should dance, which moves I'd have to perform. Then again, I'm not a professional dancer. In a way, but there were some skaters who took advantage of the rules. Like how? You get a 10% bonus if you land a jump in the second half of your program when you're already tired. So there was this one skater who did all her jumps in the second half. I tilt my head to the side. So basically, she cheated? Not really. Ray shrugs. Her bag starts to slip from her shoulder, but she grabs it at the last moment, pulling it higher. More like used the rule to get what she wanted. To win. I guess in a way that makes sense, although it still feels like cheating to me. So how did they change it? Now we're required to do jumps in both halves of our program, and you can get a 10% bonus only for the last 3 jumps. I think about it for a moment and nod. That seems reasonable. Although I still don't know how I feel about being told what elements my program must contain. I mean, they're all skills you have to be able to perform to get to the senior level, so it's not like they ask the impossible from you. They actually had to develop a scoring system for quads for ladies since, until recently, barely anybody could land quads. Anyhow, Ray comes to a stop when we get to a crossroads. Want to go grab coffee before we go home? You know I'm always down for coffee. The car passes by, so we both hurry across the street. So, Ray raises her eyebrows. So, she repeats when I don't continue instantly, drawing out the word. I start walking toward the coffee shop, and Ray follows after me. How are things with Zane? Ray sucks in her lower lip, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Good. Just good? I smirk. It seemed more than just good if it's to be judged by the amount of noise coming from your room. Oh my God. Ray burrows her face in her palms. Please don't start again. She's so flustered I can't help but chuckle. What? I'm just asking. Can the earth open and swallow me whole? Why? It's not a big deal. I give her a side glance. Or was it big? The question comes out of my mouth before I even realize what I'm saying. A silence falls over us for a heartbeat as the words settle in, and then we both burst into laughter. Oh my God, Grace! Ray shoves me away. You sound just like Jade. I guess she has that influence on people. I nudge her with my elbow, but seriously, how is that going? Good. He seems to get me, and he isn't intimidated by the fact that I'm a professional figure skater with a year-long season. It takes more than a pair of skates to scare Zane off. Ray and Zane had a rough start, with Ray almost running him off the road the first day she got to campus. They've been crossing each other's paths ever since, with him being on the hockey team and Ray figure skating. I guess it was to be expected. Was that an issue before? Occasionally. Ray tucks a loose strand behind her ear. I mean, it's not like I dated a lot. Between practices and being homeschooled, there was just not that many opportunities. There were a few guys, though, mostly skaters. You'd think they'd know what to expect, but the long hours meant we drifted apart pretty fast. Plus, God forbid you get to the next level sooner. I could understand athletes being competitive, but this sounds like another level. That bad? What can I say? We're a competitive bunch. Or maybe they're just assholes. Or maybe that. Ray agrees, just as I pull open the door to cup it up. The warm air hits me in the face just as Yasmin looks up from behind the counter, a smile spreading over her face when she sees us. Hey, you two. Hey, Yas. I look around the half-empty space. Slow day? More like quiet before the storm. Most partygoers are waking up right about now and will drag their hungover asses here for some coffee before they close themselves in the library for the day. You're probably right. Ray gives me a side glance as we stop at the counter. With midterms just around the corner, I'm really happy that I don't have the full workload this year. Well, I envy you. I give Yasmin a pointed look. You know you could take a step back. Nobody will blame you. I do, but you know me. Where's the challenge in that? She gives a half-hearted shrug. What can I get you, girls? We place our order and chat with Yasmin as she prepares our drinks. Just as she's done, people start coming in as predicted. I wonder if Trent's going to be one of them. Did he go out to party with his friends? Out on a date with his girlfriend? Both are equally possible. I guess we'll leave you to it. Sure. Talk soon? I nod my head, but Yasmin doesn't see it because she's already filling the next order. We exit the cafe just as more people stroll in. A few of them, I'm pretty sure, are still in their pajamas. God, I'm so glad I'm an early riser. Ray pulls out her phone, and a smile immediately appears on her face. Zane? I ask, a pang of jealousy hitting me out of nowhere. I'm happy for her. I really am. But is it too much to want the same for myself? Instead, I'm pining after a guy who reminds me of a boy I used to love. A guy that's in a committed relationship with somebody else. Yeah, Ray answers absent-mindedly, typing back a reply. Hey, what are you doing later today? I have some reading to do and tutoring later in the afternoon. When do you think you'll be done? No idea. I shrug. Why? What's going on? Zane asked me if I wanted to go to the movies tonight. So you want to take me on your date? I'm honestly not sure where she's going with this. No, silly. I figured we could go on a double date. Double date? I repeat, still not understanding. Yes, a double date. Zane and I and you and Spencer. Me and Spencer? I take a step back. What the hell's with my friends and trying to set me up with Spencer? You have to be joking. I'm not. She takes in my face. Would that be such a horrible idea? I thought you guys were hanging out. I'm tutoring him. I'd hardly call that hanging out. Besides, I promised... My phone beeps. Sorry, I mutter, grateful at the interruption. Let me get this. I slide it out of my back pocket and check to see who's texting me.
Trent. Hey, Legs. Sorry, but something came up. Rain check?
So much for that. Why am I so disappointed? It was just a tutoring session. A tutoring session I didn't even want in the first place. It's better this way. Distance, that's exactly what I need. Distance between Trent and me. What's wrong? Huh? I look up, realizing I've been just staring at my phone like a total weirdo. Ray tilts her chin toward my hand. Did something happen? I shake my head no. Trent just canceled our tutoring session. Ray's mouth falls open. Is that who you're tutoring? Locking my phone, I shove it back into my pocket. Not any longer. He canceled? Something came up. I shrug. It's not a big deal. You going back to the dorm? I want to shower before I get to studying. Without waiting for her answer, I start to walk. Ray hurries after me. So now that you don't have any plans any longer, movies? I don't know, Ray. Please? She clasps her hands and gives me a big, goofy smile. It doesn't even have to be a double date, just two friends who are hanging out. It'll be fun, I promise. I let out a shaky breath. Isn't that what they always say? Are you sure you don't want to join us? I ask, leaning against the doorway of Jade's room. No way, she answers instantly, not even bothering to look up at me as her fingers move against the keyboard. Please? Nope. With a click, she finally pushes away the laptop and looks up at me, and I give her a big smile. Pretty please? I love you, but no. I love you too, but that doesn't make the rejection sting any less. I sigh and make sure to pout extra hard. Please, Jade, I'll do anything you want, without complaining too. That's a little tempting. Jade rubs her chin, pretending as if she's thinking really hard about my request. So many possibilities, really, but I'll have to decline. You guys are going on a double date, and I have no desire to be the fifth wheel. No, Ray and Zane are going on a date. I correct. Spencer and I are just friendly companions. Besides, didn't you say you're going to see that guy? I try to remember his name, but come up empty. Jade sees it too because she supplies. Michael. I snap my fingers. Michael, right. Aren't you seeing him tonight? You two could join us, and nobody is a wheel of any kind. It might feel less like a date that way and more of a group thing. I'm not even sure why I let Ray convince me to do this in the first place. Because you were hurt. Trent ditched you for whatever was more important. I shake my head, refusing to go down that road. Nope, I'm not going there. Not now, not ever. Jade sighs. I'm not going anywhere tonight, at least not until I finish this paper, because the deadline is tonight at midnight. My brows shoot up. You still haven't finished it? Obviously not. Jade rolls her eyes at me. You know I like the challenge and adrenaline when I submit it at the very last minute. The only thing that'd give me is anxiety. If that wasn't a reminder of how big of a polar opposite the two of us are, I don't know what is. But I guess that's part of the reason why we work so well, too. And if I manage to finish this at a decent hour, I have entirely different plans in the dark for Michael and me. Jade wiggles her brows, her blue eyes shining brightly with mischief, if you know what I mean. Fine, I sigh. You go to your sexcapade and leave me alone. You're going to be fine. She pushes off the bed and comes to me, taking my hands in hers. It's good that you're doing this, Grace. You need to give people a chance. Let them in. Like you're letting them in? I want to ask, but bite my tongue because I know it would be a shitty thing to do. Jade has been through a lot, too much for anybody's standards, and she deserves a break. Who am I to judge if that break includes hooking up with a different guy every few weeks? God knows my way of coping hasn't been much better. It's not a date, I repeat, for what feels like the umpteenth time. We're just going to the movies. Hell, Ray was the one who orchestrated all of it. Still, you're going out and hanging with people. Hanging with guys. She smirks. Hanging out with hot guys. Try to have fun. I'll try, I sigh, but I make no promises. Just then, Ray gets to the doorway. She slips her phone in a little purse she has hanging across her chest and looks up, a big smile on her face. Ready to go?
You don't have to frown like that, Red.
I narrow my eyes at Spencer. I'm not frowning. The guy actually laughs.
The lines between your brows beg to differ.
Spencer cups my face. I suck in a sharp breath and try to pull back, but he doesn't let go. Instead, his thumb slides softly over the lines between my brows. I guess he might be right, asshole. Ever since Zane and Spencer picked us up, he's been acting like the other night at Moore's hadn't happened and just been his usual joking self. I wasn't sure what to make of it exactly. There's also the fact that I couldn't get my friend's words out of my mind. I give him a weary look, but trying to figure Spencer out is like figuring out what a kid wants. Is he really into me? Were my friends right? Or do they just want to see something that doesn't exist? What do you think you're doing? I ask, trying to keep a serious face and not show how unnerving his proximity, his touch, makes me. He's leaning forward, completely in my personal space, a serious look on his face.
What does it look like I'm doing? Preventing you from turning into an old lady.
Thanks, I mutter dryly. He tries to do the same to my forehead, but I grab his hand before he can. Stop doing that. The corner of his mouth lifts in that smirk of his.
Or what?
There's a gleam in his eyes as if he's amused. Knowing him, he probably is. Why are you like this?
Like what?
Like this.
It amuses me to see you all unnerved. See how hard I can pull before you finally push.
I roll my eyes at him, because that's so mature. Spencer laughs.
Nobody ever blamed me for being mature.
What are you two doing? Ray asks, snapping me out of our little exchange. I turn toward her. Spencer's being... The words die on my lips when I look up and see none other than Trent standing a few feet behind her. And he's with his girlfriend.
Chapter 22. Trent. I stop in my tracks, my gaze glued to a very familiar, very surprised pair of emerald eyes staring at me across the room. Fuck. Grace looks from me to Ashley and then back to me, her lips pressing in a tight line as the realization hits her. Almost as quickly as she spotted us, Grace faced her friends, a short, dark-haired girl standing next to a tall black guy I'm pretty sure I saw around the gym, and that guy she's tutoring. Is this like a double date? Is she actually dating that tool? I take a step forward, but a hand covering my bicep stops me from moving. Is it that girl again? Ashley's question is like a bucket of icy water thrown over my head. Forcing my attention from Grace, I turn around to face her. Huh? Not really reassuring on my part, but my mind is still stuck on Grace and that guy. The casual way they stand next to each other, their bodies practically brushing. The coffee shop one? Ashley clarifies. She slowly turns toward me, her mouth pressed in a hard line, one of her brows rising. The one that keeps popping up in all the weird places lately? I blink as her words finally register in my mind. What are you talking about? Oh, please, Trent. Ash rolls her eyes and starts walking toward the hall in the back. I follow after her, pushing back the image of Grace's stupefied face from my mind. She wasn't the only one, though. Who would have thought that out of all the places she'd end up here, on a freaking date, no less? Only date you should be thinking about is the one with your currently really pissed girlfriend, my mind reminds me. Ashley, I call once we get away from the people. The last thing I want is to make a scene. I hurry after her, and as soon as she's in arm's reach, I wrap my fingers around her wrist and tug her to face me.
What is this all about?
She's always conveniently somewhere you are. What are the chances?
So are a lot of people, I counter, trying to keep a level head.
So you're really telling me there's nothing going on between the two of you?
No. My answer is instant. What is her deal with Grace? I seriously don't get it. It's not like Grace is openly hitting on me or anything like that. On the contrary, really. All this time, she's been going out of her way to avoid me. And now, I lied to her to get out of tutoring I desperately need so I could appease my girlfriend, only for the whole thing to backfire. Twice. And now both women are pissed off at me. Ashley watches me closely, her gaze fixed on mine as she nibbles the inside of her cheek. Tense silence builds between us. My heart is galloping in my chest as I wait for her to say something. The moment seems to last a lifetime, but finally she nods.
Okay.
Okay? She nods and closes the distance between us. When she's pressed against my chest, Ash rises on the tips of her toes. Her fingers spread on my cheek as she leaned in and pressed her mouth against mine.
I trust you, Trent.
Do you? I want to ask her. Do you really? As soon as the question pops into my mind, I realize it doesn't matter. Not really. My heart sinks to the pit of my stomach as the realization, clear as day, dawns on me. I don't trust myself. I just openly lied to her, not in the way she might think, but still, I lied. I'm not that guy. At least I wasn't until now, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Absent-mindedly, I brush a curl behind her ear. Can we go to our seats now? Ashley snuggles into my side, her attention on the movie playing. Mine should be too, but if somebody asked me what we're watching, I don't think I'd know the right answer. Involuntarily, my eyes dart to the right, where Grace sits with her friends a few rows in front of us. It's so easy to spot her, since not even the darkness of the room can suppress the bright red of her hair. The tool she's with leans closer, whispering something in her ear. Grace tilts her head to the side to look at him, and I just stare, unblinking. It's messed up. I don't need anybody else to point it out for me, but I can't help myself. I noticed them as soon as they entered, although I did my best to pretend I didn't. But as soon as the lights were off, it's like my eyes had a mind of their own. Grace's mouth moves softly, but no words come out. At least, not ones loud enough for me to overhear them. The guy, Stephen, shifts in his seat, leaning closer. Does he plan to move into her lap or something? Why the hell do I even care? I have a girlfriend, for fuck's sake. Ashley tilts her head back, her blue eyes fixing on mine.
Don't like the movie?
She mouths softly. It's okay. She brushes the tips of her fingers over my cheek.
Then why do you seem so far away?
Just tired, I guess. I pinch the bridge of my nose. The headache from this morning seems to be back in full force and only growing stronger by the second. Great, just what I needed. Another headache. They've been coming more often lately. They haven't been this frequent in a long time. If I were home, my parents would most likely demand that I go and see my doctor. But this way, I don't have to reassure them it's just a minor headache. Everybody has them from time to time. Ash shifts in her seat and gives me a long look, her eyes searching my face for any sign that something's off.
Are you okay?
She asks, genuine concern in her voice. As if I needed more reasons to feel like a dick than I already do. I'm fine. Somebody from behind us shushes us. Come on. I wrap my arms around her middle and pull her closer to me. Let's watch the movie.
Grace.
So, Red, what did you think about the movie?
Spencer asks, his hand around my shoulder as we make our way out of the theater with the rest of the people. Maybe I should have tried to push it off, but by now, I know it's useless, so I don't even try. I pinch his side, not even bothering to look his way. It would have been better if somebody didn't distract me all the time with his comments. Ouch! Spencer rubs at his side.
What was that for?
Distracting me for the past 2 hours.
He likes to do that.
Zane throws over his shoulder, giving Spencer a grim look.
He usually pisses everybody off with his nonstop talking. It doesn't matter if it's a movie or we're watching a game film.
Thanks for warning me, I say dryly.
Hey, what's this? Who finds Spencer more annoying contest?
I tap my chin and pretend to think about it for a moment. Sure, sounds good to me.
We can call it that.
Zane agrees, making Ray chuckle.
You too, skater girl?
Spencer presses his free hand against his chest in that overly dramatic fashion of his.
You wound me.
Hey, I didn't say anything.
You just laughed.
I did not. It was more of a chuckle.
Same difference.
Zane turns around and tugs Ray to a stop. There's a scowl on his face that's directed at his friend, but he keeps Ray's hand firmly in his. It's strange seeing him like this. He's usually reserved, all broody and frowning. Although I guess there's no help with frowning.
Are we going to stay here all night and listen to you whine or what? I don't whine. I just say it as it is.
Spencer looks at Ray and then at me.
You ladies want to go grab a drink or something?
Sure, why not? Ray shrugs and turns to me with hopeful eyes. What about you, Grace? I'm game. It's not like I have plans anyway. And just because I'm not on a date doesn't mean I want to cut my friends short. And I know if I say the word, Ray will go home with me. But I have to go to the bathroom. I slip from underneath Spencer's arm. I'll be back in a bit. I hurry down the relatively empty hallway and slip into the bathroom. The space is unusually quiet. Then again, this is a small theater with only a few movie options, so I guess it doesn't draw a big crowd. I quickly enter one stall and do my business. Just as I'm finishing, a door squeaks open and heels clink against the tiles. Flushing the toilet, I exit the stall and go to the sink to wash my hands. I lift my gaze and catch my reflection in the mirror. There are bags under my eyes that even the concealer couldn't hide. I've barely been sleeping, and if it weren't for Spencer and his constant talking during the movie, I'd have probably fallen asleep on the spot. Well, Spencer and the probing gaze I could feel on the back of my head. What was he doing here? Something came up. That's what he said. I assumed it was something important, but I guess Trent just wanted to go on a date with his girlfriend. My stomach clenches. My insides are tying into a familiar knot. Seriously, by the time this year is done, I'd be surprised if I don't get an ulcer or something. What happens then, though? What about next year? How long can I really go through this? Sighing, I splash some cold water onto my neck, hoping it'll help me cool off, but no such luck. Bracing my hands against the sink, I look up in the mirror, but my reflection isn't the only one I find. Cold, blue eyes stare into mine in the mirror. My mouth falls open in surprise. For a moment, neither of us says anything. We just stare at one another. I'm not sure how I hadn't heard her come out. Maybe if you weren't too stuck thinking about her boyfriend? I see the way you look at him. Ashley is the first to break the silence. My tongue darts out, sliding over my suddenly dry lips. I wasn't expecting that. I'm not sure what to say, so I settle for, I don't know what you mean. Don't play coy. She huffs. Flipping her hair behind her shoulder, she goes to the sink next to mine and turns on the water to wash her hands. I'm not playing anything, I say softly. He's mine. Her words are a stab to my already bruised heart. As if I don't know that. As if I wouldn't give anything for things to be different. Ashley turns to me. Whatever you're thinking about in your head, forget it. It's not happening. I'm not thinking anything. I grit through my clenched teeth. I'm usually not temperamental, but there is only so much pushing I can take, and Ashley is towing a fine line. Are you sure? Because it damn well looks like you do. Ashley turns off the water, grabs a paper towel, and wipes her hands. Trent and I, we go way back. We have history. So do we. My heart starts to speed up as the words ring in my mind. He was mine first. Mine. Thump, thump. Mine. Thump, thump. Mine. Thump, thump. You'll never be able to get between us. Nobody will, really. I'm not even trying. Taking one deep breath, I lift my chin a notch. I have nothing to hide. I did nothing wrong. I don't know what you think is going on, but I'm only helping Trent with French. No more, no less. Now, if you'll excuse me. Without waiting for her reply, I turn on the balls of my feet and go toward the door. Just as my fingers wrap around the door handle, Ashley's words stopped me. Stay away from Trent.
Chapter 23. Trent.
A tutor?
Ashley grits out as she walks toward me, or more like marches. If eyes could kill, I'd be ashes. She stops just inches from me and jabs her finger into my chest.
A freaking tutor, Trent?
What are you talking about? I wrap my hands around her wrists, stopping her from poking a hole through my chest.
You know damn well what I'm talking about.
She tugs her hands out of my grasp.
I had a little run-in with the redhead in the bathroom.
Fuck. I tilt my head back and run my hands over my face. Fuck. So much for keeping one of them happy.
What the hell, Trent? What the actual hell?
It's not like that.
Oh, so you didn't lie to my face? Because when I asked you earlier if something was going on between you two, you looked me straight in the face and said no.
Because there isn't, I snap. Faint whispering from behind me draws my attention. A group of girls is standing by one of the high tables by the windows. Only instead of looking out, they're watching us and whispering. Great, just what I need on top of everything. Can we not do this here, please? Ashley just shakes her head.
I don't even know you anymore.
Turning on the balls of her feet, Ashley goes straight for the exit. I run my hand over my face, pushing my hair back. Could this day get any worse? Giving what I hope is a reassuring smile in the girls' direction, something that will tell them I'm not a serial killer on a hunt, I hurry after Ash. The cold November air hits me as soon as I step outside and reminds me I'm still holding on to Ashley's things. I scan the parking lot and find her standing by my car, her arms wrapped around herself. Stubborn woman. I slide my hand into my pants and press the button for the car to unlock. Ashley jumps a little when the lights flash. She looks over her shoulder, her eyes finding mine before she looks away and slides into the car. What was I expecting? Not for the two of them to meet each other in the bathroom, that's for damn sure. And definitely not for Grace to tell her she's tutoring me. What would even bring up that topic? I'm not even sure I want to know. Sliding into the driver's seat, I throw our things into the back seat but don't bother turning on the car. Ashley keeps her eyes pointed straight, clearly ignoring me. It wasn't like that, I repeat, my fingers curling around the steering wheel.
You already said that.
Her voice is low, detached.
Then how is it? Explain it to me because I'm not sure I'm seeing it correctly.
I went to the tutoring center, but the tutors couldn't fit me into the schedule.
Apparently the redhead could fit you into her schedule just fine,
Ashley says sarcastically. Grace. Her name is Grace. Ashley whips her head in my direction, eyes blazing.
Do I look like I care?
Well, maybe if you weren't acting that way, I'd have told you. Her mouth falls open.
So it's my fault?
It's nobody's fault. I'm just saying that if you weren't so damn possessive, I'd have told you I asked Grace to help me with French. After the tutoring center told me they couldn't find anybody that would work for me. She said no, but what other choice did I have? I have to get a passing grade to be eligible to play.
And we're back to basketball.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
I grit my teeth. It clearly means something. This is the second time you've brought it up.
You shouldn't be playing at all.
You know that I'm fine. I stop her before she can finish. I've heard enough about what I can and can't do from my parents. I don't need my girlfriend to do it too.
Whatever. It still doesn't explain why you lied to me. You could have told me earlier when I asked, and you didn't.
Because I knew how you were going to react. I turn on the engine but don't move the car. I look to the side. And I was right. Ashley presses her lips together and turns away. I don't bother saying anything. What else is there to say anyway? So I pull out of the parking lot and drive, a thick silence following us all the way back to campus.
Grace.
How did you learn to play pool like that?
Sliding my hands deeper into my pockets, I turned to look at Spencer, the corner of my lips lifting in a smile. My brother taught me. An image of JD and me playing pops into my mind. It's been a while since we've done it. God, I miss him. Miss my family. Nobody tells you that when you're packing your things, ready to move out on a new adventure, but it's true. I love my family, and can't wait to see them for Thanksgiving. I just have to survive midterms first. His brows shoot up.
You have a brother?
I do. Yes. The stupefied look on his face makes me chuckle.
No shit. How did I not know that?
You never asked? He rubs the back of his neck.
I guess there's that.
Besides, I don't really advertise it. Talking about JD has always been hard for me. I love my brother, but it's hard to explain our age difference and family history. Plus, there's also the fact that he's a retired professional football player, and it always worries me what people will think once they find out. Will they want to hang out with me for me, or because they want to meet my brother and his football friends?
Why not? You two aren't tight?
Oh, we're tight. I've been living with him since I was 12. He basically raised me.
How old is he?
38.
Seriously? That's,
A lot. Yeah, I finish because I already know where this is going. 20 years, to be exact. There's a slight pause as I choose my words carefully, but I finally settle on, Mother had him very young, and I didn't come until later. There, that's diplomatic enough, right? The last thing I wanted on top of this crappy day was to talk about Cassie. Talk about a shitty ending to an even shittier day. What about you? Any brothers or sisters?
2 brothers, actually.
Really? 2 more boys like Spencer? Damn, I don't envy his mother at all. Older or younger?
Older.
So you're the baby of the family. Spencer narrows his eyes at me.
Don't you start too.
What? I bat my eyelashes innocently.
You know what?
He grumbles, his face turning sour. I think this is the first time I've seen him frown. The corner of my mouth starts to tip upward, but I school my expression, acting all serious when all I want to do is crack up. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Of course you don't.
Some things make much more sense now, though. I shake my head. Damn, you must have been a handful for your parents.
Something like that.
Spencer nods his chin toward the dorm.
Is this you?
I look at the brightly illuminated front door. Yeah, that's me. Thanks for walking me, although it wasn't necessary. After having a few drinks at Moore's and me beating Spencer's ass 3 times in pool, we called it a night. Ray wanted to go with Zane to his place, but didn't want me to walk by myself back to the dorm. They offered to take me home, but I refused. It was getting late as it was, and I knew Ray was getting up early to go to practice. So Spencer swooped in and said he'd walk me home.
It's not a big deal. I was on my way anyway.
I give him a doubtful look. Don't you live off campus?
Maybe I like to take long walks in the evening.
He rubs the back of his neck, the first sign that he feels uncomfortable. Yeah, right. I roll my eyes. I'll see you in class? I start to walk away, but Spencer wraps his hand around my wrist and pulls me back.
What happened in that bathroom?
I blink, completely thrown off by the question. What?
In the cinema. You were flustered when you came out of the bathroom. What happened?
Stay away from Trent. Ashley's accusation rings in my head, as loud as it did when she said it. Nothing. There's nothing like stuttering out an answer to confirm you're a big fat liar. Maybe he won't notice?
I didn't take you for a liar, Red.
Right. I didn't take you for somebody who likes to stick his nose in other people's business. I counter right back and pull my hand out of his grasp.
I thought nothing happened.
Nothing that should concern you. I start to walk away, but once again, Spencer's words stop me.
Are you into that guy?
Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath to calm myself. This is the second time he's asked me that question, and not the first person to ask it today. Am I really that obvious? It's not like that, I whisper softly, more for myself than for him, but he hears it too.
Then how is it? What's the deal with the 2 of you?
I press my lips into a tight line. Even if I wanted to tell Spencer, I don't know how to explain it. Trent and I... There's nothing going on, but at the same time, there's everything.
I can see the way you look at him, you know.
I see the way you look at him. I turn around abruptly, ready to tell him exactly what I think, but I almost fall because Spencer is standing right behind me. I jab my finger in his chest. You know nothing.
Don't I?
he asks calmly, which only infuriates me further. No, you don't. Another jab. Nobody does. Not really. Not even me. Spencer puts his hands on my shoulders.
You deserve better than a guy who strings you along while he fucks his girlfriend.
I stagger back. His words sting like a slap in the face. He's not stringing me along. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I need to calm down because if I don't, I'll most likely burst into tears, and that's so not what I need right now. I know he has a girlfriend. I don't need you or anybody else to tell me that. There's nothing happening between the two of us.
Okay, let's say I believe you.
There's no let's say anything. My eyes snap open and meet his. He's standing so close, barely a few inches away. Close enough that I can feel his body heat and a faint smell of his cologne, something dark and citrusy. I'm telling you the truth. There's nothing between Trent and me.
But you'd like it to.
I open my mouth to protest, but nothing comes out. Spencer lifts his brows and waits me out, but when words don't come, he just shakes his head. Sometimes I wish I was a better liar.
You shouldn't let a guy put that look on your face. We're not worth it.
What look?
This look.
Spencer cups my face, his thumb slowly sliding over my cheekbone and over my lower lip. His blue eyes stare down at me intently, following the path his finger makes until they finally fix on my mouth. I gulp down, unable to say anything. I know he's going to do it. I should stop him. I know I should. But I don't. Spencer leans down slowly, giving me enough time to push him back, and when I don't, he gently presses his mouth against mine. And I let him. Moving closer, he slips his hand at the base of my neck, fingers tangling with my curls as he tilts my head to the side to deepen the kiss. Soft lips brush against mine, and for a moment, I let myself enjoy it. Let myself enjoy him. I haven't had anybody touch me, kiss me, in so long it feels slightly foreign, not since my disastrous date with Timothy Carmichael, my senior year of high school. I let him take me to prom, and later that night, he took my virginity too. I don't regret many things in life, but that one I do. I wasn't ready, not mentally, and certainly not emotionally. But I wanted to feel whole, if only for a moment. And while Timothy Carmichael was in no way memorable, Spencer is his complete opposite. His mouth moves against mine with the slow effortlessness of somebody who knows what he's doing, and I'm actually enjoying it. But there are no butterflies. There are no weak knees or warmth spreading through my belly, no shivers running down my spine. He's not Mason. But then again, neither is Trent. I lift my hand and press it against Spencer's chest, giving him a slight push. He breaks the kiss and takes a step back. I run my tongue over my lower lip. My breathing is slightly elevated, and so is his. For a moment, we just stare at one another, neither of us saying anything. You're a good guy, Spencer. He chuckles bitterly, running his hand through his hair. He looks around, everywhere but at me.
Just not good enough for you?
There is an edge to his words I'm not used to hearing. An uneasy pit opens in my stomach. I grab his hand, forcing him to look at me. I never said that. Spencer caresses my cheek with the back of his hand. The touch is gentle. Everything about him is, and when he's with me, I hear the wistful tone in his voice.
You didn't have to.
You don't want me, I say softly, shaking my head. Not like that. The words feel wobbly on my lips, unsure. Could I be wrong? I never took Spencer's teasing as something more. Maybe I should have?
We could have had so much fun together, you and me, Red.
We can still have fun as friends. Spencer lets his hand fall down, almost regretfully.
Chapter 24. Trent. Me. Can we talk? Please? Me. I know I fucked up, and I'm sorry. Me. I should have just come out and outright said why I wouldn't make it to our tutoring session, but I wasn't thinking. Me. Legs? Please? Me. What can I do to make it up to you? Me. I miss you.
I gulp down the lump in my throat as I read over the message I sent last night. In the previous 5 days, really. That last one I wrote in a moment of weakness. An admission came out of me before I knew what I was writing, and I hit send before I could overthink it. But there was nothing. No answer, not to my phone calls or my texts. And I'd know because I've been checking my phone constantly, jumping at every beep. But the only thing that greeted me on Grace's end was silence. She was nowhere to be seen. If I needed a clearer sign that she's avoiding me, I wouldn't find one. "Are you going to sulk all day long, or do you plan to put your ass to work, Remington?" I look up from the phone and notice that most of my teammates have already left the locker room. "Sorry." I lock my phone and throw it back into my duffel bag. "I'm just distracted." "Well, better get undistracted." Quinn knocks his fingers against the doorway. "We need your head in the game. Get your ass on the court before Coach comes looking for you." "Sure thing, boss." Pushing the thoughts of Grace out of my head, I throw my duffel into the locker and follow after him. For the next 2 hours, basketball is the only thing I think about. I let the anger of the last few days fuel me as I push myself harder with each drill Coach leads us through until my shirt is drenched in sweat, and I'm panting so hard I can barely stand straight. "Good practice, Remington," Coach says as I walk off the court, wiping the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. "Keep up the good work and we'll see more of you in games soon." "Thanks, Coach." I nod and quickly follow after my teammates. "Dude, my legs are killing me," Mateo grumbles as we get our asses back into the locker room. "It shows. You're waddling like a penguin." I walk past them to my locker and pull out my stuff. "More like a pregnant girl," Quinn snickers. Mateo punches him in the arm. "Are you shitting me, McLannister? What the fuck, man? Don't joke about shit like that." "You're scared of pregnant girls?" "I'm not scared of pregnant girls." Mateo shudders. "I just don't need your sorry ass to jinx me." Quinn laughs hard. "Didn't your daddy teach you to wrap it before you tap it?" "I'm not an imbecile." Mateo shoves him, which only makes Quinn laugh harder. "Could have fooled me. If I remember correctly, I fooled you well enough. Stole 3 balls right in front of your nose. Are you getting sloppy in your old age?" Quinn gets Mateo's head in a headlock. "Who's getting sloppy, rookie?" Sighing, I tune them out and grab my phone. But one look at the screen shows no new messages waiting for me. What the hell should I do? Midterms are next week, and if I don't pass my French exam, I can kiss the team goodbye. I check my sent folder, and there it is, right on top. But why didn't she get back to me? "Yo, Remington." My head snaps up at the sound of my name. "What's up? Are you even listening?" "I stopped the moment you two started bitching. No time for that shit." "You hear that, Rook?" Quinn looks over his shoulder at Mateo. "Rookie number 2 doesn't have time for us. Who's keeping you busy, that hot girlfriend of yours?" The image of Grace appears in front of my eyes. Wait, what? A feeling of guilt smacks me right in the face. Ashley. He's asking about Ashley, not Grace. Then why was she the first one to come to your mind? A little voice taunts me. I push it back. Because I was just thinking about her and how to get her to give me another chance to help me with French. That's all there is to it. Nah, just checking to see if my tutor got back to me. Tutor? Quinn's brows shoot up. I thought you were the smart one. Apparently not when it comes to French. Sighing, I lock my phone and shove it into my pocket. Well, can't help you with that. I'm more of a numbers guy. He shrugs. Anyway, want to go grab something to eat? Nah, I think I'll go to the library, get some work done, so I don't flunk my French midterm. You do that. We need you for our upcoming game. Quinn grabs his bag and slaps me on the shoulder. I guess I'll see you later, boys. I turn to Mateo. You going to eat? He shakes his head. I'm going back to the dorm to change before meeting up with Stella. A date? This time I'm the one who's surprised. I remember he mentioned meeting Stella in the gym one day. I never gave it much thought since Mateo is a one-and-done kind of guy, but he brought her up a few other times since then. Maybe he's finally settling down? Mateo snorts. We're just hanging out. Don't go making it more than it has to be.
I pull off my dirty clothes and grab my towel. God forbid you got tied down. Hey now, there is more than enough of all of this for the ladies. I don't see a reason why I should settle just for one. I've seen how well that worked out for you. I run my hand through my hair. I know you don't like Ashley. I can see it. Hell, everybody can see it. This isn't just about me not liking Ashley. It's everything that's been going on lately. You know what? I don't have time for this. Ashley and I might be on rocky terms since the debacle that was our last date, but I didn't want to listen to my best friend tell me all the reasons we wouldn't work together. I start to walk away, but Mateo's words stop me. I hope you know what you're doing. Going to take a shower? He shakes his head. You know what I mean. No, I don't. Why don't you spell it out for me? I can see the way you look at her. I grit my teeth, irritated with the cryptic conversation. If he has something to say, he better come out and say it. And how is that? Like you care. She's my tutor, for fuck's sake. He gives me a who are you trying to fool look. Doesn't mean you don't want more, now does it? No, it doesn't. That's all she can be. Before he can come up with another witty comeback that'll end with me punching him in the face, I walk into the bathroom. I need a shower. A cold one. The library is full of people. Nothing strange, considering midterms will be here before we know it. It seems like half the campus has moved here in these last few weeks, and the place has become progressively fuller. At this point, I'm pretty sure there isn't an available seat left. I work my way between the desks toward the back on autopilot. If she's here, I know where I'll find her. It doesn't matter that my theory hasn't worked so far. Each day I've been coming here in hopes of finding her. I figured it was a better option than going to her dorm. I turn the corner and stop in my tracks, my hand gripping the edge of the shelf. She's here. It's like the air has been kicked out of my lungs, air I wasn't even aware I'd been holding until now. She's sitting at her usual desk, her head bowed as she types something on her laptop, open books surrounding her. But there's no way I'd miss that red hair anywhere. Loosening my grip on the shelf, I stalk forward until I'm standing by her side. Grace looks up as my shadow falls over her, her mouth forming a little O as she faces me. What are you doing here? I've been looking for you. But you've been a hard woman to find, I say easily, slipping into the other seat without waiting for an invitation. There won't be one. That's because I didn't want to be found. I know that. But Grace, I try to reach for her, but she pulls her hands off the desk and lets them fall in her lap. You lied to me. I close my eyes and let out a breath. Although I knew it was coming, her accusation still hurts like a bitch. I did. There's no sense in lying. She saw me. And I'm sorry about it. I really am, but Grace shakes her head. I can't keep doing this, Trent. I'm sorry, but I just can't. This can't be happening. Please, Grace. I know this is a shitty thing to do, but I really, really need your help. With midterms, I can't. There are things you don't know about. Another shake. I just can't. Things? What things? It doesn't matter. I wish I could help you, but it's all too much. I lean back in my chair, my bag falling down on the floor between my legs. I know I screwed up. But I'm not joking when I say you're my only hope. I need to pass this test in order to play. Just today, Coach told me I've got a chance at playing, actually playing. But without good grades, all the things I've done will be in vain. You can't put this on me. It's not fair. All's fair in love and basketball. I know, but I'm an asshole, and despite everything, I'm going to ask for your help. Are you going to tell your girlfriend this time that I'm helping you with your classes? The accusation is clear in her voice. I nod. I deserved that. Yes, you did. Grace, I try once again. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. There are dark bags under her eyes. They stand out against her pale skin. She looks like she's barely been sleeping. Fine. I'm so captivated by her I almost miss her soft voice. Fine? I'll help you until midterms, but once that's over, you'll have to find somebody else. Okay, if that's what you want. I should be ecstatic. After all, I just got what I came here for. Then why do I feel like I've lost so much more?
Chapter 25. Grace. The warm air hits me in the face as soon as I step into Moore's. The place is buzzing with activity, although not nearly as much as on game nights. Unzipping my jacket, I walk between the tables, scanning the space for my friends until I find them sitting in the booth in the back. Jade spots me first, lifting her hand in a wave, so I hurry toward them. "What's wrong?" she asks instantly as I slide into an open seat next to Ray. I might have done something stupid. I spot the beer Jade's been drinking. I grab it and take a long pull. God, I needed this. "You seem thirsty." Ray chuckles, giving me a side glance. "Was it that hot in the library?" My drinking doesn't have anything to do with the library being hot, but with a certain basketball player. Seriously, how did I get myself into a mess like this? Jade, on the other hand, looks at me quizzically from across the table. "What did you do?" Nibbling at my lip, I shift my attention between the two, both of them giving me wary glances. I might have given Trent another chance. I focus my attention on the bottle, needing to look anywhere but at them. The edge of the label has started to rise thanks to the condensation. I wrap my hands around it, slowly picking it off. From the corner of my eyes, I see Jade sitting upright. "You did not." Yup, so much for that going over well. After everything that happened? This comes from Ray. I filled them both in on what had happened that day at the movies, although I might have avoided telling them about a certain kiss. I didn't want them to blow it out of proportion more than was necessary. "Just until midterms are done," I explained quickly. I'd feel like an asshole if he didn't pass his test because of me. Jade leans across the table and squishes my face between her palms. "Don't do this. If he doesn't pass the stupid test, it's because he wasn't studying enough. It has nothing to do with you." Tell that to my conscience. Rationally, I know she's right, but I couldn't help myself. I couldn't tell him no. Maybe it was my conscience. Maybe it was just my stubborn heart holding on to him for as long as possible. "Grace." I gently pry her hands away from my cheeks. "It's only a few more days. What can happen?" I just hope these aren't my famous last words. A familiar peach-colored cup appears in my line of vision, startling me. I look up, pulling my earbuds out. "You scared me."
"Sorry." He rubs the back of his neck. "I didn't realize you couldn't hear me."
I usually like to tune out when I practice statistics, but I totally spaced out and didn't realize the time. I tilt my chin toward the cup. "What's that for?"
"A peace offering." Trent shrugs and slides into the seat opposite me. "I really do appreciate you helping me."
"Just until you're done with your midterm." The reminder is for me as well as for him. This thing between us has to come to an end, and the midterm is it. The end date. Just a few more days. That's it.
"I know."
He pulls his backpack into his lap and unzips it, pulling out his books.
"What are we doing?"
I sift through my stuff until I find what I've been looking for. I hand him the paper. "I created this mock exam. It should have all the things you've covered so far. I want you to go over it, and once you're done, we can work on things you don't know the answer to." Trent skims over the questions, his mouth moving as he reads. A little wrinkle forms between his brows.
"I can do that."
"There is no trying. I can help you, but you need to put in the work." Trent's hand covers mine on the desk, and I suck in a sharp breath. The motion is so unexpected, I don't get a chance to pull back. A little shock wave goes through my fingers as his skin covers mine, making the goosebumps appear on my flesh.
"I don't expect you to magically make me an A+ student. I've been putting in some work too."
Good,
Hey, am I late?"
At the sound of Spencer's voice, I quickly pull my hand out of Trent's, but not before he notices. The two men exchange a look, and I use it to compose myself. I shift in my chair, pushing a strand of my hair behind my ear. "Now that you're both here?" As one, they both turn to me. A frown appears between Spencer's brows.
You can't be serious.
But I am. You wanted to practice statistics, so we will. In the meantime, Trent will work on that exam I prepared for him. Win-win. Or at least I hoped it would be. Inviting Spencer to join us seemed like the perfect idea at the time. I needed to study too, and Spencer wanted to do a recap with me before our exam. We'd get our work done, and I'll have a buffer between Trent and me. But now? Spencer drops his backpack on the floor and grabs a chair from next to me.
Fine, let's get to work.
I meet Trent's gaze across the desk, waiting to see if he has any issue with the arrangement, but he just shrugs.
I guess I better start. Okay, I'm done.
Trent leans in his chair, running his fingers through his messy hair. It's grown in recent weeks, making it almost look like a mane. I slide Spencer's notebook back to him. This looks good. You're going to smash it. Spencer skims over the exercises, but there isn't a lot to look at. He got them all correct.
Only because I had an amazing teacher. I could listen to our professor all day, and it would still sound like gibberish.
Color rises into my cheeks. I don't know about that. You've worked hard these past few weeks.
'Cause I knew if I didn't, you'd have my balls.
I roll my eyes at Spencer, not even dignifying that with an answer. I worried things would be different after that kiss. Difficult or even uncomfortable, but they've been the same. Spencer has been nothing but his usual easygoing self, and I was grateful for it. I extend my hand toward Trent, who's been watching us silently. Let's see what you've got. After Trent finished the initial exam I gave him, we went over some of his mistakes. Most of them were pretty typical for foreigners, not knowing the difference between when to use a definite or indefinite article, assuming the word's feminine or masculine just because it ends on a certain letter, some mixed meaning of the words. But overall, he wasn't half bad. His accent, though? Yeah, that one's pretty terrible. Trent hands me the notebook.
If I read one more page, I think my brain will be completely fried.
Tell me about it. I rub my eyelids, hoping the slight pressure will help with the dryness, but no such luck. I grab a red pen and start going over the exercises.
My brain is already fried,
Spencer mutters, grabbing his phone.
Oh, damn, I totally spaced out.
He stands up and starts grabbing his things. Where's the fire? I joke as he quickly shoves his things into his bag.
I was supposed to be watching film with the guys 10 minutes ago.
Well, at least you're not just late for my classes. I guess I'll see you tomorrow? Please try not to oversleep.
Spencer grins. I'll try my best, but make no promises.
I shake my head. You're lucky you're cute.
At least you finally admit it. What gives, Red?
I roll my eyes. Go. You're late.
Yeah.
He lifts his hand in a wave.
Later, Red.
With another head shake, I get back to correcting Trent's work.
You two seem close.
I look up to find Trent watching me. I hadn't even realized how quiet he'd gotten until now. He's a good guy. I push a stray hair behind my ear. When you overlook the tardiness and a few other slightly annoying traits.
Are you two dating or something?
What? He can't be serious, can he? No, of course not. Why would you think that?
You two went out on that date the other week.
The movies. Right. Of course he's talking about the movies. Spencer is a friend of my roommate's boyfriend. It was a group thing.
A group thing?
Yes, as friends. I look down at the half-corrected page. When do you have your French exam?
Tuesday. You feel ready for tomorrow?
I hope so. I'm at that point where I wonder what's the meaning of all of this anyway. And I think I forgot all that I've been trying so hard to memorize.
If you forget everything, then we're all doomed.
Before I can even open my mouth to answer, my stomach rumbles loudly, making my cheeks flush.
Hungry?
Trent lifts his brows. The corner of his mouth is tipped in a half-smile, and I can see his eyes twinkle in silent amusement. I burrow my head into my hands. Oh my God, that's so embarrassing.
Why? I'm hungry too. Didn't have anything to eat after practice.
But your stomach didn't just scream like an angry lion.
More like a hangry lion.
Trent closes his books and turns off his laptop.
Come on, let's get out of here.
But... I look around, hoping to find a way out of this situation, but there isn't one. Trent sees it too.
I don't accept any buts. It's not like you'll get any studying done on an empty stomach.
It's dark outside, has been for a while now, so I check my watch. It's after 9 in the evening. It's not like anything's open.
Cafeteria isn't open.
Trent points out, that mischievous smile of his curling his lips.
How do you feel about breakfast for dinner?
I can't move, I moan, leaning back in my chair and patting my stomach. I'm so going to regret this in the morning.
See?
Trent grins.
I was right.
My stomach clenches, and it definitely doesn't have anything to do with the amount of food I just ate. Does he really have to grin like that? You were right, I admit. Trent tips his chin at my half-empty plate.
Are you planning to eat that?
I shake my head no. I swear this diner has the biggest pancakes I've ever eaten in my life. I can barely finish half without bursting. Every time I come here, I feel bad for wasting food, but there is no way I could finish it in one meal. Trent pushes his plate away and pulls mine in front of him, taking a bite of blueberry pancake with chocolate syrup. Where do you put it all? I chuckle. He ate an omelet with extra bacon and waffles all on his own. And now this? Just looking at him makes my stomach unsettle.
I'm a growing boy.
He throws another bite into his mouth and munches happily.
I need all the energy I can get.
You guys have it so easy.
Oh, please. You should eat more.
He cuts a piece and offers me the fork. If I take another bite, no matter how tiny, I'm going to puke. But thanks. Trent shrugs.
Suit yourself.
A message lights up my screen. Wiping my hands on the napkin, I grab my phone. Jade, just wanted to check if you're still breathing. Jade, you coming home tonight, or should I bring you a blanket? The corner of my mouth tips up. Jade knows me too well for my own good. Me, still alive. I'll be home soon. Jade, good to know. I was getting worried I'd have to send out a rescue party. Me, you're too
Who's that?
My roommate. I look up and find Trent watching me intently. He places a fork down on the empty plate and takes a napkin to wipe his mouth. But there's a little spot of chocolate left on the corner of his lips. You have... I point at his face.
What?
Chocolate. I point at my lips, but he goes for the wrong side.
Did I get it?
Trent asks, still wiping the wrong corner. No. I chuckle, shaking my head. Here, let me... Before I can think too much about it, I lean forward. Since he's holding on to his napkin and mine is sitting crumpled on the table, I use my finger to wipe the chocolate away. Trent's eyes widen at the touch, and I can feel that familiar zap of electricity course through me as I swipe my finger over his mouth. Trent's lip is soft under my thumb, the complete contrast to his slightly scratchy cheek. I pull my hand away quickly, looking anywhere but at him. There, you're all set.
Great.
Trent clears his throat.
Thanks.
Are you done? I grab my backpack and pull it onto my lap. I need to get out of here. Now. I should probably get going. I want to do some more revisions before bed tonight.
Yeah, sure. Let me just pay the bill.
Oh, no. My hand jolts forward, covering his. Damn it. I can pay for myself. Before I can even get the words out, Trent is already shaking his head no.
I invited you. It's my treat.
He slowly removes my hand from his before standing up.
I'll be back in a moment.
I could fight him on this. I didn't want him to think that he owes me anything, but that would require spending more time here than I wanted. And I should most definitely get out of here before I do something stupid, like touch him again. So instead, I take the easy way out and nod my agreement. My heart is still beating wildly in my chest as I watch Trent walk to the older woman standing behind the counter. I huff, my hands going to my warm cheeks. I'm thankful that I'm sitting because I'm pretty sure my knees would give out on me otherwise. Get a grip, girl. Get a grip. This was such a bad idea. I should have never come here with him. I shouldn't have touched him the way I did. I shouldn't have let him pay. It feels too much like a date. He isn't yours, Grace. He hasn't been in a long, long time. Well, Trent has never been, and Mason, he's long gone.
Ready?
Startled, I look up. I was so stuck in my own head I hadn't even heard Trent arrive. I nod, forcing myself to unclench my fingers from the strap of my backpack so I can pull on my jacket before standing up. Neither of us says anything as we pick up our things and leave the diner. A blast of cold air hits me in the face, making me shiver. It's not even that cold yet, but I can't help myself. My reaction is instinctual. Winter holds too many bad memories. Sitting in a cold apartment and freezing because Cassie didn't pay the bills. Losing Mason. The lights flash, snapping me out of my thoughts as Trent unlocks his silver Range Rover. After leaving the library, we picked it up and drove to Macy's, since it was too late and chilly outside. "Cold?" Trent asks, pulling the passenger door open for me. I slide into my seat, making sure not to brush against him as I do. "A little?"
Heater should kick in soon.
"It's fine." Trent nods, closes the door, and walks to the other side. "It's probably a mix of nerves and lack of sleep."
Nervous about your midterms?
"No, I'm nervous because I'm sitting here with you. Not like I can actually say it out loud." I clasp my hands in my lap, intertwining my fingers. "Something like that." Trent watches me for a moment longer. His brown eyes look at me intently, that little line that appears every time he's trying hard to concentrate, set firmly between his brows. I've noticed he does it often. Just looks at me as if he's trying to figure me out. As if he looks carefully enough, he'll see something. I bite the inside of my cheek, unable to look away. He's holding me hostage, and I can't. Don't want to, not really. Avert my gaze. "What do you see when you look at me, Trent? Can you remember? Or am I the only one holding on to the memories?"
I got nervous before my first game.
His words surprise me, although maybe they shouldn't. If Trent notices it, he doesn't say anything. He chuckles and leans back in his seat, not in any hurry to leave.
When the coach told me to warm up to play, I thought I was going to puke.
"Do you usually get nervous before a game?" Trent shrugs.
No idea. Before now, I never actually got to play besides a game here or there with Mateo.
"Really?" My fingers flex, holding so tight my knuckles turn white. "I thought you got a basketball scholarship to Blairwood." Trent chuckles.
No way. My parents hate the idea that I play.
"Why?" Trent sighs.
It's a long story.
"It doesn't matter. I can wait. For you, I don't mind staying here all night long." The words are on the tip of my tongue, but before I can say them, he turns on the engine and pulls out of the parking place. I swallow the lump in my throat, disappointed, and look out the window. Maybe it's better that way. How many confirmations do I need that he isn't Mason for me to finally believe it? How many times do I have to reopen my wounded heart only to patch it back together before there's nothing left to patch? I'm stuck in my own head all the way back to campus. Trent doesn't seem to mind the quiet because he doesn't try to fill it with unnecessary chatter, for which I'm thankful. "Thanks for feeding me," I say, unbuckling my seatbelt as he pulls to a stop in front of my dorm.
Grace.
The hairs at my nape rise at his soft whisper. I slowly lift my head until my eyes meet his. I can hear the echo of my heartbeat in my eardrums as we stare at one another. Feel the persistent beat in the base of my throat. Thump, thump, thump. One lock falls down on my face. I reach up to push it back, but Trent's faster. His hand brushes against my cheek, his rough fingertips grazing over my skin. Goosebumps cover my flesh, making a shiver run through me. Weak. So freaking weak. Trent? My tongue darts out, sliding over my lower lip. Trent's eyes fall down, zeroing in on my mouth, and a little bit of